It's great to see everybody again, and I want to welcome you all to our Alliance Fall Meeting. This is our fourth installation of this event. We're very excited that we've actually done 4 of these things. I was talking to Jen Berry, who manages the Alliance, the other day about this, and you know, there's always challenges with setting up these virtual meetings. But in the end, I go back to referencing the first one that we did, where we didn't even realize that we had to have Zoom rooms set up for everything. We ended up having to use people's individual Zoom rooms, and man, how things have changed. And I know that we're now all fully back in the office most of the time, and it does make for things to be a little smoother. So just a brief update for everybody on the Alliance. We continue to have a very vibrant program, and we're really excited that so many of you have chosen to participate in our Alliance program to help support the work that's going on with NAWI writ large. The Alliance this year eclipsed 450 members. Those are members who've executed our Alliance agreement, which I don't think that when Peter, Fiske, and I contemplated what an Alliance might look like at NAWI, we ever thought that we would get to that level of membership. I think it demonstrates. I don't know, Matt, I did. Well, you're always more, what's the word, optimistic, Peter, than I am. But let's just say aggressive with goals, which is why you're the director. So yeah, we're very excited to see so many people, so many different areas, from universities to small businesses to large entities to foreign entities. So many people who are excited about this mission. Again, just a short welcome, and what I really want to do is go briefly over this agenda next that is now up on the screen. So obviously we're in the welcome phase. All the times on the left are in Pacific. And just one of the things that we want to make sure before I go through all this that everybody recognizes is that today it's a lot of time for us to give you, the attendees, information about our technical program, our technical projects, and to keep you updated on what is going on in and around NAWI. And so that's kind of the goal of what we'd like to do today as we go through all of these areas. Many of you have asked to make sure that we put in breaks and lunch breaks so that everybody can have a chance to kind of recharge and eat, and we have those included. So the first thing we're going to do today is have Mark Philbrick, our technology manager from the Industrial Efficiency and Decarbonization Office at DOE, give some welcome remarks on the activities that are going on at the department. We're then going to move into a state of the hub and our research program. We're then going to take a break and get ready for our deep dive sessions into our 3 topic areas. The first one we will dive into is process innovation and intensification. That area is led by topic area lead Yarok Polsky from Oak Ridge, and he'll be driving that session. Then we'll have a break from 11:30 to 11:45. And again, please note that all the times on the left are Pacific Standard. We'll go through a break. At 11:45, we'll reconvene and dive into our topic area 2 deep dive. And that'll be on the materials and manufacturing topic area led by Robert Kostecki from Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. We'll then have a lunch break for a half hour. And I know that that'll be a good time to get some food and recharge. Coming back on at 1:45 for our topic area 3 deep dive in our data modeling and analysis area. And that topic area lead is Jordan Macknick from NRA. We'll break at 3:15, come back with a short discussion on 2.0 updates, and then we'll move into our fall meeting wrap up at 3:45, letting everyone go no later than 4 p.m. Pacific time. So just a short status update for everybody. We are wrapping up our 4th budget period of the NAWI Hub. We will enter our 5th budget period on the calendar year. And we, as such, we were a 5-year hub focused with $125 million in funding. And we are now actively pursuing what our 2.0 will look like, working both with DOE and internally to come up with what our plans are for a future 5 years of the hub. That discussion will occur, and we'll give you more information on that at about 3:30. So with that, I think I'd like to welcome Mark to the screen here. Mark, are you there?
Yeah, but Zoom is not, camera is not working.
Okay, I think that's okay regardless, as long as we can get your screens up and let you talk. Let me just give you a short introduction and then we'll jump into your discussion, okay?
Sure, that looks like a mountain.
Yeah, there we go. It's a big mountain. So I want to introduce Mark Philbrick. Mark is at the Industrial Efficiency and Decarbonization Office, which is called admirably IEDO. When the Advanced Manufacturing Office decided to break into two offices, the IEDO office maintained the water hub and the focus over wastewater as well. Mark is a technology manager for IEDO, where he helps oversee the water and energy portfolio, targeting the provision of water fit for a variety of purposes, as well as recovering resources from organic wastewater. So Mark, if you'd like, go ahead and take it away.
Very well, thank you, Matt. So next slide, please. Okay, this is a classic Sankey diagram that we created in a report that we issued in 2014. There's work underway to update this because it's obviously the data is a little bit old. We are not going to go through this in any detail, but the basic point is to show that water and energy basically cannot be separated. You need one to make the other or to get the other, and it pervades our economy. So that's really the basic point of what we're saying. And we continue to believe that this is in fact the case, and if anything, it's even more so than we used to think. So next slide, please. So, and what does that mean? It takes energy to treat water. There's wastewater treatment. There's also treatment of various kinds of source waters for drinking water and other uses, which is what NAWI is primarily about. Although we won't talk about this so much today, producing energy also requires water. Coal and combined cycle natural gas, nuclear all require cooling water, quite a bit of it. Production of oil actually generates roughly 7 barrels of water for every barrel of oil. All of these things have water implications as well, but that's not part of IEDO's mission. Wet organic waste is the other area that we're interested in, and that would be municipal waste is pretty obvious, but then there's also organic waste from the food and beverage industry in particular, as well as manure from agriculture. So these things have significant greenhouse gas implications, both direct and indirect, as well as having potential to displace petroleum products in a variety of different ways. Next slide, please. So this is kind of the same thing, is that how we organize things is that we have two major focal areas, wet organic waste, which we just talked about. The other thing to note is that, especially for municipalities, waste disposal is one of their biggest problems because they can't always just put it on some field. If nothing else, they have to drive it some distance, and in many cases, that's just not viable. It is a significant expense, so reducing the amount of sludge to dispose by making other products or other techniques really can help solve pressing community problems, including diesel emissions in the lower income communities where wastewater facilities are all too often located. So this, for the last several years, Congress has been giving us roughly $20 million a year. So that's kind of the other side of the house that's not NAWI. But NAWI is about fit-for-purpose water supplies, as Matt had told us, and I just lost graphics. But since I do have the deck up so I can talk from that. So the way we see that, we see that the wet organic waste is really kind of decarbonizing the present, and now we fit for purpose water supplies is really about decarbonizing the future. and that's meeting the water needs of the future while minimizing energy consumption and, of course, greenhouse gas emissions. NAWI has always been around a diverse array of uses from a variety of non-traditional sources, meaning not fresh surface water or groundwater. And the goal has always been pipe parity, which is competitive with the cost of the next drop of water, wherever it might come from. That's highly location specific. Could be from seawater, could be from municipal reuse, could be from brackish groundwater, so on and so forth. And as Matt mentioned, NAWI is a $25 million a year desalination hub that is up for hopeful renewal for the second 5 years. So I can't, let's see if I can see the screen now. Yes, okay, good. Next slide. So, decarbonizing the water supplies of the future. Next slide, please. These are the things you probably already know, that water stress has been a significant problem over the last couple of decades, especially in the western United States. But if you go to the next slide, there's projected water stress in the future. You can see that all the dark spots have expanded significantly. And so it's not just the West anymore. You can see pretty much everything above the Ogallala aquifer, kind of running from Nebraska down through Texas. There's also Florida, which you might not think. An area around D.C., another kind of surprise, but it's that one and the area of Arkansas, which even though the Arkansas place is right next to the Mississippi River, they're overpumping their groundwater. And also note that the Mississippi River has reached historic lows in the last couple of years, so it's not such a reliable source all the time either. So, and go on ahead to the next slide. We are so thankful to the New York Times, who's been, for the last several months, really been focusing on water issues throughout the country. And this is one they came out with not too long ago, showing about, and you'll see that this tracks the maps that we just looked at about water stress pretty nicely, about how much we're overpumping groundwater, again, in the Ogallala being a key example, but there we are in Arkansas, there we are in D.C. So this is a nationwide problem. It's actually a global problem. We see with climate change and other factors, it's only going to get worse. In other words, the need for alternative water sources is going to increase dramatically. And there, thank you, Peter, put the link to the New York Times article in the chat. Very good. Next slide, please. So this is some work that both LBNL and NREL have done for us recently. These are just a couple of kind of snapshots of re-emphasizing the point that it's not just California. That places in the east where you think, oh, it rains all the time, like in Georgia. Well, the Atlanta, because of some unique political situations, Atlanta has got some real challenges for getting water. I mean, there's been legal fights that have been ongoing for decades and probably won't get resolved anytime soon, but they've got a challenge. They're even talking about putting a desalination plant in Savannah, which is, I don't know, 200 miles southeast of Atlanta, and it's also significantly downhill. So pumping that water would be hugely expensive and energy intensive, i.e. greenhouse gases. Not a good idea. Next slide, please. Louisiana, another place where it rains all the time, but their problem is saltwater intrusion. And it's happening right now where New Orleans is having to have, the Corps of Engineers is having to truck fresh water in because their intake sources are too salty and their water treatment plants are not set up for desalination. So, I mean, the lower half of the state is basically a swamp. How can there not be enough water? Well, in case of there's water all around, but never enough to drink, is really the case for southern Louisiana. Moving forward, next slide, please. The connection for the DOE is that increasing water demand and using additional alternative sources really means translates into increasing energy demand. And I'll just read this, the line that's in red. By 2040, the International Energy Agency projects that desalination and water reuse will, by 2040, account for 4% of the water supply, but 60% of the water sector's energy consumption. That's a big deal, and that's what we really want to target. Next slide, please. And here's just a quick sample of how much energy it takes per cubic meter to treat all these various different kinds of water. You can see that seawater is the most energy intensive. Brackish groundwater, however, is up there too, and this doesn't count the treatment of the brines, which is actually more intensive than the simple water treatment, and it's also expensive. Is it? Yes, you may certainly have a copy of this presentation. Matt and Jennifer, if you could take care of that, that would be awesome. Sorry, responding to the chat there. So next slide, please. So this is something from an organization in Canada that it's just a different way to look at what they're projecting for greenhouse gas emissions associated with water treatment up through 2050. And you can see that there's a huge amount of growth in industrial reuse, which is something that NAWI is really proposing to increase their emphasis in NAWI 2.0. And there's also a big increase in desalination and municipal reuse, all NAWI's sweet spot. And Jennifer says she'll post the presentation to the website. Thank you very much. So now, honestly, we don't fully trust these numbers. We are in contact with the people that made them, but we the labs in particular, are working to come up with either additional validation for these figures or alternative numbers of our own that we can place more faith in. But we definitely agree with the basic premise. Moving forward, please. Next slide. Yeah, just skip over all the little animation things. Yeah, so okay. This is another part of the work that the labs have been doing for us, and basically it's a sensitivity analysis that shows under certain conditions, like more brackish groundwater, which we kind of expect, or if we have to do more stringent treatment for PFAS, which is highly likely, that would have significant energy implications. And there's also, we have to, electrifying making the grid more renewable is obviously an administration goal. There's no guarantee that we're going to make the administration's targets, and if we don't, what would that mean in terms of greenhouse gas emissions? So there's a lot of risk, essentially, and so the more we can do to decrease energy consumption now, no matter what happens, the better off we are. Next slide, please. So here's, I'm sure that that the rest of the presentation will talk more about this, but the real one of NAWI's projected focal areas for NAWI 2.0 is dealing with inland brackish water desalination, and it's really about brine. That it's currently, the current state of the art is either you put it in a big pond and let it evaporate, which means taking up lots of land, and if you're doing this in some place like California where land is very expensive, that costs money. Or you can pump it underground, which can create earthquakes, or you use kind of essentially kind of almost air conditioning in reverse to evaporate the water. That's very energy intensive. So looking for alternatives to ideally get zero liquid discharge and to produce valuable mineral products such as lithium when feasible, that's where NAWI really wants to focus, and I fully endorse that. So next slide, please. And that is all I have for today. So I don't know, Matt, are we taking questions, or in 2 minutes, or we don't have, you need to keep going?
No, we've definitely got time here. I am looking through the chat to see if there's any questions that might come up here. I'm not seeing anything. Any questions from anybody right now? There's a question that came up, Mark, about some of the GHG emissions from water treatment that you talked about. And the question is, do those future GHG projections account for increasing adoption of renewable energy sources?
I can't, the one Pani graph, the one that, it's the one from Canada. I can't speak to whether they do, but certainly the sensitivity analyses that I showed from NREL and LBNL, that's exactly what they're looking at, is various rates of renewable adoption or lack thereof, because and that's, NREL has got some pretty sophisticated models that they've been using to project how that might play out on into the future. And yes, there's more than one way to get lithium from brine. What grant opportunities? We put out, if you Google EERE space exchange, that is where we post all of our solicitations. We do pretty much everything on a competitive basis from the DOE itself. Now NAWI also has solicitations of its own, and that would be found on NAWI's website. If you want to know what we're likely to do, the best place to look is in what Congress does every year in appropriations. They have what are called markups from both the House and the Senate. You can find it on congressional websites, and that's where they put out in detail what they're telling us to do. That's probably the best. And Peter's saying that they also look out for our solicitations. That's the best indicator of what we're likely to do in the future. But for example, right now, we do not have a 24 budget, so we don't know. We cannot guarantee anything. But the House mark and the Senate mark are out there, so we kind of have to assume for the time being. What are we going to do in 25? Who knows? Meaning, what's Congress going to do in 25 is really the question.
Yep. And these are all questions that all of us are dealing with all the time right now, Mark, just as you are running a technology program at IEDO. So, all right, everybody. First of all, thanks so much, Mark. Always appreciate getting your perspective on everything here and sharing the DOE view. And so thanks a lot for sharing that stuff. And as everybody said here, or as kind of went on in the chat, all this stuff will be posted on our NAWI community site, Alliance community site. If you're not a member, you should all be, of course. Please reach out to Jen. Well, you can go there and there's ways to do it, but Jennifer Berry is our operator of that fabulous site, and all this stuff will end up there. And if you're not a part, Jennifer is a fabulous resource to help get you onto it. So with that being said, I'd now like to introduce Peter Fiske. He is our executive director of the NAWI Hub. And so he's going to share some thoughts and perspectives on where everything stands right now. So Peter, please take it away.
Matt, are you at an airport today?
Never. I never fly anywhere, Peter. I actually found myself a really comfortable chair sitting in the airport today. Nice. So yes.
Well, good morning, NAWI Alliance community. It's great to be with you all today. And I'm going to, as Matt said, give you both, kind of a reintroduction to what we are doing here, and also some pretty interesting updates on where we are right now. As you know, NAWI is not just a research consortium of an ever-growing number of research partners, but we are a larger alliance. I need to update that number. Sorry, Jen. Now more than 400 and some organizations, and that's you all. And the goal here is, a little bit, Dan, your question was, our goal is to create a community where researchers, high-impact research problems, and research sponsors can find each other. And so we are always eager in encouraging you not just to come to these meetings, but to reach out to other members of the NAWI Alliance and the NAWI Research Consortium. And that's the way we hope to catalyze innovative improvements in water reuse and desalination. So just to remind you, one of the key ways in which we try to communicate to you about what's going on in our program are these NAWI one-pagers. Now, today's Alliance meeting is kind of special because we've designed this meeting to be a deep dive into the research program itself, because many of our projects are up and running with some really exciting results so far. But these one-pagers sit on NAWI's website, and we put them up there as soon as the project starts. And remember that these can be found both on the NAWI public website as well as the NAWI Alliance website. Remember, everybody, if you're a member of the NAWI Alliance, you get a login to the Alliance website, which has all of our recorded content and much, much more. So if you don't have a login yet, definitely reach out and get that. The one-pagers on the public website are here, and they're organized by section, and the one-pagers in the Alliance website are here, along with many of our publications. Now, one of the key reasons we built these one-pagers is we wanted to give you a sense for where the project is going at a high level, but also tell you who's involved, because these are people, these are our colleagues, you know some of these people. Also, we have, in fact, provided you direct contact information for each of the PIs. So you should not feel afraid or inhibited to reach out to the PI if you have more questions about the project as it's going along. Now, one nice thing that is started to happen is we're starting to complete projects. So one of the things we do at the end of a project is we create something called a page 2. And the page 2 is a brief, high-level summary of kind of the key accomplishments and findings of the project. We also update the publications and reports for the project, and then give you guys an opportunity to understand where we might be going, both with respect to NAWI researchers, as well as what we think the general opportunities for future research are. So more of those will be showing up with the completion of each of our projects. Now, we have the NAWI Dispatch, and the NAWI Dispatch is our regular monthly-ish newsletter with regular features. This is one of the ways in which we reach out to you and inform you. You should have gotten it this morning. So if you did not get it this morning, check your spam folder, but also you can check in with nawi@nrel.gov and make sure that you are on the list to receive the dispatch. All right, so today we have a couple things I want to jump into, including project status, and also give you just a brief window on our NAWI 2.0 proposal submission and Fed panel review. I want to tell you about a really exciting opportunity I just learned about from the X Prize team on a new prize in ocean desalination. And then we'll wrap up and talk about the NAWI Spring Research Consortium meeting in Denver. All right. Well, how do you like this, friends? This is a list of all of NAWI's projects, and I have color-coded it. You can see that the first column is the call and like when was the project solicited, and you have these 4 colors for projects that are completed, projects that are in process but on a no-cost extension that suggests that they're coming to a close, as well as the green projects which are in progress. Now, a number of you on this call today are actually in projects that are getting up and running. So we have a number of these projects in yellow, which are under contract and negotiation. And this is a very detailed and protracted process. And those of us on the NAWI Ops team are working extremely hard to get these details settled, to get all the contracts drafted so that we can have our researchers and research teams begin our work. So I know everybody's been eager to get their project started, and we are moving as fast as we can. So thank you, everybody, for continuing to be both patient and responsive when we need modifications on project details. This last year, we've had some really great initial success and reporting out of some really major research results. So earlier this year, a team of researchers at Yale University published a really landmark study that really suggested that we have new insights into the fundamental mechanisms of how water transports through reverse osmosis membranes. And in fact, it was featured in the weekly water desalination report, and really has helped us better understand how to make and tune the membranes of tomorrow. We've also had a lot of effort to try to continue to project some of our thoughts about where things like membrane technology need to go in the future, and not just what's the portfolio of current research projects today, but where we think the greatest places are for improvement. Now, our water tap tool, our techno-economic modeling system, is getting more and more traction. In fact, here is a recent paper from Atia and team looking in a quantitative way at different advanced osmotic processes for high brine treatment. And in fact, using this tool, given the amount of capability we have now, they can now do quantitative techno-economic assessments, side-by-side comparisons, and in a partnership with OLI, the makers of OLI Soft, a chemical software package, we can actually begin to predict what is going to happen with scaling as these systems are operating. Now, in addition to the fact that we're seeing more and more researchers beginning to use this tool in the course of their research, I was actually at WEFTEC with the NAWI team, first time we had a booth, in fact, and gave a briefing that was listened to by many consulting engineers who are also interested in this tool. So WaterTap is one of the key products of NAWI so far, and it has wide-ranging application for understanding the quantitative benefits of improvements to individual materials, improvements to unit processes, and how to optimize across entire treatment systems. NAWI has been in the spotlight in a number of wonderful ways. Our colleague, Ashok Gadgil from the University of California at Berkeley, has a project right now where we are looking at low-cost arsenic remediation, partnering with a historically African-American community in the Central Valley of California. That was featured recently in Nature. And Ashok, for his life work on water treatment, was recently awarded the National Medal of Technology and Innovation from the White House. So we're very proud of you, Ashok, and we're so grateful that you're part of our team. Well, one of the things, as you saw that huge list of projects before, you might ask yourself, like, well, how is this all cohering? Like, a hub is not just an individual assortment of isolated projects. How do we look at connecting projects together, and how do we look at an overall strategy? So let's focus on, like, for one example, Mark mentioned earlier that brackish groundwater remains a very underutilized resource across the United States. And one of the key issues with brackish groundwater is that we need to reduce the brine volume as much as possible, and ideally reduce it entirely to lower the economics of producing water in inland communities. And so, you know, we know already that this resource is pretty extensive, and we know that there are key challenges, including the fact that water that soaks in the ground for a long time has high minerality, and that means that once you start concentrating it further, you start to see things precipitating. Sometimes you can actually inadvertently concentrate stuff that's toxic and might even need to be regulated as a RCRA waste. So you have to be very careful. We also know that brackish groundwater, unlike ocean water, where you can make a vast, huge facility and get economies of scale, many times you're going to be pulling water directly out of wells. And so you need smaller scale facilities, and that requires modularity and automation. And as I said, the brine waste product is prohibitively expensive to dispose of. If we could convert that brine waste to dry solids, you get something like a 10x reduction in the cost of disposal. You get more water, and some of those dry salts may actually be valuable for other applications. So what I would call is like NAWI's conspiracy theory about this is that we have worked on designing multiple research proposal calls to address a wide range of ways to, sort of directly improve the treatment of brackish groundwater. So one key area of investment for us has been more thorough pre-treatment, treatment to remove scale-forming materials, as well as what we call precision removal, precision separation of contaminants. We also have recognized that there needs to be a much better ability to predict scale formation, and that means we need to gather more detailed data about the nucleation of some of these phases, as well as developing more predictive models, both for scale formation, as well as to look at the overall energy and cost and compare that in an apples-to-apples way across different system configurations. We know that the control of nucleation and scale inhibition is critical, and that's why people make anti-scalants. So we are working in that area, as well as working on primary high recovery technologies to increase the amount of water you can extract from that brine, including research on ultra-high pressure RO membranes, advanced osmotic cycles, solvent extraction, and novel crystallizers. So when you look at all that kind of agenda and you look at our research project, in fact, you see enormous connections. The red threads go sometimes from one project to multiple areas. And sometimes we have some focus areas that have multiple projects addressing them. So this is one of the ways in which a hub works, is it's not just a collection of individual projects, it's also a gathering and a focusing of this research team on these areas of priority, and periodically meeting together to share what we're doing and to also see how we can interact. Mark mentioned that NAWI is in the end of its 4th year, and we are going up for renewal by the Department of Energy. And so the renewal process involves us putting forward a plan and a budget. And so one of the overarching ideas that we had in shifting from NAWI 1.0, which was a very broad look at a wide range of non-traditional water sources, is to what we call sharpen up. Remember, at NAWI, we're very good at acronyms. So sharpen up is our acronym for NAWI 2.0. S means source water focus and narrowing. We're going to pick a smaller subset of non-traditional source waters and go hard on improving treatment in those particular environments. The H stands for hierarchical topic areas. I'll show you momentarily that rather than having topic areas based on technology, we have topic areas based on unit processes, system processes, and regional water systems. A stands for adaptation, adaptation and mitigation in the water sector in the face of climate change. R stands for regional focus and solutions. Something we learned from NAWI 1.0 when we did the road mapping was that it's very hard to quantitatively assess the value of innovations in water treatment and desalination without having a regional context for the other complementary water supplies and the potential future water demand. P stands for partnerships, and we have several contemplated, including with Better Plants and the American Waterworks Association. And up means we're going to move up the TRL scale, technology readiness level. NAWI 1.0 we were instructed to be between TRL 2, which is sort of early bench scale work, and TRL 4, which is sort of demonstration at the bench and kind of piloting scale. We are expanding up to TRL 6, which means we have a much greater focus on piloting. And that means, especially for you Alliance members, a lot greater reliance on partnerships with emerging companies in the water sector who are pioneering these systems and able to pilot them. Now, Megan this afternoon will go deep on the new 3 topic areas and subtopic teams, but this shows you both our hierarchical approach to the topic areas. We will have research and organizing things at the devices level, that is to say unit process innovations. We will also be developing tools and systems to look at entire gatherings of unit processes into treatment trains, and a new area that wasn't represented in NAWI 1.0, this regional water systems focus. And Megan will go into detail on all that this afternoon. Well, this process has actually been going on a long time. The NAWI team, more than a year ago, began to ruminate over what NAWI 2.0 should be. And eventually this last summer, we submitted a technical volume and budget, et cetera, to DOE. At the end of the summer, in the end of August, we were invited to DC for something called a Fed panel review. This was actually done at a wonderful facility called the Reservoir, which Xylem has commissioned on the shores of the Anacostia River in Washington, DC. By the way, this is a lovely facility, and they were very kind to let us use it for our Fed panel review. Our Fed panel reviewers were Dr. Rabia Chowdhury from the US EPA, Saeed Delage from the US Bureau of Reclamation. I don't know why they chose this picture from his high school yearbook, but those of you who know Saeed can recognize that's probably a little out of date. And Kate Peretti, who is running one of the programs in AMMTO. This is the sister part of IEDO within the Department of Energy. And so these 3 people gave us a day, we gave them a day of Q&A and presentations, and they gave us lots of valuable feedback and advice on our program. They, at least I'm told, seem to like what we're doing a lot. So I'm hopeful that positive feedback from these partners and reviewers are putting us in a good position for our renewal. So what happens next? Well, we are continuing to do planning and sort of ruminating on details throughout the fall. Meanwhile, Mark and other people within DOE are briefing various parts of the Department of Energy. We are expecting a final decision by the end of this year. So just a scant few weeks away, we hope to get news about the status of our renewal. And then 2024 will be the period of time in which we are beginning to wind down and execute the last of NAWI 1.0. 2025, we will still have scope on 1.0, but we will step in to 2.0. All right, so a few other items before I turn it over for Q&A. The XPRIZE team, you know XPRIZE, they sponsored a variety of very high impact prizes and competitions in various technology areas over the years. This last year, we have been in quiet dialogue with them as they contemplated launching an XPRIZE in desalination. I'm pleased to report that they are going to do it. Their official launch of this competition will be in late January. They are proposing 3 tracks of competition. One major track is they are actually going to be running a competition for breakthrough desalination systems, where the finalists will be producing 1,000 cubic meters per day with a required minimum amount of continuous uptime operating over a year. So these are big desalination systems, and they had hoped to attract some of the leading desalination teams around the world to go through a succession of quarterfinals of design and piloting, semifinals of mid-scale piloting, and then the final finalists, roughly 5 or 6 of them, will be running these whole systems. Another area of competition is in novel membrane materials. And this is a really exciting place where NAWI explicitly links up. They intend to support research, which will start with demonstrating coupon sizes of novel membranes, and then having those roll up and scale up into production and even into rolling into a module for testing. The final track is a really interesting one. They will seek teams who hope to solve this riddle that we've all been struggling with, which is the value of water. Why does water seem to be so consistently underpriced relative to its value in society? And how can you better communicate, validate, and improve the public perception of the value of water? It's almost like sort of a marketing competition. So there'll be some really interesting pitches that they do, culminating in a Shark Tank-like event. And remember, the XPRIZE process operates over several years. So we're talking about a start in January 2024 and probably a culmination at the end of 27 or 28. Now, NAWI is very engaged in this. The XPRIZE is actually explicitly looking for experts in levelized cost analysis and techno-economic analysis. So they are seeking that from us. And so all of you who are in that space, I'm looking at you, because you may get involved in this program. Now, coming up ahead, we have our Spring Research Consortium meeting. This is March 11th to the 13th in Denver, right outside of the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. And we purposely timed it to coincide with the annual meeting of the Water Reuse Association. We at NAWI in water reuse are seeing more and more potential points of intersection collaboration. So the agenda will start Monday evening with a gathering and dinner, Tuesday, all-day project updates, with a poster session Tuesday evening. Wednesday, we'll still have most of the day for project updates. And NAWI will also be, NAWI participants will be invited to Water Reuse's evening reception. Thursday AM, after the NAWI program is finished, about a dozen of NAWI's piloting and higher TRL projects will go down to Water Reuse for a special session in which we will now showcase some of those projects to the community at Water Reuse, culminating in a poster session. If you are on a project support group, a PSG on one of these projects, you are invited to attend our annual meeting. This is a meeting for the Research Consortium. And if you're not involved in a PSG, maybe you should be, because this is one way in which you can directly support research projects that are of greatest interest to you. I want to wrap up and report some sad news that our dear friend and colleague, Dion Dionysu, died earlier this month. Dion was a dear friend and vigorous researcher in water treatment. He had ran a vigorous and large research group with many graduate students, postdocs, collaborators, and friends. We were so sad for Dion and his family, and sad for our community. And so we just want to honor him and recognize his decades of contribution to water. With that, I'm going to stop my prepared remarks, and I welcome questions from the audience. And I will actually look at my chat here and see if we have any questions. Actually, Matt, since I am still showing my slides, can you tell me if there are any questions?
Yes.
That we have?
I have not seen any questions yet, Peter, but I do encourage people to put them out there. I think, as always, you addressed everything exactly as needed. So looks like everybody is in a good position. Yeah, if you have any questions, please do write them in here.
All right, everybody. Well,
but yeah, so thanks a lot, Peter, for the update. Really appreciate it. And now, if I recall, Jen, we are heading into a 10-minute break. During that time, we will get everything set up for the first breakout for our topic areas on PI&I. And so, you can go ahead and stay on here, but go stretch your legs, refill your cup of coffee, whatever you'd like, and we'll be back on in just about 10 minutes to dive into process innovation and intensification. Thanks both Peter and Mark for your remarks this morning, and we'll be back soon. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming back. This is the PI&I Deep Dive. We're going to hand it over to Yarok, and you are going to get some amazing information about this topic area. Thank you all so much. Take it away, gentlemen.
Well, welcome everybody. I'm going to give you Eric and I are going to give you kind of a brief overview of the process innovation and intensification portfolio before we kick off our 3 deep dive talks. I'm actually really excited to see the attendance today. So I'm going to start my slides. I'm going to try to keep this fairly brief, but we just wanted to give you an appreciation for where the portfolio of projects is today, and then give you a little bit of oversight of where the 3 talks that you are going to see today fit into that portfolio. So I will share my screen. Can folks see my screen?
Not yet.
Oh.
There you are.
All
Looks
right.
beautiful. Thank you.
Okay. So where are we with respect to PI&I today? So the projects were all awarded through a series of FOAs based on the challenge areas defined in the master roadmap. And I think hopefully most of the folks that are on this call are familiar with the master roadmap. Budget period 1 of NAWI, there was a call for proposals in the intensified brine management challenge area, and we had 3 projects funded in that budget period. In budget period 2, we had a set of calls, internal and external, for autonomous water systems, as well as for electrified treatment processes. There were 4 active projects funded. There are 4 active projects currently funded in autonomous water systems, and 3 active projects in electrified treatment processes. There was also a call for proposals related to modular and manufacturable membrane systems, for which there are 2 active projects. There was also a fairly large set of projects funded related to precision separations. Only 2 of them landed in process innovation and intensification. The majority of those projects are in Robert Kostecki and Jeff McCutcheon's topic area, materials and manufacturing. And then more recently, we had a FOA in the area related to pretreatment optimization, and there were 4 projects selected for award in that funding opportunity. 1 of them is kicked off officially, so 3 of them are still in negotiation. So in total, we have 15 active projects right now in process innovation and intensification, with 3 in negotiation. You're going to hear about 3 fantastic projects in just a few minutes. So what exactly does that mean? So in the area of autonomous water systems, I don't know if any of you have ever heard our description of what we're trying to achieve with NAWI, but we are trying to break the conventional paradigm of water treatment today, which we believe involves largely operator-based process monitoring, kind of heuristic decision-making, and then operator-based feedback to make modifications when upsets or other suboptimal conditions occurs. In the NAWI vision, you have this graph. We have used this graphic on the right to describe what an ideal autonomous water platform looks like. You have automated continuous process monitoring. In order to be able to implement closed loop feedback control, you need to use real-time or offline process models, usually to be able to do optimization. There are a number of different ways that one can approach that. You can use machine learning models or data-driven models, system identification models, or physics-based models. And then finally, once you have the combination of process monitoring and models that can be used to implement closed loop feedback control, then you can implement a predictive process control that automatically responds to changing conditions or to achieve optimization objectives and improve overall performance. So with that in mind, for the autonomous water system area, we had we had a call for proposals that focused on two primary areas: process analytics and modeling. And you can see some of the elements that we were looking for with respect to process analytics and modeling here on the left of the screen, as well as process control. In the end, we ended up selecting 4 projects. This was done intentionally in a way that balanced sort of the different methods that one might approach to achieve this vision for future autonomous water systems. One of the projects is led by Andy Salveson from Chlorilla Engineering, and it addresses the elements that are pointed to on the graphic in front of you. Another project is being led by Chris Villay from Oak Ridge National Lab, and it addresses different elements of this potential approach to achieving autonomous control over water systems today. Prakash Rao and Yoram Kwon from Lawrence Berkeley National Lab also lead a project focused on developing kind of workflow and decision support models for autonomous and smart water treatment systems. And then finally, we have a project being led by Diego Rosso. I know there are a lot of arrows on the screen, but the basic idea is that we don't really know which of these approaches is going to be most successful or going to enable autonomous water systems. So we're kind of placing multiple bets and seeing which of these methods and techniques end up being the most successful. In the area of modular and manufacturable systems, for now, we had a call for proposals that focused on manufacturing platforms for tailored membranes. And in particular, what we were looking for more customizable solutions that allow membrane characteristics to be tailored based on treatment requirements. In addition to that, we had a focus area focused on enhancing pretreatment kinetics through modular design. And this involved combinations of making water treatment systems, pretreatment systems in particular, more modular as well as electrified, with the goal of reducing cost and shrinking footprint of desalination pretreatment processes. And then finally, and this is going to be what's relevant to the folks that are going to be speaking today, we had a call for proposals in the area of electrified treatment processes, and the priorities there were to develop solutions to high material costs, short lifetimes, fouling mass transfer limitations, and the ability to model or explain removal mechanisms that have hindered broad adoption of electrified treatment processes. I think this may or may not come out during the presentations, but one of the hypotheses that we had related to the use of electrocoagulation in particular is that it was less well understood than conventional chemical coagulation methods. So one of the goals of the 3 projects that you're going to be hearing today is to develop a more sound scientific and operational understanding of the consistency, what is required to make electrocoagulation treatment more consistent, with the idea being that in the end you could potentially even write a textbook that describes how to do it. Another area of interest in this challenge area was developing chemical-free pretreatment approaches for removing hardness and other weakly charged ions on membranes or other treatment devices. And I'll show you the projects then that were selected associated with the challenge areas that I just described. They're all listed, they're all shown here on the screen today. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go into those in any detail, but the projects that you're going to hear about today are the ones that are enclosed within the red box that you see. And so those, I'm going to actually skip the projects that are under negotiation. And so this is what you're going to hear about today. And this is actually, to me, very exciting. These are all great projects on their own. They all implement electrocoagulation and in some cases electrooxidation, but for different treatment objectives. They're all trying to develop extremely deep understanding of the electrocoagulation process itself. You can see the research by the research partners listed on the screen that it's just a fantastic array of organizations encompassing academia, national labs, industry involved in each of the projects. And so, and the PIs are the folks that I have shown on the right that are associated with each project. And so kind of without further ado, I think we will go into the presentations. And we didn't assign a set order here. So I don't know if Dave is here yet. Dave, are you here? Dave Jassby? If not, Dan.
I am
again,
here. I'm here.
you are. So do you want to go ahead and go first?
Sure.
And then we'll go to Dan, and then we'll go to Shankar.
Yeah, happy to do it. Sorry. Okay, let's see. I can share my screen. Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
All right.
But yeah, there you go.
All right, everybody. Hi. Thanks for having me around again, everybody. Title of my talk is Enabling Minimal Liquid Discharge Through a Modular, Flexible and Electrified Pretreatment System. This is an update of our recent progress in this project. So those of you who are not familiar with the project, this is a collaboration between UCLA, myself at UCLA, Marta Hatzel at Georgia Tech, who's leading the work on the electrocoagulation, electrochemical transformations. Kostecki at Oak Ridge is going to be responsible for process integration, and Jason Linnell at EPRI is going to be working on the process scale up and demonstration. The main idea here is to demonstrate an integrated modular universal pretreatment process where for reverse osmosis or any kind of other desalination treatment, where we take brackish water, and really in this project we're focusing on cooling blowdown, and we can apply a series of electrochemical infiltration steps relying on electrocoagulation and some ultrafiltration in order to increase the recovery in downstream RO processes. We all know that having lots of hardness and silicates in water reduces the ability of downstream desalination to recover desalinated water from those streams. So current technology or current process trains are fairly bespoke, meaning every desalination system has to be tailored with a unique pretreatment configuration that takes into consideration the initial water quality. And the goal here is to really unify those pretreatment steps into a singular modular unit that can be tailored to the incoming water stream, not by changing the process configuration, but just by changing the operating conditions. And really, electrocoagulation and filtration lend themselves really well to this endeavor because they offer so much flexibility, both in terms of the electrode materials that you can use, aluminum, iron, even zinc in some cases, or magnesium, and the current density that you can apply, the residence time that you can use, and of course, downstream filtration, you can really tune what you can remove and various other process parameters. One thing that has been challenging is that electrocoagulation, the performance of electrocoagulation is somewhat irregular. And furthermore, it was unclear how some of the removal mechanisms actually function, particularly for silicate removals and for hardness removal. So one of the goals of our project is to try to drill down and figure out why electrocoagulation is actually useful in removing hardness and silicates, which represent one of the more challenging aspects of downstream desalination because of scaling. So we went through this already. I think Yaron, where you wanted a 15-minute presentation? I just want to verify that.
20 minutes, please.
20 minutes. Okay, so I'm gonna go skip over some of the background. So the technical approach that we use in this project is these bench scale flow through multi-electrode electric coagulation systems. We have sort of the designs for them up here in the image on the top right. These were constructed by Water Tectonics, who was a project partner previously in a previous project, and who will be providing us we will be purchasing from the larger scale demonstration electrocoagulation unit next year. These are really nice little systems. They're bench scale, obviously, but they do allow us to simulate the electrocoagulation process a little more closely than your typical batch reactors that are often used in electrocoagulation. Here, the water flows in and out of the system. We can control the resonance time and the current density very easily. We can switch out electrodes. It's a very flexible and useful system to simulate a larger scale demonstration. We are then going to integrate the electrocoagulation system with an immersed membrane system in order to remove the flock and whatever else is precipitated out from the electrocoagulation process, and essentially replace the sedimentation basin with a much smaller footprint membrane system. The original plan was to use these electroactive membranes that my group is has been working on for a while now, because our concern was that, when you filter out these the electrocoagulation effluent, membrane fouling is going to become a challenge very quickly. Things have changed a little bit as we've moved through the project, and we've developed some interesting insights into the actual role of fouling and how we've noticed that it actually really improves, not super surprisingly, it really improves the performance of the membrane. And I'll show you some interesting data later on. So whether we keep using these carbon nanotube coated membranes or not, we still need to determine that. So there's been some interesting developments in that area. Our success factors that we defined for this project were to achieve 80% silicate removal and 50% hardness removal. Of course, that is highly dependent on your initial silicate and hardness concentration. And there's some other performance metrics that we defined here. And these are some of the anticipated challenges that we knew we were going to have to deal with, like membrane fouling, difficulty in achieving hardness removal, and I'm just trying to understand the mechanism there for hardness removal, and obviously reconciling the electrocoagulation hydraulic retention time with the physical footprint of the system. So I'm not going to go through the different milestones and that we've achieved. That's not, that's for our quarterly reviews. But in principle, the water, we're using two types of model water or synthetic water. One is a very simple synthetic groundwater that we have used extensively previously in our previous project. And you can see here that it has relatively low hardness, actually very low hardness. It's quite a bit of silicates though. And this water is actually very easy to deal with. And we had, I'll go through some of our results. We were basically able to completely soften this water and remove all the silicates easily as well. This is the table on the top here is a model synthetic blowdown water. And this is a much more complicated matrix. Has very high hardness, lots of calcium, quite a bit of magnesium as well. Also has a lot of organic material. Here we're using natural organic matter as a surrogate to just the organic mix that you would find in cooling blowdown. But this water is, it's salty, it's hard, it's got a lot of organics in it, it's funky, and this is an actual image of the electrocoagulation unit that we are using. You can see in this case here, aluminum electrodes that are arranged. The water comes in, flows between these electrodes in a sort of serpentine pathway, and then out of the system. And very importantly, I think one of the nicest things that this system allows you to do is that it really controls your hydraulic retention time and brings it and aligns it much more closely with what you would see in a commercial system where the hydraulic retention time is on the order of seconds. Certainly not minutes, multiple minutes or hours. Absolutely not. So here is our performance for in that model brackish groundwater that we tested originally. So we're looking here at silicate removal, and you can see here that the silicate removal is dependent on the amount of current that we apply to the system, which is of course proportional to the amount of aluminum that is dissolved. All the work here that I'm going to be describing is with aluminum electrodes. We see a relationship between the removal of silicates and both the current density, or the charge loading, here is in units of coulombs per liter, and in flow rates. And we can see that we are able to achieve nearly 100% removal of silicates. There's quite a bit of silicates in the water. If we, apply fairly high current densities and charge loadings and low flow rates, they're actually not that low. The hydraulic retention time here in this system is in the order of just a few seconds. But we're able to basically remove all of the silicates from this water. For silicates, the removal mechanism has been described by Kostecki and his team in the publication we published last year. You can see using FTIR the formation of these aluminum oxygen silicate bonds over here. It's a little bit hard to see maybe, but basically we form aluminum silicates in the flock, or if you want, basically clay, and that is how the silicates are removed from the water. The other thing that we were tasked to do here was that we were tasked with developing these electroactive ultrafiltration membranes. Again, this is using carbon nanotubes as the electrically conducting layer, which are spray coated onto a some sort of porous support. Again, we're using here a PVDF support that we make in our lab. We cast it, we phase invert it, and then we spray coat it with the carbon nanotubes. The carbon nanotubes are then cross-linked with polyvinyl alcohol. Again, we've been working on these materials for a while now. They're extremely robust. They're backwashable. They're pretty conducting. The conductivity is about at least 1,500 Siemens per meter. And this is a highly scalable manufacturing approach. We can basically make pieces of membrane as large as we want because of the spray coating approach that we're using. You can see here, so we make these acrylic cassettes for these membranes. These are basically small plate and frame units that we then immerse into the effluent from the electrocoagulation reactor. You can see the bucket here containing the effluent from the reactor. It's very turbid. Water is quite funky, even after the electrocoagulation. However, once we filter it, and this is the image here on the right, the water is very clear. Turbidity basically almost goes to zero. It's very, very effective approach to removing all the, for lack of a better description, all the schmutz that is generated using the electrocoagulation. Let's see, how am I doing for time? I'm going to skip over the performance of the membrane in terms of the physical, and I'll go through this briefly. Basically, there's an interplay between the amount of polyvinyl alcohol that is used to cross-link the membrane and the contact angle and flux and conductivity. So the more PVA that we use to cross-link the carbon nanotubes, and let me make something very clear, it is absolutely critical to cross-link your carbon nanotubes. If you don't, they are not stable in water. They will float away. That is certainly something you do not want, to have a bunch of loose carbon nanotubes in your retentate. So you absolutely need to cross-link them. But once you cross-link them, it's a very stable matrix. The more PVA we use, the lower the contact angle. Not surprising, carbon nanotubes are relatively hydrophobic. PVA is very hydrophilic, so the more PVA we use, the more hydrophilic it becomes. Of course, you pay a price with conductivity. So the more PVA that we add, the less conducting the matrix becomes. So, and of course, we want to maximize that conductivity in order to minimize ohmic losses along the material surface. Putting too much PVA will also limit the permeability of your material, basically closing up the pores throughout the carbon nanotube network. So the long and the short of it is we have to find some sort of happy spot between the PVA loading and the various physical and chemical properties of our material. Our target was, of course, 1,500 Siemens per meter, which we're well above in all cases. But we did need it to get to 50 degrees for contact angle. So we need about 0.45% on a weight basis to achieve that goal. So that actually reduces our flux, by about 10%. We were interested in how the carbon nanotube PVA composite impacts the overall tensile strength of the composite membrane. And we can see here that, this is just looking at the overall tensile strength of the material. We can see that as we add just as the base PVDF, then we add carbon nanotubes, then we add PVA, and then we cross-link the PVA. Each one of those steps increases the tensile strength. That being said, the overall contribution, the overwhelming contribution of PVDF, the PVDF support is obviously, it's much more dominant than any kind of addition, but there is a nice increase in the tensile strength after the addition of PVA. Just sort of exemplifies that the importance of adding the PVA to keep everything together, keep the carbon nanotubes together. We have some, well, I'll skip over this. So in some other interesting technical accomplishments that we've seen, so now we're talking about removing, now we're talking about the treatment of the cooling blowdown water. And again, to remind everybody, this water is much more complicated, has much higher calcium and magnesium concentrations. And we can see here when we look at the removal of both calcium and magnesium, this is an absolute mass. Okay, so this represents a very low percentage of removal, because calcium, for example, had excess of 400 ppm, and magnesium had an excess of 60 or 70 ppm of calcium and magnesium. So we can see here that the removal is somewhat pH sensitive. It's also sensitive to the charge loading. So the larger the charge loading, the better removal of calcium, and magnesium in both cases. But in both cases, the removal is very modest. So we're talking something like, between 10 and 20% at most, probably actually more like 10% for calcium, which is the more important species, certainly the more dominant species in the cooling blowdown. Interestingly enough, the removal of calcium and magnesium is not impacted by the presence of natural organic matter. So it made no difference whether we had NOM or we excluded the NOM from our synthetic blowdown. We did not see any difference in the removal, which was encouraging because originally when we conceived this project, one of the questions was, is the variability in electrocoagulation performance a result of varying concentrations of organics? And based on our use of NOM as a surrogate for all organics, it doesn't seem to impact the performance of the electrocoagulation process, at least in terms of calcium and magnesium removal, also silicates. We did do a mass balance on and hardness in the system at different pHs and the different charge loadings again. So this is on a log scale. So I just want to make clear that, again, the initial concentrations are much higher than what is actually being removed. But we do see that most of the removal of both calcium and magnesium occurs in the flock, and actually only a limited amount is removed as a precipitation product or on the cathode. Of course, the cathode, particularly under these relatively large charge loadings and current densities, have very high pHs at the surface. So you would expect to see some precipitation of calcium magnesium. There was a question whether that precipitation is really responsible for the majority of removal, but in fact, it is not. Most of it is found in the actual flock, but again, relatively modest amounts compared to the initial concentrations. And we also, again, we see here that the removal is a function of pH in all cases and of charge loading, just reinforcing what I stated earlier. One thing that was interesting that has emerged in our recent results was what happens at least to calcium. So, you know, if calcium is being removed in the flock, okay, fine. How is it being removed in the flock? If you actually look at the zeta potential of aluminum hydroxide flocks, they're positive across this range of pH for the most part. The point of zero charge is, I think, somewhere in the range of like between 8 and 9, if I remember correctly. So why does calcium carbonate actually, or why does calcium removed? And what we did some pretty extensive SEM investigations and EDAX. And I know this is, you know, you can't use this for anything quantitative, but qualitatively, we do see the presence of lots of these cubic calcium carbonate crystals that are embedded throughout the aluminum hydroxide flock. So all this amorphous stuff around here, that's the aluminum hydroxide. And then you see these very clear cubic structures that are entirely made up of calcium carbonate. So that is actually, we think, what is happening to the calcium carbonate. And this actually, I'll show you some data in the next couple slides, how we can take advantage of that to enhance our removal of calcium and magnesium. So if you recall, we're taking the effluent from the electrocoagulation, putting it into essentially a collection vessel, and then we're immersing our ultrafiltration membranes directly into the collection vessel, applying a vacuum pressure on the back end and pulling water through. Interestingly, though, what we see is if you look at these two, the gray and the orange lines, that's calcium and magnesium percent removal. And the blue line here is the flux through the ultrafiltration membrane. So if you focus on the flux for a moment, you can see that we see this very rapid initial drop in flux from about 170 LMH to a little over 100, and then it kind of stabilizes and slowly declines over the course of about 4 hours. This is consistent with the formation of a cake layer. Not surprising, the water has very high amounts of flock in it, so very rapidly we get this cake layer formation, which will slow down the water transport, creates another layer of resistance for water transport across this membrane. However, if you look at the percent removal of calcium and magnesium, what we see is a very rapid increase in the calcium and magnesium removal, which then continues to increase over time, achieving levels of approximately 30% for both calcium and magnesium. And you can see that the increase in calcium and magnesium removal kind of mirrors the drop in the membrane flux. So for a little while there, we were a little perplexed of why would the accumulated cake layer actually enhance the removal of calcium and magnesium. However, when you think about this figure here, and you can see that these particles, these calcium carbonate particles are formed, it is possible, we're trying to verify this right now, that these calcium carbonate particles, some of them are just too small to be effectively removed by just sedimentation, which is why they don't show up in our mass balance, basically. But when we filter the water through these carbon nanotube membranes, we see this very effective removal of both the calcium and magnesium. So this is very encouraging to us. We're trying to increase the performance. Remember, our target here was 50% removal. We're trying to figure out, is there a way to increase our percent removal to achieve that goal by modifying the way we operate the membranes and by modifying the membrane materials themselves. Of course, the percent removal is proportional to the initial concentration of calcium and magnesium. So if we were looking at the brackish groundwater, it had very low calcium and magnesium initial concentrations, we'd be well above, we'd remove everything using this filtration method. However, in the cooling blowdown, which has remarkably high calcium magnesium concentrations, we're still working on getting to that 50% target.
A couple more minutes, please, David.
Okay, I'm almost done. Now, surprisingly and disappointingly and head-scratchingly, when we saw this data, we were very encouraged, and we had these PVDF carbon nanotube membranes, and that's all wonderful. But clearly, preventing fouling in this system is not great, right? We want to actually encourage fouling here because that cake layer formation allows us to achieve our or at least takes us a long way towards achieving our calcium and magnesium removal targets. So we said, well, the heck with the carbon nanotube layer, why do we need that? So we just tried to use PVDF and just a commercially available polysulfone membrane from Nanostone. And what we saw was that we actually could not achieve the same level of removal of calcium and magnesium. It's significantly lower. So we're trying to figure out why. Is it the carbon nanotubes? Is it the PVA? Is it a combination of the two? Just for reference, the PS35 is a very tight, well, it's not very tight, it's a fairly tight ultrafiltration membrane. It has smaller pores, a lot smaller pores compared to the carbon nanotube PVA layer. So it's still unclear what is the role of the carbon nanotube PVA composite there in removal. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
All right, well, this is Eric Hook from UCLA, and I'm going to try to handle the Q&A. Yaron, correct me if I'm wrong, but we have a few minutes for questions for David, right?
Yeah, we should have 5 minutes.
Okay. So,
On time.
question in the chat from Mike Waite that so would you regard UF as conventional pretreatment as one, and then could this electrocoagulation approach work with downstream ion exchange type process as an alternative to UF?
So would I regard UF as a conventional pretreatment? At this point, yeah. I don't think that using ultrafiltration is particularly innovative, or at least not in my mind, is particularly novel. I think it's well understood. I think, the form factor of the ultrafiltration approach needs to be considered. Obviously, we want to maximize the surface area to volume ratio. So we are thinking very carefully about using hollow fiber membranes here, particularly if we can figure out a way to not use carbon nanotube coated hollow fiber or membranes. Now, could this work with the downstream ion exchange nutrient recovery process as an alternative to ultrafiltration? I don't see why not. So I'm assuming you're thinking something like along of struvite precipitation or something like that, or ion exchange nutrient recovery. I'm not exactly sure what ion exchange nutrient recovery would mean in the context of calcium and magnesium and silicate removal, though.
Right. There's another question from Asif Redwan. Was there any correlation between the point of zero charge of the flux, or maybe the isoelectric point, and the percent removal in the different pH concentrations that you tested, or pH levels?
Yeah, so that's a great question. that was our original thought, was right. This is just electrostatics. So that's why we looked at the various pHs. We tried to operate the system with different pHs to see if we could increase or decrease the removal of calcium and magnesium by changing the zeta potential of our flux. The issue becomes that in order to get the flux to be really negative, you got to go above pH 10. pH 10, you start getting calcium carbonate precipitation, very rapid calcium carbonate precipitation, because you're shifting all your carbonate in the water towards from bicarbonate to carbonate. So it's a little bit like cheating. We did not see a dramatic impact up to pH 9. We didn't see any really big difference in removal. I think I showed this some removal, but it's not a game changer in that regard. So there is some impact on the pH, but it certainly didn't solve our problem, and it certainly is not like removing the need for filtration, for that downstream filtration. The question about the point of zero charge of the carbon nanotubes is great. The PZC is actually more negative than certainly than a aluminum hydroxide flock. But what we have not done yet is looked at the surface charge of just the PVDF and the polysulfone to see if there's some interplay there. However, I do think that it's particulate removal. I don't think that it's just ionic removal of calcium magnesium. I just think we're able to filter out these smaller calcium carbonate and maybe magnesium hydroxide precipitates that form during the electrocoagulation process. And that's how we're achieving that enhanced removal.
You think maybe they're submicron still, and
Exactly.
so they're filterable but not settlable easily?
Yes, thank you, Eric, for putting that in much better than I could.
No worries. There was a question about the bicarbonate concentration in the raw waters, and let me maybe augment that to say, do you have a sense for how much non-carbonate hardness is in the water? Could that be you're getting such low calcium removal, for example?
Yeah, good question. I'm looking at the table right now. I don't have that answer off the top of my head.
That may
don't
be
know.
something
Something
to dig into.
These again, this composition of the synthetic blowdown was given to us from EPRI. This is like a sort of a conventional chemistry that they use. I don't know if conventional is the right word. This is a sort of model chemistry that they use when thinking about their cooling towers and power plants.
Okay, so real quick, one last question. Quick answer from you, David, but can you comment on the stability of these cross-linked CNT films when you apply an external potential, and then
Sure.
also, like, are they exorbitantly priced and hard to get, or is it something which is practically available?
So in terms of the stability, these things are bulletproof. In terms of their mechanical stability, you can backwash them. You can, I mean, they're incredibly robust. We've run these kinds of membranes for months and months at a time. Obviously not for 5 years. We're a university lab, so we don't do that. But over months of operation in fairly difficult conditions, like biological reactors and things like that, they show no sign of degradation. In terms of the electrochemical stability, as long as you use them as a cathode or with alternating potentials, they're fine. However, as soon as you use them as an anode with a voltage above probably 1.2 volts versus a silver chloride, or sorry, hydrogen electrode, they will oxidize. They are absolutely not stable, just like any other carbonaceous material. So you can use them as a cathode for as long as you want, but you cannot use them as an anode really above a certain voltage, which it's actually not very high. In terms of their cost, when I started thinking about carbon nanotube membranes, this is 2006 or 7. The cost was $1,000 a gram. They are now, if you buy them at the kilogram level, they're about $1 a gram. So the prices come down dramatically. And just for to be clear here, we need about 0.6 grams. 6 grams of carbon nanotubes per square meter of membrane. So the material cost is actually quite low. The thickness of the layer is about between 1 or 2 microns. So it's a very thin layer of carbon nanotubes. You don't need very many in order to coat very large areas. So it does not represent a dramatic increase in the sort of material cost of these membranes.
I think we need to move on now. Thanks, David. There are going to be some more questions in the chat, so please feel free to answer those questions directly. I think, Dan, you're next, so please go ahead and take the helm.
Great. Thank you so much, Sharone. And thank you, Eric, as well. Thank you for being here, and thank you, NAWI, for this project. I'm delighted to have this opportunity to tell you about some of the work that we've been doing, removing selenium from different waters using iron electrocoagulation. And in my acknowledgements at the outset, I should also thank Lincoln University of Missouri for providing me with an internet access. Today, I'm actually out here fostering some relationships between Washington University in St. Louis and Lincoln University, which is an HBCU land-grant college, a relatively unique university that I'm visiting today. So I'm grateful to them for the space and the internet here. This project is very collaborative, and I think it's one of the things that's particularly exciting for me about having a NAWI project is the ability to work with partners across different sectors. And so you can see our particular team there at Washington University. You can see Jen and Margaret and Maggie at Berkeley Lab, Abdiel, who's also on the call, currently actually at Berkeley Lab, but came out of New Mexico State. And then having the partnership with EPRI and with Water Tectonics has really kept this very ground truth and focused on trying to address some real world problems, real world solutions using technologies that are being developed in the industry by Water Tectonics and other suppliers of electrocoagulation. So grateful for their support. A little bit of background here about why we're focused on selenium. So selenium is a challenging contaminant to remove from a variety of different waters, and it's a contaminant of relevance to the mining, agricultural, and power sectors, and can have concentrations exceeding 1,000 microgram per liter. And that's the concentration that we're going to use in most of the results that I'll show you in just a few slides. There are available technologies today, biological reduction and zero-valent iron, and those do work. There are some challenges to them that are laid out nicely in a review by Nick Zoe and Megan Mauder, who are both on this call, that are noted there. Iron electrocoagulation is among a set of promising technologies that are kind of emerging chemical and electrochemical reduction processes for the removal of selenium from water. Now, our approach has been to focus on iron electrocoagulation. Right in the center of this figure, you can see the basic chemistry of this is that using iron electrocoagulation, we force the corrosion of an iron anode to release iron 2 into the solution. And that iron in the +2 oxidation state can get oxidized by a variety of species oxygen, as well as selenate, which is selenium in the +6 oxidation state, to create these iron-containing solids that are usually mixed valence iron 2 and iron 3 solids that can be either adsorbents or chemical reductants for that selenate. So that's the overall goal of this approach and essentially the underlying chemistry. We're looking at this with batch reactors, flow-through reactors, trying to understand the speciation of the iron and the selenium in these solids, their stability. We're integrating closely with David's projects and with Shankar's project that you'll hear about after my presentation, and also doing feasibility review and techno-economic assessment. One of the things that I'll also just note on this in our approach is that last bullet there is that we're doing bench scale reactors, but we're doing bench scale flow through reactors. And I've been really enjoying working with these because I think they're a nice bridge for us between laboratory conditions that we can do many experiments at controlled conditions and more field relevant conditions. Getting that flow through EC is not something that has been done that much in academic research, much more so in applied industrial research. And we're delighted to be part of that. So our batch reactors that you can see here, simple, about 1/2 liter of water in the reactor with 2 iron electrodes, A36 low carbon steel electrodes, which are the same ones that are used in practice for full scale EC installations. And the real focus of these batch reactors has been to look very systematically at the water chemistry, the effects of the dissolved oxygen, the pH, that initial selenium concentration, ionic strength, competing species, nitrate, sulfate, and dissolved organic carbon, and also to look at some of the reactor operation variables of current density and charge loading rate. In the interest of time, I'm not going to show you all of that work here, but Yihang Yuan, a talented PhD student in my group, has done probably close to 100 experiments so far, different combinations of these. If she hasn't crossed 100 yet, it's getting close. But I'm just going to show you our results here for all of our different combinations of pH and fully oxic conditions and fully anoxic conditions, where we work in the anoxic to actively remove the dissolved oxygen before starting that experiment. These experiments are done in duplicate. If you look over at the left-hand side of the slides here, you're looking at that effective pH. And if you look at the legend there, you can see, okay, at low pH, we get our best removal at the oxic conditions. And that is consistent with selenate adsorbing onto some type of iron oxide material. If we look at the anoxic experiments, the best removal is there in those brown diamonds, and that is at pH 8. And that is also consistent with what we think is the mechanism, which at the anoxic conditions is the chemical reduction of selenate to some lower valence, less soluble form of selenium, and not to adsorption. And so you can see those results lined out there. I've distilled all that down into just this one bar chart for you, looking at 3 different oxygen conditions: fully oxic, partially oxic, which was, I think, between maybe 0.2 and 0.3 milligram per liter, and then anoxic, which was below the detection of a nice DO electrode that we were working with, and then the different pH conditions. And so there you can clearly see at the low pH, the oxic conditions were better. At the higher pH, the anoxic conditions were better. The ones that are noted there in the red arrows are essentially the 3 optimal conditions that we then started diving more deeply into understanding the effects of other aspects of their water chemistry. And so most of what I'll show the rest of the presentation will be either pH 4 oxic or pH 7, pH 8 anoxic. And I should also note, sector-specific guidelines like 28 microgram per liter in the power sector for flue gas desulfurization, we're able to get below those concentrations within 15 minutes in the batch experiments. Just a little bit on the characterization to show you this side of it. You can see the reactors there, and if you look closer, you have good resolution on your monitor, you can see this rust-colored solution over at pH 4, pH 7, 8, and 7 and 8, a little bit greener, and that's because we think that green rust is probably forming as a transient intermediate phase. And green rust is a mixed valence solid that is a very potent reductant for a variety of contaminants, selenate being one of them. Over on the far right, you can see the X-ray diffraction patterns that are showing you the final products that we have after 1 to 2 hours of operation. And M is magnetite, which is a mixed valence iron 2 solid, iron 2,3 solid. Goethite is a fully oxidized form of iron 3. Very top one is consistent with ferrihydrite. We also look at the selenium, and I won't ask you to try to interpret this figure yourself, but I'm excited about this because this is a lab-based X-ray emission spectroscopy system that we can use to get bulk information about the oxidation state of trace elements in these materials. And so the selenium is not a large part of the overall solid. Most of the solid is an iron oxide, but using this lab-based technique, we're able to discern different oxidation states of selenium. And this is something you'd normally have to go to a synchrotron to do these measurements, but we're able to do it with this new instrument that we have at WashU. And so the main things to look at is the sample over on this side is the yellow, and it lines up very nicely with the blue, which is selenate. So at the oxic conditions, we essentially have the selenium remaining as selenate, which tells us it's getting removed because it's adsorbed as selenate and not getting chemically reduced. Over on the middle figure, if you look again at the sample, which is in the yellow, it lines up much better with the references for elemental selenium or for ferrous selenide, which is selenium in the -2 oxidation state, which then tells us that at those anoxic conditions, we do in fact have chemical reduction of selenium to a less soluble, lower valence oxidation state. So that's everything I wanted to show you about the batch reactors. I'd like to show you a little bit now about these flow-through reactors, which I said at the outset are a really nice bridge between fundamental bench scale experiment in the laboratory and the real field conditions. And this was really made possible by water tectonics. So it was a real pleasure working with TJ Mothersbaugh, who's on the call, and Denny Eames in the design, and then they fabricated these reactors for us. So you can see the basic design of them. These are closed systems, unlike the ones that David showed you, which is open. Ours are closed because we want to be able to control the oxygen level within these systems. So we needed to have something that was gas tight. The water flows in, flows up between those two plates, and then flows out. And so the way that we do these in our experiment, and these in our laboratory, these experiments are done by a PhD student, Shicheng He, another student who just passed a major milestone in his PhD studies last week. So give him an online round of applause for that. But Shicheng's on the call. How he does these is runs through the electrocoagulation reactor, do 10 minutes of simple flocculation, and then go on to settling. And so essentially a bench scale treatment train to track all of this. And the first things that we did here were to look at those optimal conditions from the batch, those 3 chemistry conditions, the iron dose that we saw to be effective in the batch, the same current density used in the batch, dial those in and see, does it work with a flow-through system? And then if it did, we would go and look at what we could do in terms of optimizing for the dose and for the residence time. So you can see the different conditions that we were then going to look at. All right, so here we are with the flow-through experiments at, in this case, anoxic conditions. Actually, we've got all 4 of our ideal conditions right there. This is a flow-through system, so we want to have stable concentrations because we're trying to approach steady state. The total selenium shown up here is at 1,000 microgram per liter. The effluent leaving the reactor still contains 1,000 microgram per liter of selenium, so it's not depositing on the electrodes. The dissolved concentration is much lower leaving the effluent reactor for those anoxic conditions. So anoxic pH 7 and 8, this is the effluent here. The influent is coming in at 1,000 and the effluent is coming out. It's detectable, but it's well below 20 microgram per liter, very nice low concentrations. pH 4 oxic conditions right there. a little bit of removal, but not quite, not nearly as good as we see with the anoxic conditions. And then over on this part of the plot, we can look at the effects of flocculation or settling. And so things still look very good in this case for those anoxic experiments. Very good removal that we think is due to the formation of green rust. And then you can take a look at those solids there. The pH 4, we're making an iron oxide that is an adsorbent, not particularly good in the flow-through reactors. At pH 7 and 8, we're making this potent reductant, this green rust that is able to chemically reduce the selenate to either selenide or elemental selenium. And then we let it settle, and all that selenium is now in those settled solids there at the bottom of that beaker. Okay, so it works at those baseline conditions. But then we wanted to go and see, do we need 115 milligram per liter of iron? That's what we needed in the batch experiment. But in these flow-through experiments, we might be able to use a lower dose. And so here, I'm going to show you a very similar plot. 115 is what we had before. That's the yellow. It works very well. 9 milligram per liter in the blue. Okay, that's not good enough. That one isn't going to work. But it turns out even 30 milligram per liter, which you can see there in the red circles, decently lowered concentrations leaving the reactor. So about 85% removal through the reactor. Flocculation a little bit. But even after 1 hour of settling with 30 milligram per liter of the dose, we get very good removals of the selenium. So we don't need 115 milligram per liter dose. We could get by with 30 milligram per liter of dose. This was still using 2.5 minutes as our residence time, which is where we had started these experiments. But then the next piece of this was to see, could we get good removals by shortening the residence time or speeding up the flow rate? And that's how we do it in the lab to get a lower residence time, is just operate at a higher flow rate. And here we're going to show you the bar plots at residence times from 11 seconds up to 150 seconds, which is the 2.5 minutes, which was kind of our baseline. And you essentially look across these and see there's almost no effect at all of the residence time. We're still achieving the same dose. These are all at 30 milligram per liter of an iron dose. So it means at the lower residence times to get that iron dose, we do operate at a higher voltage, higher current density in order to still get a 30 milligram per liter iron dose. But with that in mind, there really is not an effect, a different effect of the residence time. So we can operate these at relatively high flow rates and a moderate dose of 30 milligram per liter, certainly not the 115 that we needed. So that's the good news there, that we really can run these flow-through reactors very effectively for selenium removal. That was in conditions with a simply controlled ionic strength of 0.01 molar sodium chloride. What I want to turn to now in this slide and the next ones are the effects of other solutes that could be present within these waters that might affect the removal of selenium. And the first one to look at is sulfate, because it's chemically very similar to selenate. They're in the same group of the periodic table, and to look and see how sulfate might affect selenate removal. And so in this particular plot, you can see no sulfate is clearly our best. 50 milligram per liter of sulfate in the yellow. We get 60% removal instead of 95% removal. So we do get some inhibition. 500 milligram per liter of sulfate, it does shut things down a decent amount more. It can work with the sulfate, but there is an inhibition of that. And I don't have time to show you all of the data that make us understand the mechanisms for this, but the sulfate we think is happening in these is that it is hindering the oxidation of the iron solids. And so it is adsorbing to the iron solids, also possibly intercalating within the iron solids, forming a green rust sulfate, which is what we're denoting there in the purple text up at the top. So it's creating solids that are a little bit less reactive with respect to the selenate, or in the case of the 500 milligram per liter sulfate, quite a bit less reactive than the solids that we form in the absence of it. So we still do get removal of selenate, but it's not as good. We're not removing the sulfate, which is interesting, other than by adsorbing it. We're not chemically reducing the sulfate. We're still chemically reducing the selenate, but the sulfate has that inhibitory effect.
4-minute warning, Dan.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Yarom. The nitrate is more promising, or the nitrate, I should perhaps just say here, has less of an effect. So a similar type of plot for you, looking at the system with no nitrate, and then with 50 milligram per liter of nitrate nitrogen. There is less removal with the nitrate there, and in this case, it is because the nitrate and the selenate both can get chemically reduced, and the nitrate is actually getting chemically reduced and consuming some of that reductive capacity of the iron 2 solids. And we can see that here in the X-ray diffraction patterns that white rust, which is an iron 2 solid, is less abundant, in fact, absent when we have the nitrate there than without the nitrate, showing us that the nitrate is helping to accelerate the oxidation of the solids that could otherwise go towards reaction with selenate. So in these next few slides, and then I'll wrap it up, is the techno-economic assessment. This work is led by Jen Stokes-Draut at Lawrence Berkeley National Lab with assistance from Maggie Boos and now Abdiel Lugo, who's on the call here. And we're really fortunate to have been working with EPRI because Jason Monell at EPRI was able to give us good case study information. And so EPRI had 4 case studies, and then we developed a techno-economic assessment for the same flue gas desulfurization model water. Then we developed that for electrocoagulation with flocculation as the treatment process. And so to now show you some of the outputs of that, we have it broken down by CapEx and OpEx. Remember that case 5 is the electrocoagulation system. The other 4 cases were ones developed by EPRI for other technologies being evaluated for selenium removal from flue gas desulfurization waters. And you can see those results there, that electrocoagulation is comparable, and maybe for the capital costs, advantageous relative to the other options. If you want to see where that CapEx and that OpEx cost breakdown goes, you can take a look at these flow charts here, that the CapEx is really driven by the flocculation basin, and then after that, the reactor material for the EC system. The DC power supply electrodes fairly negligible. For the operating expenses, it is a mix of solid waste disposal and electrode replacement. Those are the 2 dominant ones there. The energy is actually not a particularly large part of the cost. And I think that's something we often get asked with electrified technologies, is that energy requirement. It's not a big driver of the operating costs. Then comparing this on a levelized cost of water basis, those same 5 case studies that you can see there, all of them between $3.50 and $6, electrocoagulation being on the low end of that range right there. And for those of you who look at levelized cost of water numbers all the time, I will emphasize this is for selenium removal from flue gas desulfurization waters. The main objective here is let's get the selenium out of a water that is a really challenging water to treat. It's different than, say, a desalination production process from seawater or brackish water. But the main objective here is that selenium removal, which is why we compare it with those 4 other technologies. But that levelized cost of water being one of the important pipe parity metrics to note. So the key things from the TEA work of this is that we've worked very closely with the water tap team to assess and improve their EC module so that we could apply it to NAWI applications, both this project as well as the projects that David just talked about and the one that Shankar will talk about next. We're collaborating with EPRI to adapt and refine their TEA work for selenium removal, and we're developing a lit review on EC costs and energy consumption. And then just some final thoughts on the overall presentation. Iron electrocoagulation is an electrified and modular platform technology for on-site generation of adsorbents and reductants. We've shown that it works really well for selenium concentrations in both batch and flow-through reactors. But as a platform technology, this is something that would work quite well for other chemically reducible contaminants, or ones that can be absorbed. By dialing in that water chemistry, we can generate adsorbents or reductants to target a variety of contaminants. Selenium is the one that we're focused on here, but I think there's potential beyond that. Our approach, based on what we do in my group, is really understand how water chemistry affects the rates and mechanisms of processes. And if we then understand that, we can enable that process optimization for a given water chemistry. And then TEA is a really important part of our overall toolbox for looking at the applicability of EC in the overall water treatment sector. And that's it for my presentation here. If there's time for questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Yeah, and I think there's limited time. We want to make sure that Shankar has enough time to finish, but
sure.
I want to ask you a question directly. Do you think the removal of selenium can be enhanced and or the system be made more intensified, be made more compact if you were to use the kind of integrated membrane approach that David Jassby is using?
No, I'm super excited about that, Eric, because I think, right now what we're doing is we generate solids that remove the selenium and we rely on flocculation and settling to remove them. and they actually settle pretty well right now. Systems with maybe some natural organic, maybe not as well, but in a more intensified process with a membrane piece to this reactor, either downstream, immediately downstream, we could certainly have ultrafiltration membranes there for that solids removal. I think that's a really nice area of intensifying the process.
Cool, thank you. I think we're going to move on. Yarom, do you want to introduce the last speaker?
Sure. So last but not least, Shankar, can you go ahead and begin to show your screen?
Yes, this is a joint presentation with Oak Ridge National Lab, and Gyoung Jang will be the slide master for today. So this project is a collaboration between national labs, industrial collaborators, and water purveyors. Next slide, please. So some of the ideas behind this project came about in conversations with Orange County Water District. We are showing their simplified current schematic on the top. And essentially, we are looking at the red dotted box at the bottom as essentially what process improvements can be achieved by implementing some form of coagulation, in this case, electrocoagulation, and combining that with ultrafiltration. Unlike the previous two projects that were discussed before my presentation, we are targeting viruses, not chemical contaminants. Next slide, please. Okay, so here are the overall goals and objectives of this presentation and the project. We are looking at iron electrocoagulation and iron carbon electrocoagulation / electrooxidation, largely to look at virus mitigation and for ultrafiltration pretreatment. This presentation, I will present some of the work related to virus removal and inactivation, and Oak Ridge folks will present the work on electrode passivation and its control. Next slide, please. So unlike other aspects of water treatment research at the bench scale, we do not have a direct access to a well-accepted model water chemistry for water reuse. But looking at some of our collaborators, we formulated our own model water for this work. It includes alkalinity, monovalent, divalent ions, silicon, and its conductivity is reasonably high. The work that we do spans a pH range of 6.5 to 8.3, which spans at least the limited information we have from our collaborators in California and Texas. Next slide, please. Okay, so here are data from my labs. So we have done bench scale work, short-term bench scale work. You can see that our iron dosing very, very closely follows Faraday's law at different current densities. When we transform the x-axis from time, which is what we typically use in water treatment to charge loading, it doesn't really matter what current density we use. We still follow Faraday's law very, very closely under the conditions of our experiment. Oak Ridge will present other data for longer term electrocoagulation performance. Next slide, please. So delving right into our results. So essentially, as you can imagine, as you add more iron, or you flocculate longer, we achieve a greater virus overall log reduction. And I should have mentioned that the model virus that we used is called MS2. It's a well accepted, oft used virus in water treatment. It's basically a non-enveloped virus. It's quite small. Its hydrodynamic diameter is less than 30 nanometers. So for at least for size-based studies, it's a relatively conservative virus. And because it's non-enveloped, it's also relatively not amenable to removal / inactivation. So it's a kind of a good virus to use as a surrogate. And again, the two take-home messages is that the longer we flocculate, the virus overall removal / reduction improves. And when we add more iron, the attenuation is higher. We used a pH of 6.5 here because we've shown in previous work that it works better. And I'll explain in a few seconds why that is indeed the case. Next slide, please. So overall, the first question is, why does electrocoagulation work when you flocculate longer? And this was one of the hypotheses in our original proposal. And I'll again explain this in a little bit in more detail. But basically, unlike conventional coagulation, here in iron electrocoagulation, we introduce reduced iron. So we introduce ferrous iron, and we also produce hydrogen peroxide. So we believe electrophenton chemistry is in action. We are able to produce reactive oxygen species at a lower pH compared to 8.3. And these reactive oxygen species can simultaneously inactivate viruses, while the iron can coagulate and physically remove viruses. So again, these non-enveloped viruses are only removed during conventional coagulation flocculation, whereas in electrocoagulation, they are both removed and inactivated. And so therein lies the potential for improved performance of electrocoagulation over conventional coagulation in real life. Next slide, please. And so we exactly saw that in our experiments. On the top left is a comparison of conventional iron coagulation with iron electrocoagulation in blue. So what we see in conventional coagulation is almost instantaneous precipitation of iron flocks, and then they enmesh and they sweet coagulate viruses. So really there is no real impact of flocculation. Coagulation over, the theoretical precipitation time for, these flocks is about 7 seconds. So beyond that, you really don't get significant change in virus control. Whereas in iron electrocoagulation, you can see a kind of a continuous improvement in log reduction, and that's attributed to the slow oxidation of ferrous iron to form the flocks, and the time that it takes for inactivation to occur. Just like chlorine addition, you need both concentration and time. So you need CT to get any inactivation, and that's what we see here in our experiments. The take-home message is, under our lab scale conditions, we can get approximately 3 logs LRV in about 10 minutes. And the longer you wait, the LRV can also be significantly more. And the graph on the right shows that we can inactivate viruses during electrocoagulation, unlike conventional iron coagulation. Next slide, please. So again, this is just a summary of our results at different pH values. These Fenton chemistry kicks in really at lower pH, and the chemical equations are just hypothesized. Once we don't have direct measurements of hydroxyl radicals, but we indeed have direct measurements of Fenton chemistry precursors. And the electron microscope images show capsid damages to the virus, which substantiates the inactivation that we measured in our labs. That's the last slide I had. And now I invite Gyoung Jang at Oak Ridge to present his portion of the work.
Hello, everybody can hear me?
Yes, we
Okay.
can.
So yeah, so I will take it from here. So we Oak Ridge is one of the tasks is the study about some energy efficient electrocoagulation is for the long term. So one of the issue of the iron-based electrocoagulation is electrode fouling. So as you see, this is a diagram. It well explain what kind of some fouling is occur at the both of the anode and cathode based on the iron. So in case of the anode, it has some oxidation reaction occur. It's forming the corroded layer. That the corroded layer is the iron oxide. It has some in the long term is forming is the magnetite of the iron oxide. In case of the cathode, the chemical reduction is occur, and also some layer is deposited. The layer is some plug in the iron hydroxide with the mineral from the water. So this is two different the fouling is mechanism occur in the both anode and cathode. So simply, that kind of fouling layer, it has a passivating in the effect. That's why we call it the passivation layer. So that kind of the mechanism, it can be simplified 4 step and 3 step. And like this pristine anode, we can see the microscopic image and the photo image, how the electrode is changed over time. At the early stage, it has a porous and green-brown loss is forming at the top. However, once the time is go, and this kind of the layer is grow and the thick, and it was forming in the dense black lost layer. You can see. So and then we applied to the polite reversal to remove and the clean is the fouling the layer. So what we actually demonstrated the polite reversal is working, is generate the hydrogen, is some gas is break down the layers, as you see this. So first, and we wanted to find out what if we doing the iron electrocoagulation for the long term, what's going on. So we monitor the mass change and the potential. For the mass change is in case of anode, as we expected, the mass is decreasing over time. It pretty much makes sense because of electrolysis occur at the anode. And the cathode case is slightly the weight is gain. So we believe that is some kind of the corroded layer in the forming the top. But key thing is in here, we carefully monitor the potential and fix the current like in here. And starting the electrocoagulation is the potential is slightly decreased because of the when is during the electrocoagulation. So electrolysis is forming is the local surface is decreased. But each cycle it looks to be very stable. However, if we go to for the long term, like after 1600 minutes, we found out that the potential is significantly increase at the fixed increase. That is mean is for the long term. This fouling layer is growing up. It has a passivation effect, which is increased energy requirement and potentially decrease some removal efficiency, water treatment efficiency of the electrocoagulations. So then we don't understand all this formation of the fouling layer. We observe the all electrode surface. This is anode is starting from the pristine, is the short term. if we go to the long term, all kind of morphology change. It means the porous, loose iron corroded layer is growing to the kind of dense and thick layers. But I think this is a cross-sectional view of the layer is much easy to explain. Like in here for the short term, like a 3-hour learning over the electrocoagulation, it has a 5 micrometer thick is a porous loosened corrosion layer on the top. So once it go to the kind of long term, like after kind of 18 days, kind of 27 hours of the electrocoagulation, the layer is kind of growing, is kind of a more thicker and dense. You can see this is condensed or multi-layer. It has a kind of different type of the iron oxide in here. Also, this is kind of the corroded layer. It also kind of observed some kind of mineral, which is kind of silica is also found in the layers. So this is the thick and dense is the layer is kind of affected on to the kind of our energy consumptions. Then we also observed is kind of the surface film growth of the cathode. There's that kind of fouling layer on the cathode is totally different from the anode. First, we can see in a kind of the short term, we can some particle is deposited onto the cathode. So that kind of the particle in the size, in number is kind of increased. So it means some kind of the mineral component that deposit onto the cathode over time. So we also see some kind of the cross-sectional view of the short term is a cathode. We found out that this kind of the cathode part is pretty much intact, and then some kind of particle is deposited with some kind of slurry compound. So this is a particle it has calcium and oxygen and the carbon. That means the calcium carbonate. Some kind of layer that is kind of iron hydroxide. That is from the slug and the flow. And also this is a kind of the flow also contain like the magnesium and the silica that is from the mineral or from the waters. And this is kind of the long term. As you see this, this long term of the falling there of the cathode is different from the anode, but still is the layer kind of the increase like this kind of 50 micrometer, but still some kind of the iron cathode is kind of the pretty much is intact. Only what I observed is some kind of slurry is deposited with the mineral like the calcium and the magnesium and the silica. Then we also tested what is kind of electrochemical, is kind of passive-basing effect. So we did is detect that the kind of the long-term the iron, the long-term of the some anode from the anode, and we did is some electrochemical analysis. So this is kind of the potential dynamical. Very simply, we can see this is kind of reference like this. The 600 grid is it is some iron electrode. And this is kind of solid line is the unit surface like this. When we observe some kind of surge of the potential increase, that sample it has like in here at the kind of the fixed kind of the potential, it has a higher current density. That means is it has a higher corroded rate of the solid still underneath of the layer. And we also want to find out what is kind of property of the corroded layer. So then we just check it at fixed current density, like in here, E10. We can see this is kind of reference is like this kind of pristine one and the unit surface, and it has a kind of the corroded layer. It is a higher E10. Then meaning is it has the passive-basing effect. We also see the E10 negative and the corrosion potential that also compared to the reference, it has a higher number. That is kind of higher anodic polarization. In other words, the same the message is that it has a passive-basing effect. So it means that once it's kind of for the long term, the layer it has a kind of the more grow and thicker and the more the chemistry the change, it has a passive-basing effect like this. So to overcome like this kind of a technical issue, one of the easy way we think is kind of polarity reversal. So we wanted to check this how effective it was. So we are doing the kind of same experiment like the duplicated. So we found out that it's kind of after the 14 days, it's kind of similarly in the previous one. We also observed some of the potential increase that is meant to is kind of it has a passive-basing layer is formed onto the anode. And we kind of performed it kind of 2 times of the polarity reversal. So after the polarity reversal, we observed there's a potential is a decrease as in here. So it has the kind of energy efficiency, EC is the operation we can obtain it. So you can see that all kind of the photo image of the each cycle, like in here, kind of 2 times over the polarity reversal, all kind of the corroded layer, like the fouling layer is completely removed, like the both anode and cathode. Then this is
So
some
two or three more minutes, Gyoung, please. Okay.
Yeah, okay. So this is the surface of this is the surface of anode at the polarity reversal. So electrocoagulation is like I explained, is forming the make the most the local surface. That is kind of a decreased kind of potential of the electrocoagulation. However, once it's forming is the kind of fouling layer, that kind of effect is cancelled out. Then I just wanted to very quickly that we also check the surface crystallinity over the time. So like this is anode. The pristine, we can see the like some iron peak. However, after kind of 10 cycle, and meaning is it has a forming kind of the corroded layer. It cannot reach to the XLD. It has a peak is looks like that. And the more time like this, that kind of chemistry of the crystallinity doesn't change. It is the forming kind of magnetite of the iron oxide. And once we apply the anode, all this layer is kind of removed, and we have some kind of X-ray peak like that. In the cathodes, it's different, but we have observed kind of similar like iron peak, but we found out some calcium carbonate after polarity reversal. That calcium carbonate can be removed. So key thing in here, in this task, we just revealed the mechanism behind the kind of passivation layer formation, and also the investigate the load of the polarity reversal. So the key, the method is the polarity reversal is the work for the long-term iron or electrocoagulations. So I will take it over to the Shankar to finalize it. This
These
presentation.
are just a short summary statements about the progress so far in our project. That's the last slide we have. If Jerome and Eric think there is time for questions, we are happy to entertain them.
I think we have time for a couple questions. I don't see any in the chat. I don't know if you saw any, Eric.
I didn't see any questions. I would ask Shankar the same question that I asked Dan is, in your upfront process flow diagram, you show a membrane following the ECEO process. Do you plan to do any work directly with the membrane following the process to see if there are differences in removal? Like we talked about with David, the difference between settlable and non-settlable but filterable flocks that may be forming.
Indeed. And just so that you know, in all the work that I've done with coagulation pre-treatment, we have shown that it's actually unnecessary to have a sedimentation step. We directly filter the water after flocculation. These flocks are quite large. Although there is membrane fouling, they are quite permeable and they are quite amenable to backwashing. So as long as we disallow particles to get inside the pores of the membrane, we are absolutely having no need for sedimentation as an intermediary step between any form of coagulation and any form of low pressure membrane filtration.
Thanks. There's a question in the chat about, I think, essentially, how would this work, and would the mechanisms be different for enveloped versus non-enveloped viruses?
Basically, some of my own work, we have shown that if you have an enveloped virus in the water, basically for those who may not know, like COVID is an enveloped virus. These enveloped viruses have a lipid bilayer surrounding the capsid that encloses the genome. those lipid layers are extremely sensitive and fragile. So if I really wanted to impress you, I could have taken an enveloped virus surrogate. I would have shown you 7, 8, 10 logs removal in no time at all. But that's not a conservative surrogate to use. We'd rather use a conservative surrogate that is harder to remove, harder to inactivate compared to the easiest case possible. And we also chose our virus surrogate to be somewhat in line with the vast majority of water treatment studies that have used MS2 as the surrogate virus. And then because the question was asked, I'll also emphasize that we did not use a human pathogen. These viruses are what are called bacteriophages. They infect bacteria, not humans, making it easy for engineering groups to work with these viruses.
Thank you, Shankar. I think we're just about out of time. I actually have one question, but we don't have time to ask it. I am kind of curious, and I have some idea based on having a more intimate understanding of the results of the different projects. This is a question posed to all three PIs, but one of the motivations for further investigating electrocoagulation was to reduce, for example, certain issues associated with conventional chemical coagulation. And so we don't have time to answer this, but I think maybe at some point it would be good for us to kind of visit in a little bit more depth what we're seeing as comparative advantages or disadvantages of electrocoagulation versus chemical coagulation. I know some of your projects have already dug into that a little bit, but I think that's all we have time for today, folks.
Thank you.
If I have time, can I just make one point, Yarok?
Sure, as long as Jen doesn't cut us off, go ahead. Yeah.
So Texas A&M paid $75 million to our football coach to not coach. And we hired another coach to coach for $50 million. And so that's equal to the NAWI budget. That's the only point I wanted to make.
Oh, okay.
It's all about priorities, Shankar.
Yeah. That's a lot of funding for a coaching change.
All right.
All right,
Thank you, gentlemen.
what's next?
Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
all
Bye-bye.
very, very much. These were great presentations. We are going to take a short break here for about 15 minutes, and then we will be back and we will do the deep dive for M&M. So go ahead, stretch your legs, grab a bite. Go ahead and go back to the Hoova platform if you would like, so that you can do some virtual meetups if you would like, and we will be back in 15. Thank you. So we are going to hand this over to Robert Kostecki, who is going to introduce the M&M deep dive session. Take it away, Robert.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. Hello, everybody. My name is Robert Kostecki. I'm a senior scientist at Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. And together with Jeff McCutcheon from the University of Connecticut, we lead and manage the Materials Manufacturing Trust in NAWI. So in today's deep dive session, I'm going to give a short intro and a general overview of the trust and the area. And then this short intro and overview will be followed by 5 technical talks, which can demonstrate, the most recent accomplishments and achievements and progress that's being made in various areas of the program. So a little bit, sort of a reminder, you've seen this slide today already, and I would like to remind you that materials and manufacturing constitutes one of the 3 main thrusts within NAWI. And as in, following sort of the paradigm of the hub, we are very much closely integrated with the 2 other trusts, namely process innovation and intensification led by Yarok, Polsky, and data modeling and analysis led by Jordan Macknick. We work really closely together and process, individual projects are kind of inseminated, and then our ultimate goal is to create enough synergy so the outcome of those efforts, well exceeds the individual works in individual tasks. One last thing I want to say, because I'm going to come back to that a little bit later, that Materials Manufacturing Trust, sits on the three main R&D pillars. Those are accelerated materials discovery and design, advanced materials manufacturing, and in operando or in situ characterization of desalination process. I'm going to spend a little bit of time just in a minute talking about that. But before, I would like to give you a sort of a broader overview of the big challenges that still reside in this area, especially if you look at the in this space, the more fundamental level at the TRL level 2 to 4. Definitely, control of physical confinement across time and length scales is absolutely critical, and better understanding how this happens and the implications for the process efficiency. We have to, I don't have to remind you that most of the desalination separation processes happen far away from equilibrium and are governed by kinetics laws, far less than thermodynamics. And those are sometimes really difficult to follow or difficult to determine and follow. Role of defects in homogeneities, speaking about tiny, small, confined spaces, the role of defects in homogeneities in those processes and in process performance is a huge, can have huge impact, either positive or negative, but still something to be determined, especially if you would like to extend the material design into sort of manufacturing process that would be able to reproduce those small scale in homogeneities or into larger dimensions. The separation processes and desalination are full of interfaces and interfaces in dissimilar materials, which tend to change dynamically during the process and during the separation processes. And then they have to be looked at the functionality, have to be looked at the both molecular level as well as the macroscopic level, and that continuity between the two so distant length scales has to be established. Key factors that determine selectivity, permeability, and conductivity are sometimes still missing and needs to be studied in depth, as well as mechanical and chemical robustness, environmental compatibility. This is very important in terms of of overall effectiveness of an economic impact of the processes and materials that we develop. And finally, online metrology tools for quality control during the manufacturing process, but as well as for in-depth studies in which you would like to look at the processes in real time, as in the time domains that corresponds to the processes that really control the overall performance. In other words, in summary, the leveraging the fundamental understanding, we hope the leveraging fundamental understanding of interfacial properties, bulk material properties, and materials architectures will eventually help to progress and advance A prime challenge and toward the pi parity. Now, first of the three pillars that I mentioned before, in the beginning, is based on materials discovery. And you can ask yourself a question, a lot of progress in desalination has been due to the ingenious material or design or materials discovery. However, it tend to happen in the past, it tend to happen, on a relatively small pace, not to mention that translation of early discoveries in the labs into technology took sometimes really decades, and this is a process that length we can't afford at this moment. So if you ask yourself a question now, what is so different than, let's say, 30, 40 years ago, and what are the new tools and capabilities that we should be bringing in to accelerate that process? Supercomputing capabilities in national labs and universities are definitely something they would like to use to predict new materials and then use high throughput screening tools and high throughput synthesis methods to validate this new material formulation in terms of their performance and overall properties for water desalination. Every material discovery has to come with proper manufacturing paradigm. Observing properties in the lab scale on small samples is just the first step in the long process of moving that early discovery into technology, reproducing it over long distances, making it economically viable, keeping the costs down, making it environmentally friendly. This all can, and then using proper metrology for quality control is absolutely necessary for the adoption of new materials in water desalination systems. And all these aspects of manufacturing, or science of manufacturing, are very much actively pursued in this trust. In other words, teams which are very involved in the materials discovery are not free from thinking of how these materials can be manufactured. And also, we bring in very early on all TEA and LCA and modeling tools to constantly monitor its feasibility and validity for economy, in terms of economical metrics. And finally, referring to my previous slide, to my second slide, better understanding of what is really happening in the systems, across all time and length scales under operating conditions, meaning far away from an equilibrium, is absolutely essential for more rational design of materials and better prediction of the performance in the functional devices. There's a set of new tools that have been developed over the years, including user facilities, major user facilities, national labs, including cyclotrons, neutron spallation source, and others, which became available to the water desalination community. And one of the goals of the NAWI hub is to bring these tools, bring these new capabilities to the community, and then integrate them into the ongoing projects. Finally, looking at the area of interest, we have invested our resources in MMM in the main 4 areas of interest. I would say, is very heavy in precision separations. Most of our projects, which I think currently we have 15 projects, and 3 projects have been already completed, but there's 15 ongoing projects. The majority of them, more than half, reside in precision separations, but we also have active efforts going on in intensive brine management, as well as modular manufacturing systems and electrified systems. So with that, I would like to pass the baton to our first technical speaker. Unless there's some burning questions from the audience, I'll be happy to answer. Otherwise, I would like to remind the speakers to stay within 15 minutes and leave enough time for Q&As. Also, please do, if you have any questions, please put them in the chat, so PIs can answer them after the talks if there's not enough time for an open discussion. With that, I would like to invite our first speaker, Sharone Bone from Sedlak National Lab, who's going to talk about her work on the scaling inhibitors. Sharone?
Yeah, thank you. I think I need to start sharing my screen. Okay, there we go. Thanks. And did that click? There we go. Okay, thank you. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak at this NAWI annual meeting. So I'll be talking on behalf of our team. We are investigating, or we're developing kinetic models that can be applied under high salinity conditions. So the overall objective of our work is to accurately predict the type and rates of scale formation across all treatment steps, from reverse osmosis through brine concentration, through a fundamental investigation of mineral nucleation rates at variable saturation state, salinity, and temperature. Our team comprises 4 different institutions. At SLAC, I just like to highlight the contributions of our postdocs, Eleanor Spielman-Sun and Charlene Gumpier. And then we collaborate with OLI systems led by Andrea Derko and Gareth Das. And then at NETL and the University of Pittsburgh, we work with Nick Seifert and Radisław Fidic. So models of mineral precipitation are essential to control scaling and predict, as well as predict the formation of desired phases when designing intensified brine processes for brine concentration and reuse. And so an accurate prediction of scale formation requires different types of models. It requires model of mass transport, thermodynamics, and kinetics. And so the thermodynamic stability of many scale forming minerals is well known, but their rates, that is, their kinetics, are not well characterized, especially across the very wide range of concentration and salinity conditions that we care about for reverse osmosis and brine concentration. When these rate models have been developed, they've often been developed using techniques like turbidity that lack the sensitivity required to detect very small particles when they first form. So our project takes this overall approach to developing a kinetic model. We characterize at SLAC the growth of small particles over time. We then hand that kinetic data over to OLI, who puts it into a modeling framework. And then finally, the University of Pittsburgh and NETL are working on validating that model using laboratory reactors. Finally, I'll note that we have a secondary goal in our project, and that's actually to characterize phase and stability for a class of materials that actually is not well characterized. But I won't talk about this today because it's too much information to put in a 15-minute talk. Today, I'll focus on the development of our kinetic model. We're looking at silica as well as calcium, barium, and strontium sulfate in the presence of scale inhibitors and in the presence and absence of membrane surfaces. So what I'd like to do today is actually take you through the full process for sulfate scaling and show you how we go from characterization all the way through validation. So I'll start by talking about the kinetic model that OLI has developed. So OLI is using critical nucleation theory, which is a well-established theory to correlate the saturation index to the induction time for a mineral. So the saturation index is defined as the logarithm of the ion activity product over the solubility constant. And the induction time is an operationally defined parameter. It's the time at which particles are first observed. And so this provides an empirical framework to incorporate kinetic data into a model. So the figures that I'm showing you here actually show this model that OLI has developed being applied to previously published turbidity data. And they've developed this model for calcium sulfate or gypsum, barite, as well as celestine. In addition, they have also incorporated a term into this model that accounts for the inhibitory effect of specific anti-scalants for the sulfate system. And so this is an example of some of those models. Again, this is applied to previously published turbidity data. Now, the problem with turbidity is that it utilizes visible light to detect particles or to detect scattering from particles. When particles first form in solution, they're very small, on the order of a nanometer, and that's much smaller than the wavelength of visible light. And so the scattering from these particles is very weak, and your sensitivity is very low using turbidity. So at SLAC, we have moved to a method called small angle X-ray scattering, or SAX, which is much greater sensitivity to nanoparticles because the wavelength of an X-ray is approximately the same size as those nanometer particles. So SAX is typically done using a synchrotron, which is just a high intensity X-ray source. And so this is actually a picture of our experimental setup. We just have a suspension of, in this case, pictured here is calcium sulfate running through a quartz capillary tube. And that quartz capillary tube is placed in the path of an X-ray beam. We monitor the scattering coming off of that sample, and the scattering at very low angles gives us information on particle size. So we can take, and particle concentration. So we end up with basically a time series of these SAX patterns, which is shown on the plot on the very right of this slide. And we can basically look at how these SACS patterns evolve over time, and that gives us information on the evolution of particle size over time, and it gives us a measure of the change in particle concentration over time, which is in fact rate. We've done this for calcium sulfate, and actually this weekend we just wrapped up our strontium sulfate matrix. So we're pretty pleased about that. But I will focus on the calcium sulfate system today because we got the data on Monday, so it hasn't been processed yet. So this is our approach to obtaining rates from the SACS information. We actually take the integral under that SACS curve. That integral is called the invariant, and the invariant is related to it is a measure of particle concentration. So by plotting that integral, or the invariant, over time, what we're actually doing is getting the rate. So the rate is going to be the slope of those curves. So this is just one example data set, one condition that we've measured among many conditions. And you can see that we've assigned 3 different rate regimes to this calcium sulfate system. At short times, we don't see a change in rate, so the slope is 0. And this is our pre-nucleation stage. And I'll get into how we've made these assignments in the next couple slides. We then see the rate start to increase, and this is our nucleation phase. And then finally, we see another inflection point, and we've assigned this to be our growth phase. For the purpose of our empirical model, we've defined the inflection point between the pre-nucleation phase and the nucleation phase as our induction time, and that can be incorporated into our model. So in order to corroborate the SACS data and enable us to develop a picture of how these particles grow over time, we have also been performing cryo-electron microscopy. And so these 4 images I'm showing you here are images taken on calcium sulfate samples that were quenched after reaction for a certain amount of time, 2 minutes before the induction time for this particular set of conditions, and then 4, 6, and 15 minutes, which occur after the induction time. And so what we see is that at 2 minutes, we don't have particle formation, which is what we expect based on SACS. After 4 minutes, we start to see the production of what we call nanorods or nanoneedles. And these exist in solution for some amount of time before they assemble into these large micron-sized particles, which are probably what you're familiar with seeing if you've ever used an SEM to look at gypsum particles on a membrane. In addition, we have also looked at the impact of anti-scalants, the particle size and morphology using cryo-EM, and we see a similar particle morphology. There are small variations in this, which we are starting to investigate using microelectron diffraction in order to assess whether crystal growth is inhibited along a single crystal face. But by and large, we still see the same pattern of no particles before the induction time, then nanoneedles, which eventually assemble to be these larger particles at a longer time. So based on this, we've developed this conceptual model of gypsum nucleation and growth, where we have pre-nucleation clusters forming these nanoneedles, which then assemble into rods. Now, this is actually a non-classical nucleation mechanism. Nonetheless, we are able to empirically represent our data using critical nucleation theory. And so that's what's shown here. We've given our kinetic data to OLI. Those are the points that you see in this plot. And OLI applies the same model they have developed using turbidity data, and of course, fit those model parameters to our data. So this data and model data is currently going to a manuscript that's in preparation, but it has also been or the kinetic model has been incorporated into OLI software. So OLI software can be used to predict gypsum induction time as a function of salinity, scaling index, and the concentration of specific antiscalants. So for the final part of our approach, we aim to test how well these models work when utilized in an actual laboratory reactor running in either osmotically assisted reverse osmosis or nanofiltration modes. So at the University of Pittsburgh and NETL, they run experiments where they monitor both flux decline and conductivity over time. And then they run a parallel set of replicate experiments where they harvest the membranes at select times and then send them to SLAC, and we characterize the amount of mineral scale deposited on those membranes. So to give you an example of what this data looks like, this is OARO with the CTA membrane in the presence of calcium sulfate at a saturation index of 0.25. The red line is showing you conductivity, so you can see it increase when the calcium chloride and sodium sulfate are added, and then as calcium sulfate forms, it starts to decrease again. And the time and the overall magnitude of that conductivity decline is actually fairly well modeled by OLI. However, you'll notice that there is no change in flux when calcium sulfate is added to the system, and that's really due to the way the pressure or the flux the system is being operated at. So these are experiments actually run on the NF90 system at University of Pittsburgh, but we can see that you can only actually detect scaling by monitoring the permeate flux if your pressure is high enough such that you have a critical flux going through the membrane. And so we're not always able to detect scaling simply by looking at flux. To that point,
1 minute, Sharon, 1 minute.
Oh, yeah, great. I'm almost done. To that point, we actually harvest the membranes and look at the calcium distribution on those membranes at SLAC. And what we see is that calcium is deposited on the membranes over time, even in the systems where we don't see a flux decline. And importantly, we actually see a little bit of calcium sulfate on the membranes before our measured induction time, although they're not too far off. So just to summarize, we've developed a kinetic model for the sulfate system. We've improved this model using SACS data for gypsum. We just finalized our strontium sulfate system and working up the data now. And as pointed out by that by our laboratory experiments, we actually think that the membrane is going to be, or could potentially be, pretty important in these systems as a reactive surface. And so we are now working on the next step in our project, which is to run these SACS experiments in the presence of a membrane surface. And with that, I'd like to thank you all for your attention, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Sharon. We have time for one quick question. If there's no question now, I encourage everybody to, to drop their questions into the chat or by accessing information on Hoek agenda related to individual speakers following Jennifer's message in the chat. So thank you, Sharon. Please share the screen, and I'd like to invite our next speaker, Tong from Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. So he's going to talk about machine learning platform for catalyst design. Wei, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Robert. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Wei Tong, the co-PI of this NAWI project. It's my great pleasure to present the progress on behalf of the team. So our project is titled Direct Electrochemical Reduction of Selenium for water treatment. This is our team. We have McCutcheon, myself from Berkeley Lab, Professor Haotian Wang from Rice, Nick Zhou from Auburn, Megan Motter from Stanford, and we also partner with industry expert Jason Monoy from EPRI. And here are the postdocs and the graduate students who work on the project, and they have been the main workforce. So this is the shared challenges by NAWI community. Our project fits in the precision separations and electrifications. The technology we developed on this project is to treat the wastewater from agriculture, mining, and industry. So for the selenium removal, the most commonly used method is the biological process. However, it involves the high cost of absorbent materials, and sometimes it generates even more toxic byproducts. The concept of direct electrochemical reduction of selenium is previously developed by our team member Nick and Megan, and clearly compared to the biological methods, the direct electrochemical methods shows advantages such as less acidic reactions, less chemical additions, and negligible solid generations. However, we still need to develop novel technologies that address the fluctuating temperatures and influence concentrations. And more importantly, the removal of selenate is even more challenging. Ultimately, we want to achieve the low levelized cost of water. So the overall concept for the electrochemical selenium reduction was previously tested on the gold electrode. And the selenium reduction can go through both 4-electron or 6-electron pathway. And depending on the temperature fluctuation, the selenium could be deposited as the amorphous red selenium metal or the black conductive selenium metal. So for our project, the formation of the conductive black selenium is preferred. And for both 4-electron and 6-electron pathway, and with the room temperature and elevated temperature, we have achieved removal of selenium from 10% to 50% on the gold electrode. However, we still need to improve the efficiency and reduce the cost. We cannot use the gold as the electrode for the large-scale water treatment. We also want to minimize the side reaction, especially with the presence of other competing ions in the complex water matrix. And ultimately, we want to demonstrate the scale to the prototype reactor. So this is the approach that our team is taking. Annabob's team is working on the hash rate computation to predict promising materials. My team is working on the synthesis and the screening of the promising material, identify the computational efforts, and then the material will be transferred to the interface team led by Professor Haotian Wang to investigate the interfacial reactions on the electrode surface. And the next team is developing the electrochemical reactor to integrate the material in the final system. And finally, Megan's team is working on the TA analysis to investigate the economic effect and the environmental effect. This is the procedure for the computational screening. We first propose the elementary reaction diagram. As you see here, this reaction diagram shows all the possible reaction pathways for selenium 4+ or selenium 6+ reduction to selenium 2-. And then we can calculate the reaction and activation energies to establish this BEP relationship. And we calculate the absorption energies on some metals, and then build a model to predict the absorption energies for different species. As you see here, it shows the very good fit between the predicted and the calculated absorption energy. And then from there, we can estimate the activation energy from the absorption energy of selenium and oxygen. And again, it shows the good fit between the predicted and the calculated activation energy for each reaction step shown on this reaction diagram. From there, we build the confidence to establish this machine learning model. And then we screened many different configurations. It could be the different surface on the same material or different materials. We estimate the activation energy of the rate determining step. So for selenium 4+ reduction, the rate determining step is the selenium 03 to selenium 02. By the way, on this energy diagram, the value shown here is the activation energy. The higher activation energy means the more rate determining step. So for our project, we are interested in the material with a lower activation energy. And then we apply the constraint of the raw material cost. And we have identified the materials in this area. And most of these are nickel-based materials. And then we run the DFT calculation on these materials. And we found 3 different materials cover nickel, iron nickel, and cobalt nickel with a relatively low activation energy. And more importantly, this material has the general raw material cost ranging from $10 to $35 per kilogram. And this is much cheaper compared to the project baseline gold material. And after that, my team worked on the synthesis and the screening of these promising materials using the robust synthesis and the electrochemical screening method we developed on this project. So as shown here, the nickel iron material shows much improved selenium 4 reduction compared to the gold baseline material. And many material discoveries fail in the material scale up process. We are very excited about this finding and eager to validate this discovery on the commercial materials. So we purchased a series of nickel-based metal plates and then run the electrochemical measurement for the selenium 4 reduction. And clearly it shows the nickel iron material achieved a much higher selenium 4 removal efficiency compared to the gold baseline. And more importantly, this nickel iron material also has a lower energy consumption compared to the gold baseline as well. We also investigated other possible factors, for example, the temperature. And as you see here, when we elevate the temperature up to 55 Celsius, we can achieve the selenium removal efficiency to 94%. And we ran some preliminary tests on the competing ions, nitrate and sulfate. We did not observe a decrease in the selenium removal efficiency with these competing ions, although the presence of nitrate indeed decreased the Friedrich efficiency a little bit. So after electrochemical measurement, we quickly confirmed that the selenium metal is deposited on the surface of the nickel iron electrode, and we did not observe the change in the morphology of the surface of the nickel iron electrode. So quick summary on the material development effort for the nickel iron alloy. We have completed initial performance testing, and this material is subjected to the test for the competing ions and the prototype reactors. And right after we put together this presentation, our team has achieved excellent results on the nickel iron alloy material using the prototype reactor we developed on this project. In parallel, we also investigated the ruthenium oxide as a anode material to mitigate the chloride formation. And we also test this material as a cathode material. And as you see here, this material shows decent selenium removal efficiency at low to medium selenium concentration. We can achieve up to 90% selenium removal. And more importantly, we test the effect of the competing ions, including chlorine, nitrate, and sulfate. So with the presence of these 3 anions, we did not observe any decrease in the selenium removal efficiency. We can still achieve 90% efficiency. So quick summary on the ruthenium oxide material. We have complete the competing ion testing, and this material will be tested in our prototype reactor. and especially as the anode material. So moving on, we have developed the 3D electrochemical reactor. This shows here is the previous 2D batch system, and we developed this 3D reactor using graphite as the cathode. We also have this nylon sheet as the separator to avoid the short circuit. And overall, this 3D reactor shows higher selenium removal efficiency compared to the 2D system, although we observed some concentration difference between the anode and the cathode chamber. And we also tested this hydraulic retention time for the 3D reactor, and we found the shorter HRT provides a higher flow rate and allow the cathode surface to be constantly refreshed. When we apply adequate potential, we can increase the selenium removal efficiency by limiting the competing ion reactions. So this table here overall summarizes the performance comparison between the 2D reactor and the 3D reactor we developed on the project. And overall, it shows the improved selenium removal efficiency with the current version of our 3D reactor. So quick summary on these three materials. We have completed the initial performance testing, and these materials are undergoing for the competing ion and prototype reactor testing. And I'd like to summarize my talk with the milestones table we have for the project. So we are now at the second quarter of year 2. And we have identified 3 material systems for selenium reduction. And most of these materials have gone through the initial performance testing. And we are running the test on the competing ions and the prototype reactor testing. And for the rest of our project, we will focus on the electrochemical material development for the selenium-6 reduction. And we will also run these materials for the prototype reactor testing, as well as the TEA analysis. This is my last slide. We just want to share some preliminary results on the selenium-6 reduction using the titanium oxide catalyst. As we know, selenium-6 can go through the reduction to selenium-4+, selenium-0, or selenium-2-. So our team has successfully developed this vitiation method to differentiate the different chemical state of the selenium. And with that, we have identified the potential for this reduction reaction happen at each step on the reaction diagram. We also tested the other operating conditions. What we found here is decreasing the pH value of the solution, or increasing the catalyst loading helps increase the selenium-6 reduction. With that, I'd like to thank you all for your attention, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Wei. Any questions from the audience? I'm looking to the chat room. There's not much to convey from there. Again, please do ask questions. Please do contact speakers directly through Hoover, and then continue the conversation and discussion. Well, thank you, Wei. Please unshare the screen. We're moving on to our next speaker, Eric Hoek from UCLA, who's going to talk about ultra-high pressure RO membrane and module design and optimization. Eric, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Robert. Glad to be here, able to present about our work. Let's see, can you guys see the full screen version?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Okay. So This is project 611. And we're focused on developing membranes that can operate at ultra high pressures, which means up to 200 bars or 3000 psi. And I'll get into a little bit of the background and motivation of this after mention the team. So it's a big team. We've got myself at UCLA, we've got Sina at UConn, Ying at Wisconsin, Arian, Mark at NREL, and many in his team at Yale, and all working on different aspects of this. We're focused at UCLA on sort of the membrane casting and characterization. UConn has and is developing new methods of monitoring the thickness and ultimately the porosity of a membrane under high pressure in operando. So in real time, and sort of being able to look inside at the scale of microns. Wisconsin leading molecular dynamic simulations, largely of the coating film, changing chemistries, cross-linking degrees, and seeing their effects on compaction. NREL has developed what's called a material point method model, which in combination with the in operando measurements from UConn, we're able to then take the physical properties of the materials and model their behavior under high pressure and sort of calibrate the experimental and theoretical approaches. In addition, starting over the course of the next year, they'll be doing CFD simulations to optimize feed and permeate spacer geometries. And then Yale has been doing partitioning experiments at ultra high pressure using a very novel ultra high pressure quartz crystal microbalance instrument that we were able to purchase as part of this project. And then ultimately developing better models to understand partitioning and transport through our membranes at these ultra high pressures with ultra high salinity feed streams. So we are just finishing up our second year of the project, and it's a 3-year project. So the main issue is we need water. The alternative water sources are all saline to varying degrees. That requires desalination to make them fresh and usable. And whenever you do desalination, whether it's thermal or membrane or some kind of electrically driven process, you start with one solution and you end up with 2 solutions, a fresh water and a saltier version of whatever you fed in, or a more concentrated version of whatever you fed in. And that is typically called brine. And so this is a pie chart showing the cost breakdown, the operating cost breakdown for a brackish water industrial desalination application. And, you know, more than half of the operating cost can be just the cost of disposing of the brine, getting rid of it, if there's a significant volume. And you can see power is still a reasonably large piece of the pie, but the real driver of cost is in the brine disposal. So how we do that today, we have evaporation ponds, we have injection wells, right? But if you want to actually concentrate further a high salinity brine, we're essentially limited to thermal technologies. We have thermal brine concentrators, which are by and large different forms of mechanical vapor compression to take the salinity all the way up to something on the order of about 250,000 milligrams per liter. And then that would be fed into a thermal crystallizer shown on the left here to produce a salt, a distillate, and there's also a small purge stream, maybe 1 to 3% of the volume that's fed into the crystallizer is still a liquid waste. And the idea being that the energy associated with brine concentrators is, on the order of, probably typically 15 to 20 kilowatt hours a cubic meter. Crystallizers are, maybe 50 to 75 kilowatt hours per cubic meter. So very high energy. And with some basic modeling, Manny and some of his folks a few years ago, posited that if we had membranes, RO membranes that could operate up to 200, maybe 300 bars, that the energy would be dramatically lower, and that we could make significant progress in bringing down the cost and the energy demand associated with at least minimum liquid discharge. So the goal of this project is to develop an ultra high pressure RO membrane and module that can achieve minimum liquid discharge brine concentration up to about 200,000 milligrams per liter, which is about 200 bars of osmotic pressure. And so we can have a fully electrified process, no thermal energy required. And the performance goals are to come in at roughly half the energy and half the capital cost of the thermal-based approaches for, again, minimum liquid discharge is that brine concentration step. So the question is, why are we not already doing this? We have good RO membranes. Why can't we just throw them into a system and feed hypersaline water in and push fresh water out? So to understand that, you have to get into the structure of an RO membrane, understanding the structure of an RO membrane. And so we have typically a non-woven polyester type of a fabric on which we cast a polysulfone porous support layer. It's like an ultrafiltration membrane, basically. And then on top, we synthesize a very thin film, maybe 100 to 200 nanometers in thickness. And that film, if you look all the way on the right, is a highly cross-linked polymer film that achieves a very high level of selectivity for allowing water to pass and reject salts. And that allows us in general to get good separation. So one of the particular aspects that you need to understand is that highly cross-linked coating film is actually a thermoset resin, whereas the phase-inverted porous polysulfone layer is a thermoplastic. And the difference between a thermoset and a thermoplastic, or a key difference, is that thermoplastics are susceptible to creep and permanent deformation when they're exposed to high pressures and high temperatures. This is well known. So as evidence for the creep and permanent deformation, we've conducted a number of studies now where we've looked at the performance of membranes, measuring their fluxes and rejections. From that, we can calculate A values and B values, as you see along the right-hand side. We looked at commercial membranes, from membranes that are marketed for brackish water to seawater to high pressure RO. And what we see is in all cases, the membranes water permeability comes down pretty significantly, anywhere from 20 to 50% at pressures up to 3000 PSI. And also the B values tend to increase, which means it's losing selectivity. So in the loss of water permeability, we attribute that mainly to this change in cross-sectional thickness. You can see the pristine HPRO membrane here in the upper left, A, and then B is a sample of that same membrane after it's been exposed to 3000 PSI. And you can clearly see the skin layers become more dense. These macrovoids have collapsed. And when we take a closer up view in a focused ion beam SEM, we can etch away from the surface downward, and we can actually look into the membrane at an angle. And what you see from pristine versus compacted membranes is that the membrane is becoming denser just underneath the polyamide layer. And so why that's critical is that the support membrane actually plays a very important role in the overall permeability of a composite membrane. Here we see a thin film over a solid support matrix and then a part of a pore here under the thin film. So we can define a few radiuses, the radius of the pore, and then this R2 is the distance from the center of the pore to this sort of outer frame, if you will. And you would imagine that the support membrane on the surface is comprised of a bunch of these square sort of regions with a pore in the middle. And so there's some space that if a solute enters the thin film, sort of on the right-hand side over here, it can't just go straight through the thin film. It has to go laterally through the thin film to find the pore and to be able to empty out. And so as you compact the membrane and those pores become smaller, you're going to increase that path length for permeation. And what we've been able to show is that for different size pores and different film thicknesses, that the effective path length for diffusion increases nearly exponentially as the skin layer porosity decreases, right? So that's the effect of that support layer losing porosity is actually impacting the composite membrane permeability. Okay, and so I mentioned we have these in situ measurements that are happening in at Yukon, and these are just some brief movies to show you how the membranes are visualized in real time as we cycle up for different pressures and back down and back up again and back down and back up again. And we can actually monitor and get information about the structure of the membrane in real time. This is focused on the support layer. And we have these the NPM simulations from NREL, where we can take, for example, an SEM image, we can recreate it, we can use the material point method, and we can analyze from the physical properties the extent of compaction. And we see reasonable agreement between modeling and experimental results so far. Next, we saw this odd behavior a while ago, and so we can see the permeability declines. And the student Jishan, he had like depressurized the system, walked away, and then started it back up, and he saw some rebound or relaxation, if you will, of this compaction. And so then we went and designed a set of experiments where for different membranes, we would compact it, you give it a few minutes to relax, compact it, give it some more time, compact it. And you see this kind of sawtooth pattern emerging where you're seeing sort of limits of compaction being reached, but within there is some rebound. There's some ability for the membrane to, I don't know if it's uncompacting or how is it happening? And so we thought maybe it's happening in the polyamide layer because it's this thermoset. It doesn't mean it's incapable of being compressed and densified, but it does mean that it's not going to be molecularly rearranged. And if you relieve the pressure, it should snap back like a spring. So this is a lot of colorful images depicting the fact that we've made and we've simulated membranes with varying degrees of cross-linking in the polyamide coating film. And what we see is as you go from A to B to C, or M1, M2, M3, we have decreasing extent of cross-linking, which means you initially have a much higher water permeability. And when you have higher cross-linking, you have much lower water permeability. And we compact and we relax for 30 minutes, and then we compact again. And what we see is the more highly cross-linked membranes, M1 and M2, are much more able to recover from compaction. And the lower degree of cross-linking membrane, M3, recovers very little. So it's mostly permanently deformed. In the MD simulations from Jung's group at Wisconsin, all simulating the same conditions, showed the decrease in the porosity under pressure, but then the recovery of that porosity and film thickness upon relaxation. And it's true for all three membranes to varying extents.
Eric, 1 minute.
Yep. So we took this, our original hypothesis was that if we could cross-link the support membrane, we could make the whole thing more stable and resilient to compaction, and developing a fully thermoset composite structure where both the coating film and the support membrane have that spring-like ability to recover or relax. So we have a number of methods that we've developed for cross-linking the supports. What we are showing here is a polymer, which is a polyimide polymer that we're using in DMF and a co-solvent of 1,4-dioxane. And we phase invert it into isopropyl alcohol, and we get the structure here that you see on the left. This is the surface, looking down at the surface of the pores on top of the membrane. When we do that with a cross-linking agent, which is hexane diamine, we have a very similar morphology that's retained. But when we take that same polymer solution and instead of phase inverting it into IPA and then immersing it in a solution containing HDA, we phase invert it right into an IPA HDA bath. And you see a very different skin layer at the surface. So the methods do have some differences in how they affect the membrane morphology. But this is a surface SEM on the left and a cross-section on the right. You can see it's a very uniform spongy structure, but it's relatively dense compared to what we're used to seeing for a support membrane. But what we are showing is that even up to 200 bars, we have very little change in the A value. And the B value, instead of increasing as it did before, it's now decreasing. We're maintaining reasonable rejection at high pressures. This is the ex situ approach. And you can see very little change in cross-sectional thickness before and after compaction. This is the in situ approach, similar permeability, similar stability. We lose only about 10–15% of the permeability. But again, we're retaining the rejection and the solute permeability, which is high priority among all our goals. And again, physical, sort of evidence that we're seeing very minimal change in the cross-sectional thickness or density of the support structure. So I'll leave the summary slide up and see if there's any time for questions.
Thank you, Eric. Again, I'm looking in the chat room. There's one question. All the energy from HPRO at 200 bar with increased temperature and therefore compaction, to what extent?
So yeah, thanks, Leon. The high pressure pumps will generate more heat, and that will elevate the temperature of the water. In general, for thermoplastics, like polysulfone, we know that at higher temperatures, they're more susceptible to compaction and embossing. And so you typically see the pressure limits for a membrane as a function of temperature. It has some upper bound pressure limit. And as temperature increases, it starts to come down pretty dramatically between, let's say, 30 and 40 degrees Celsius. So that's an issue for traditional RO membranes operating at high pressure with that slightly elevated temperature. But for the cross-linked, fully thermoset composites, they should be relatively stable. Again, they can't creep because they're cross-linked. Or at least they can't creep too much, I should say.
Okay, I believe we have to move on in the interest of time. We have to move on to our next presentation. Thank you, Eric. Please unshare the screen. And then David. Please go ahead and share your screen, and the floor is yours.
Great, Robert. There we go. So good afternoon, everyone. Hi, I'm here in a hotel lobby, so hopefully there isn't background noise and the party won't get started going soon, so I can talk to you about our project, Project 6.12, Electrochemical Advanced Oxidation. This is a project that we're quite excited by. We developed this as a 2-year project as at the start of NAWI to look at this idea of building a small-scale modular treatment system. And I'll tell you today why we're excited about it, how it fits into NAWI's long-term vision of making more types of non-traditional waters accessible. And I'll run you through each of the 3 different electrodes that are involved in the system and tell you about our progress and our next steps. So let me start by introducing the team. The team is based at UC Berkeley and Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. It consists of myself, Baushami, and Ashok Gadgil as the Berkeley PIs, and Jeff Urban from Lawrence Berkeley Lab helping us a lot with the characterization of materials. And as you'll see, that's become quite important. And then you see on the bottom row, the postdocs and research associates involved in the project. This is the 2-year project that started in January 2022. We got a short extension and we're hoping to finish up the project this spring. So let me first start with the challenge that we face. The challenge is that NAWI's vision of modular treatment systems involves the idea that we're going to be able to do small-scale treatment of drinking water systems, and we have a lot of technologies available, but none that quite fit many of the most pressing problems that we see. The state of the art for household scale is probably activated carbon cartridges, the kind of things that go under the sink or at the entrance of the house. And these are pretty good if you have a hydrophobic compound, but most of the contaminants we see in drinking water are polar and low molecular weight contaminants, things like 1,4-dioxane or TCP. And they're kind of difficult to remove with activated carbon. And even when you can remove them with activated carbon, there's this challenge of dealing with the cartridges. The user has to replace cartridges, one has to dispose of the cartridges. They often are not well maintained, so it doesn't always fit. If you look at what we do at large scale centralized treatment systems, we often use advanced oxidation processes, things like the UV peroxide process, like we do at the groundwater replenishment project in Orange County to remove these low molecular weight compounds. These make a lot of sense in centralized systems, but they're economically and kind of logistically infeasible at the household scale because we can't continuously replenish the reagents we need. And so our approach here is to develop a fully autonomous electrochemical system that can do what the large systems do at full scale treatment, but do it only with electricity and inexpensive materials. When we started the project, we did a techno-economic analysis, and the 2 main observations we had from the analysis is that we really need to avoid the exotic kinds of materials that one often uses as electrodes, use very simple materials that are robust, and also make electrodes that are very long-lived and need a low frequency of maintenance. And one of the pet peeves of mine when I look at the literature on electrochemical treatment systems is that often you see something demonstrated working once, but no one thinks about the hundreds of hours that these things actually run. So our solution to this problem has been to develop a modular electrochemical treatment system. And let me kind of give you the goals of it. It's this autonomous, cost competitive, fully electrical system with 0 chemical input that's suitable for small scale applications like household applications in rural communities. The objectives of the project is to develop inexpensive electrodes with minimal maintenance. Think about the fact that electrochemical treatment often results in the formation of toxic byproducts, especially during the anodic treatment step when there are halides present in the water. And then finally, to think about a system that can be adaptable to different influent water matrices. So this is a schematic showing kind of the electrochemical system. It's a little bit stylized, but the idea is that the water flows in one side and flows out the other side, and it's mostly a 3D system. So the first step in the flow is the water passes through a porous boron-doped reduced graphene oxide anode. This is the counter electrode for the 2 other cathodes. Because it's an anode, it reduces the pH, and that helps us with respect to scaling. And here the goals are to minimize the formation of free chlorine or hypochlorite, minimize the formation of halogenated disinfection byproducts like chlorate and perchlorate. And we get an added benefit that it's capable of oxidizing some of the more reactive contaminants. In the middle, we have a gas diffusion cathode. This is a well-established technology. It doesn't require a pump. It takes oxygen in room air and reduces it to hydrogen peroxide. And here the goal is to take this existing kind of cathode and make it stable for operating over long periods. And finally, the peroxide that's produced in the first cathode flows into a second cathode where it's activated or converted into hydroxyl radical. And here it's a combination of surface hydroxyl radical and dissolved hydroxyl radical, mostly on the surface. This strong oxidant can transform most of the kinds of contaminants we're interested in. As I'll show you, it has a very high efficiency for contaminant transfer, hydrogen peroxide activation. And because we're working with stainless steel material, again, an inexpensive material, we want to make sure that we're not leaching iron or chromium into the solution. So I'll tell you about each of these electrodes one at a time along the flow direction, starting with the boron doped reduced graphene oxide anode. And here our goal has been to think about the contaminant transformation and how that transformation is affected by the presence of different solutes, both using natural waters, that is real authentic waters, and synthetic waters, and then also to look in the same systems at the formation of different types of byproducts. This figure shows you some data that we collected using an authentic surface water. In this case, it was the famous Strawberry Creek that runs through the UC Berkeley campus. So we're not amending this with sodium sulfate. We're not amending it with anything. We're just using the surface water, which is similar to the kind of water that one might find in a drinking water application. And what you can see is that the passage through the anode results in transformation or oxidation of a variety of test compounds. These test compounds are essentially things, we just chose compounds that are relatively easy to measure. There's a combination of pharmaceuticals and pesticides here, but it could be just about any kind of compound. We just wanted things that we could measure by LCMS. And what you can see is that those, in this figure on the right, is that those contaminants are removed at rates that are similar to the rates we see when we create a synthetic surface water by adding various buffers and salts to it. And so we were able to explain most of the differences between the synthetic surface water, which is just laboratory water amended with things like bicarbonate and natural organic matter, and the authentic surface water by the difference in pH. So in this case, the authentic surface water had a pH of about 8. The synthetic surface water had a pH of about 7. So that made the reactions faster. But we have a pretty good idea about the reaction kinetics and can predict them with some pretty good precision. You can also see in this figure showing you the same water sample from Strawberry Creek that when we do this, we don't produce unsafe levels of disinfection byproducts. Here, what we've done is we've run the electrode in a recirculating mode up to the point where we get 80% transformation of the contaminants, which is much more than what we'd actually expect to have in an existing system. And you can see the bar charts here, a comparison between the concentrations of the various chlorinated disinfection byproducts or organic disinfection byproducts, the THMs and haloacetic acids. And in all cases, we're below the relevant drinking water standards for these extreme treatment conditions. Moving on to the second electrode, the gas cathode, the graphene coated carbon paper in the gas diffusion cathode. It's a very simple material. We have carbon paper. We make it into a cathode by coating it with graphite, and then we allow it to produce hydrogen peroxide with a high yield. And here I'll show you the way in which mineral scaling under basic conditions is unexpectedly affected by the presence of magnesium, which results in a scale that scales the surface of the electrode, but doesn't stop it from performing. I'll also tell you about the way in which the scale layer protects the electrode from oxidation, which is the usual way in which these electrodes fail, meaning that these electrodes can function for extended periods under the conditions we see in surface waters. So what you can see in this figure is a comparison of experiments on enhanced aging and formation of the scale layer in the presence and absence of magnesium. And what you can see is that the surface layer that forms on the electrode, as shown in this electron micrograph, without any magnesium presence, is a highly ordered calcite crystal. But as soon as we have magnesium present at concentrations comparable to those that we see in surface waters, we see calcite crystals being incorporated into an amorphous calcium carbonate layer. And that fluffier calcium carbonate layer, it allows the water to flow in there and makes good contact between the water and the hydrogen peroxide and results in stable performance. And you can see in this figure here that in terms of the Faraday efficiency of the electrode, it remains approximately at 55%, which is kind of the level at which it started at, as long as magnesium is present at this low concentration. Here, we're talking about a calcium to magnesium ratio of 5:1. If there's no magnesium present, you see rapid scaling of the electrode and its ultimate failure, and as evidenced by a decrease in the Faradaic efficiency. So it's hard to trust data on electrode performance if they're done in the absence of magnesium, because magnesium really changes the nature of the scaling layer. And the other thing about the scaling layer that we observed that I think is important and relevant is that when the scaling layer is produced, we don't see oxidative damage of the electrodes of the cathode surface. So you can see, as measured by the contact angle, the pristine catalyst has a contact angle of 96 or 97 degrees. If we run an experiment without allowing any scaling, that is, without putting any scalants present, the contact angle decreases to about 46 degrees, showing that oxygen's been incorporated into the graphite catalyst, resulting in a decrease in the hydrophobicity. And that ultimately is the way in which these electrodes fail. They fail by flooding. That is, when they become hydrophilic enough, the water just makes it through them. But if we allow a scaling layer to form, we don't see any failure of the electrode. It continues to perform, and the contact angle only decreases a little bit over this extended pushing of the cathode. We normally run at about 10 milliamps per square centimeter, and here we're running at 100 milliamps. When we move on to the stainless steel cathode, the last part of this, we've been looking at how it affects the reactor configurations, and we've been trying to develop a compact flow-through reactor. What I'm showing in this figure are some data that we published earlier this year in ES&T, the first kind of outputs of this project, where we showed that this stainless steel material converts the hydrogen peroxide into hydroxyl radical with a very high yield. The yields are upward of 60 or 70% at circumneutral pH ranges, which is over an order of magnitude, or close, sometimes 2 orders of magnitude higher than what we normally see from Fenton reactions. So this means that this reaction is a direct reaction happening at the electrode that's activating the hydrogen peroxide and converting it into hydroxyl radical. And over the pH range of like 6 to about 8, we see pretty high yields of hydroxyl radical. As the pH increases, we see a production of iron 4 at the surface instead of hydroxyl radical. But we see very high efficiencies for converting hydrogen peroxide to hydroxyl radical, which is unusual for electrochemical systems. These initial experiments that we reported on in 2023 were using a stainless steel wool as the electrode surface. So we made a 3-dimensional cathode out of essentially a scrubby pad, like the kind of thing that you would use to clean your sink. But we found that the kinetics of reactions were relatively slow. It was we were seeing half-lives for contaminant transformation of around an hour, and that wouldn't be sufficient for our idea of making a flow-through single-pass electrode. So more recently, we've been using a stainless steel frit, and these manufactured stainless steel frits have higher surface area and more uniform flow paths. So we see less hydraulic short circuiting, and they can be stacked into groups. And so we can increase the amount of surface area by just putting 2 or 3 frits on top of each other. And so far, that's been an effective path for us. And what you can see in this figure is some of our first data on a single pass flow through system with a hydraulic residence time of around 20 seconds. And you can see those probe compounds that we were using for the anode also are removed in this cathode system by the hydroxyl radical, anywhere between about 60 and 90% removal in this single pass of 20 seconds. And what we're working on now is trying to improve that performance and optimize the system so we can get even better removals. And so finally, the last step of this project and what we're moving into in the coming months is to try to create an integrated treatment system where we put together the first anode, the second cathode, the first cathode, which is the oxygen reduction system, and finally the activation system. And we're trying to fabricate a compact flow-through prototype that would be appropriate for small scale treatment systems. So in summary, I've shown you that it's possible to create a fully electrified advanced oxidation process, something that we really don't have now for a small scale system. It's capable of removing the kinds of contaminants that we see in drinking water that are necessary for small scale applications. And thus far, we've shown that the boron dope reduced graphene oxide anode can oxidize some of the contaminants, giving us an extra benefit of contaminant removal, but they also can serve as an anode for the system without producing unacceptable levels of chlorate and perchlorate and other disinfection byproducts in real surface water samples. When we have a small amount of magnesium present, as most surface and groundwaters do have, the scaling layer that's produced is calcium carbonate, but it's a more amorphous form of calcium carbonate, which results in continued operation and a lack of aging through oxidation, which allows the system to operate for many months or possibly even years without failure. We've developed a stainless steel cathode system for converting the hydrogen peroxide that we produce in the air cathode into hydroxyl radical. And by moving from a stainless steel pad or scrubber to the stainless steel fritz, we're able to develop a single pass system that allows us to remove the contaminants in a flow through mode. So having three-dimensional electrodes that are capable of performing not in a recirculation mode or a batch mode, but in a flow through mode. And our next step is to create an integrated module. And I think if we're successful, it may give us a new tool that can be used for distributed water treatments in places like households that have wells that are contaminated with things like 1,4-dioxane and TCP. Thank you for attention. If there's time, I'll take questions.
Thank you, David. As a matter of fact, there's not much time left. We are behind schedule right now. So again, I don't see any clear questions in the chat room. Again, please contact speakers directly, whoever, and then send them your questions. Moving on to our last presentation of today's session, Elimelech. Please go ahead and share your screen. He's going to present on the selective removal of boron using novel bipolar membrane assisted electrosorption. Manny?
Okay, great. I believe you can see my screen. So anyway, today I will talk with you about a process we developed, again, funded by NAWI, on how to incorporate a bipolar membrane into an electrosorption process so we can remove boron without adding any chemicals. So let's start with the team. Again, the team is myself and Yovan Kamchev from the University of Michigan. We used to have an industrial partner, Magna Imperio Systems. Again, unfortunately, they are bankrupt now, and we are looking for new ones. So those of you in the audience, again, we already started to talk with some, but if you have some ideas from the audience, please shoot an email to me or Peter Fiske, and we will be happy to discuss it with you. Okay, so a few words about the technical barriers here. Again, we know that boron is ubiquitous in seawater, the levels of up to 6 milligrams per liter. We also have some other water sources that are contaminated with boron. Boron is very challenging to remove because it's amphoteric, it's neutrally charged, as you're going to see very soon, at the pH of most natural waters, and it's not easy to remove it. So there is a need to develop a method that is highly selective for boron over competing species. And you see that chloride is really a serious competing species. Also chemical free, as the previous talk, and hopefully also energy efficient more than the current technologies. So just a few words about boron. Again, it's toxic to plants and humans, but plants are much more sensitive to humans and animals than for boron. And the WHO regulation for agriculture is 0.5 milligrams per liter. In many countries like Spain and Israel, even they need much lower concentration of boron for many crops. So currently, boron is removed by multi-pass reverse osmosis. You need to increase the pH at the second or even third passes so you can meet these regulations of 0.5 and lower. And current method, again, as I said, they are either membranes or some ion exchange, and they are chemical intensive and energy intensive. So this is the boron. It's in the pH of natural waters. It will be in the form of boric acid. and only at high pH above 9.5, it's starting to be mostly a borate ion. So the project goal is to, again, the goal of the proposed project is to develop a novel bipolar assisted electrosorption process and bipolar membrane. And again, this is part of the area interest P1. Specific projects, again, we are roughly a little over a year in the project, and we are almost done with the first two objectives that you see here, and the rest will be in the remaining quarters. So the first one is fabrication of selective electrodes. In this case, will be the anodes that will be highly selective for boron over chlorides. And then we will do performance testing of the boron selective anodes in a new process that I'm going to describe very soon. We will then go to more mechanistic modeling. We are developing a COMSOL type modeling, microscopic model for with all the mechanism, and it's not easy because there are many species there that you need to take into account. And hopefully with this modeling, we can really refine the fabrication of the electrodes, and we'll work in a loop until we find the best modification. We also upscale the BPM to a slightly larger system, and again, with our industrial partner, and we're also starting and thinking about doing the TA early this stage. So the process that we develop is as follows. We have two electrodes. Again, there'll be carbon cloth type electrodes that you see here. And in between, we have a bipolar membrane. And again, bipolar membrane, when you apply a voltage, again, here we are talking only about 1 volt across the electrodes, you will have dissociation of water at the interface of the anion exchange layer and the cation exchange layer. So you can produce hydroxide ions here. You can raise the pH, and the feed water comes here. You raise the pH. Now the boric acid becomes borate, and by the apply electric field is moved to the anode, as you see here. As the water leaves here, go to the other chamber, the cathode chamber, and here you will have protons produced by the and released by the cation exchange layer and bring the pH to the right level. So the key here is really how to make this process selective, because if you use just the carbon cloth electrode, chloride will be, again, they will prefer chloride over borate. So the big part of this project is how to develop method to functionalize these carbon cloth electrodes so it can be highly selective or selective to the point that it will be economical over reverse osmosis. So selective for boron over chloride. Okay, so the main challenge is, again, to overcome the selective boron electrosorption on the anode. And as with any electrodes, as we've heard from the previous talk, also long-term stability is very important. So we already demonstrated the concept without, again, with the carbon cloth electrode. We built a system, as you see here. We have the bipolar membrane in the middle. We have 2 carbon cloth electrodes. We have the titanium current collectors with the right serpentine flow to be exposed, so the carbon electrode and the bipolar membrane will be, again, in contact with. And we built the system here with a lot of, again, online monitoring. And we proved the concept. And again, later I will show you the end that we have a paper in Environmental Science and Technology that demonstrates the concept just with carbon cloth electrodes. So as I told you, the key here is really how to modify the electrodes so we can have them much more selective for boron over chloride. And we have 2 methods. One of them is to thin film polymer coating of the electrodes. Again, this is the carbon cloth electrode. We coat it with thin film. I will show you some what kind of polymers and chemicals we are using. And the hope is that really this film will be selective and let only mostly borate ion to go here to the micropores. Indeed, all the removal is done in the micropores in the electrical double layers of the micropores. So this will be thin film coating, and we have done it in Q4. Now we are just finishing Q5. And Q5, we will do direct modification of the micropores. We will have some method that I'm going to describe, like chemical treatment, heat treatment, UV, so we can modify the micropores so they will be selective for borate over chloride. So the first method is the modification with the thin films. Again, it's known from the literature that borate and boron likes to bind to hydroxyl group. any molecule or diol molecule, which is a lot of OH group, you can form some, if the right spacing, you can form some complexes even with these diol groups. So we chose many groups that will have a lot of OH group. The first one will be polyvinyl alcohol, as you see here. The second one will be, let's see, we use this molecule here, the PVBC, as a base, and then we modify the R by either NAPD, that has a lot of hydroxyl group, or NMDG that you see here. This is the third one, and we do the coding. We also do a glucose. Again, we polymerize it so it become polyglucose with a lot of OH group, and also we polymerize dopamine so we can get polydopamine that you see here. So again, the key here to have a lot of OH groups, because it's known from the literature that they are highly selective, or at least can bind to boric acid and borate relatively good. So we also do direct modification of the micropores, and we're using different method to create oxygen-containing groups, hopefully mostly OH. And again, we will do the right characterization to quantify the type of the oxygen-containing group. We do heat treatment, we do UV treatment, we do acid by nitric acid, hydrochloric acid, and sulfuric acid. And then we can also modify it inside the micropore with the molecules, not with the polymer type. We have dopamine and NMDG and MAPD. So I will show you some examples here. For example, we used this method and we tested the stability of the electrodes over 100 cycles. One cycle is about is 1 hour. Again, we do 20 minutes for charging in the electrosorption process, and then 40 minutes for the discharging. And again, it's an electrosorption process. We apply electric field, and the borate will be carried to the anode, to the micropores of the anode. And as we see initially, we get the boric acid removal, the boron removal, about 4 micromole per gram. And on the right-hand side, you see the selectivity here around 2 for this, around 2. And as time progresses, we get some deterioration, and we're trying to work out to minimize this deterioration of performance, although it's not a lot, because soon I will show you the selectivity and the performance of the pristine membranes, and it will be somewhere here, very, very low. So again, we have a proof of concept that it can work for, again, 100 cycles. Ideally, we want to make it longer. And so we will do and we are in the process of doing very detailed characterization of the physical and chemical properties. Specifically, we do XPS, TGA, FTIR, and also Boehm titration. It is a very unique titration, very old paper, very old method, but you can really quantify by relatively simple titration the type of the oxygen-containing group, either if it's hydroxide, a carboxyl, a lactone group, etc. And we are getting some good results here. So we also, of course, quantify the boron removal, and the key here to get a sufficient boron chloride selectivity. So this is, for example, the thin film modification. This is the pristine carbon cloth electrodes, and you see the modification change somehow the morphology, but not a lot. Again, we still see again the typical structure, and this is the thin film that eventually we want the boron either to absorb and diffuse through it and get inside the micropores. So let's show you some data of the characterization of the fabricated carbon electrodes. And again, mostly we are characterizing the boron removal and then the selectivity for boric acid removal. So we use 5 millimolar sodium chloride and 1 millimolar boron. Again, roughly the range that you can find in the after the first pass reverse osmosis or some other waters. During the electrosorption, we operate at 1 volt for 20 minutes. Again, 1 volt is relatively low voltage, and it's good enough to get water dissociation and change the pH, as we demonstrated before. Again, I will not show you these preliminary data. And we do discharge by just short-circuiting the electrosorption by 0 voltage. And we see here that the pristine, we get about 2 micromole per gram removal. And as we modify it by the various OH containing functional groups, we get high removal, and it can go all the way almost 4 times higher than the pristine, as you see here by the polydopamine. So importantly, I mean, is to get selectivity, and this is the key now, to get boron chloride selectivity. We are doing some calculation, and our preliminary calculation, we need to do more detailed one, tell us that if we can get selectivity around between 3 and 4, this process will be competitive over second pass reverse osmosis. And we are getting very close now by this preliminary data. So the pristine membrane, we get a selectivity of 0.25. It means it likes to absorb chloride much better than boron because it's smaller, can get easier to the micropores. And again, these micropores are about less than 2 nanometer in size. But as we modify, you see we can increase the selectivity dramatically. And if we go to this PVA, the one here, we can get selectivity of around 2, which is about 1 order of magnitude, 10 times higher than the pristine. So again, there is some hope that eventually that when we do the other modification method, that we can get to the range of, again, I told you roughly between 3 and 4, we need to get a more accurate value to make it competitive over a second pass reverse osmosis. So again, the thin film modified electrodes have high boron removal capacity and relatively high boron chloride selectivity. Okay, so to summarize again, we fabricated 5 thin film modified and 6 direct modified electrodes. We demonstrated, at least for the direct modification, durability, relatively decent one for over 100 cycles. The thin film modification that I showed you changed slightly the morphology, but we still can get a good performance, and the thin film modification get the performance of a selectivity of relatively 10 times higher than the pristine. We are now doing some direct method, and we can get slightly higher. We can get around 2.8. And again, our goal is to push it eventually to around 4 to make it very competitive with the reverse osmosis. So the impact in future work, we demonstrated that the thin film modification is promising to enhance the boron removal capacity and boron chloride selectivity. We now also working on the direct modification, and we feel that the direct modification may be even better based on some preliminary work. Future work will continue with the characterization of the fabricated electrodes, including surface area, pore size distribution, surface functional groups, and boron removal performance, etc. And by this detailed characterization, the mechanistic model that we are almost finishing to develop and the experimental data, we hope that we can get enough mechanistic understanding so we can really optimize the electrode modification and reach to the target selectivity to make it competitive. And again, also we are working through all these measurements to understand the mechanism so we can really have the best optimal electrode. So as I told you, again, we already demonstrated the concept, and we published the work in Environmental Science and Technology of this method just with the pristine electrodes. And now we're getting some good data, and hopefully we will have more publications. And once we work with the industry, hopefully we will upscale it to medium size. So this is my last slide. And again, to remind you, those of you of the audience, I see around over 70 people. This when I started. If you have any idea for some industrial partner, please let me know. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Manny. I'd like to thank you and all the speakers in the session for outstanding presentations. This was really exciting and very informative, showing the breadth of efforts, research efforts in materials manufacturing. We still have a few minutes. I mean, we technically are in the break right now, but if there is any questions, there's one question in the chat room for Manny. I suggest that there's another question. So Manny, I suggest that you reply to those questions directly. We have to let the people go and have their breaks. Unless you want to give a quick answers.
Yeah, I think one of them is about the drinking water. Again, the key is really for agriculture. The agriculture is 0.5, and again in Israel, even they want to reduce it to even much lower. So it's still a very, very important problem for agriculture. But there are some other type of water that have some, medium, moderate levels of boron that we need to remove them. And this technology can be applied also to other kind of water, not only reverse osmosis. The second question, please comment on the alteration of the membrane surface chemistry after the. So I believe that you refer to the bipolar membrane. We did not see any change in the performance of the membrane. It still raised the pH to the same level and bring it to the same level. So we did not see any effect. We are using a commercial bipolar membrane, so we did not see any effect on the membrane itself.
All right, very well. Again, thank you very much. And then I think the conference is going to resume in about 8 minutes. So I urge everybody to rejoin after a short break. Thank you.
Yep, we actually have about 23 minutes. So this is a slightly longer break, so everybody has a chance to go stretch their legs, really get something to eat. And so we will take the break now, and we will see you back here at 1:45 Pacific time. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Jen.
Going to turn this over to Jordan Macknick, our topic area lead, who will get us kicked off. Hello, Jordan.
Great, thank you so much, Jen. Good afternoon, everybody. Very excited you're able to join us for the DMA deep dive. We're going to be hearing from 3 very exciting sets of presentations. So actually, we'll be doing a little bit of a snapshot of various aspects of our data modeling and analysis, or DMA areas throughout. And so I just wanted to give a very brief overview and context of the DMA area for you all before we pass it over to our first presenters. So within NAWI, so the data modeling analysis is one of the 3 core topic areas that NAWI has. So today you've heard about materials and manufacturing. You've also heard about process innovation and intensification. DMA sort of sits underneath those 2, providing some cross-cutting tools, analytical tools, data management tools, as well as other sort of analytical capabilities to help bring everything together within the hub. So you've heard about A', our ways in which we address these really crucial water challenges. The data modeling and analysis topic area helps with quantifying what are those A' elements, how do they play out in the real world, how do they interact with each other, so how do autonomous systems interact with precision separation technologies, how do those relate to our intensified brine management technologies, et cetera. DMA also has in addition to sort of that core data modeling and analysis activities, we have 2 other thrusts of work. One is called our circular water economy projects. And these are projects that are really putting A' to the test in real world conditions. And so we can think about looking at the agricultural sector or the industrial sector or the municipal sector. And we can go about quantifying and thinking about how A' actually maps onto those real life facilities, real life conditions to help better improve our models, better improve the quality of analysis, as well as better inform what technologies we can do some fundamental research on. So that's one exciting area. And the other is a brand new showcase we have looking at our pilot projects. And so these are really a major step forward for NAWI as we think about just focusing on early TRL, early stage research, and making that next step up to actually a pilot demonstration site, which is sort of pulling together the technology advancements that you heard about earlier in the materials and manufacturing and process innovation and intensification areas. Now we can actually test those out with pilot facilities, again, sort of making them place-based, making them relevant using real waters in many ways, it's a really exciting transition and a really exciting step for NAWI. And so today, as I mentioned, you're going to have sort of 3 sets of talks with exciting research that's happening, with also plenty of time for your questions. But we're first going to hear from Alex Dudchenko and Adam Atia talking about WaterTap, our modeling platform, and some of the innovative analysis we can do. And then we're going to venture into the circular water economy world and hear about some applications in both the industrial and municipal sectors. And then we're going to have an exciting first glimpse into our pilot projects. And so without further ado, I would like to pass this over to Alex Dudchenko from Slack to talk a little bit about our modeling and analysis capabilities. So Alex, it's all you.
Great. Thank you for introduction. I'm gonna hopefully get the share slides to work. Looks like it's working. So hello everyone. I'm Alexander Dudchenko. Today I'm presenting on behalf of Tim Bartholomew as well and Adam Atia on the WaterTap tool, which is a tool that NAWI has developed to help analyze water treatment systems. One of the sort of key objectives that WaterTap was developed for is to provide an open source modeling platform to evaluate new water treatment systems and help identify opportunities for innovations in those systems with their material, processes, and systems. And the basic objective of WaterTap is to be able to model a process, break down the performance and the cost of the technology, and try to understand where new innovations or methods could really reduce the process cost, or understand what really limits the process from being realistically applicable. And to do that, we have assembled a very large team to develop a comprehensive modeling platform. Tim Bartholomew, shown here, is the lead for WaterTap and leads the development of the software. At NATL, we have people from NREL who have computational expertise, Oak Ridge National Lab, Berkeley, as well as Slack, that try to assemble this whole system. WaterTap is, at its core, an open source software for water treatment assessment. It tries to build 3 tenets to enable, to provide us with a powerful tool. One is a library of unit models. All of these unit models, ranging from basic reverse osmosis processes to absorption technologies, can be connected together to build treatment trains. It's an open source software, so you can actually go and look at the source code, all the equations used to build the unit models, as well as any other supporting code. It's multi-hierarchical, so we can take simple models and very easily expand them to be multidimensional or more complicated. Any model that we build is fully customizable. You can add new equations and constraints to it. And ultimately, one of the key secret sources for WaterTap is it's equation-oriented. It's built on a PI&I platform and uses IDEAS platform to enable optimization of very complicated mathematical systems. And what this means is that you can solve a problem with thousands of equations and constraints in a couple of seconds on your regular laptop. And what this means is that we have a very unified platform that has a unified set of unit models. It's extremely flexible. There's no real constraints to what you can and can't add, as long as it's built within the framework of equations-oriented programming. And it's extremely powerful in its computational implementation. So it's a very efficient computational platform. We have quarterly software releases. You can access our source code on GitHub using this link here. You can also use the QR code here to get to our documentation and tutorials. I'll also present a couple of slides on the UI that was built as part of the 2336 projects that allows you to play with some of the flowsheets that we have. And one of the key things that makes this tool, will ensure that this tool has long longevity is we use real software engineering practices to develop the source code and software to make sure that it's stable, it's tested, and it's readable and reusable. We are built on IDEAS core platform that gives us a lot of really unique capabilities. So one of the key things that IDEAS gives us is the ability to take all the unit models that we build and assemble them into treatment trains. So that means that all the unit models can be assembled into full treatment train, and you can use then do analysis on them using parametric or stochastic sensitivity type analysis. We have very robust tools to interface with experimental data, and we can do that in two ways. One is through parameter estimation. So a project might have data they collected for an row process, a deep process, whatever. We can fit that data and extract physical parameters that are used in the model, then to do techno-economic analysis or process analysis of some sort. We can also take that experimental data, for example, and use it to develop empirical surrogate models that can be plugged into the flow sheet and be used during optimization. And these are very robust tools that have been developed for years by IDS, so they're really powerful. We also really benefit from the fact that IDS is more of like a base software that has various projects connected to it, and we gain a lot of capabilities from other projects. For example, Dispatches, which is built on IDS, provides us with the ability to use multi-period modeling tools. And what that means is we can time discretize our effectively steady state flow sheets and do multi-period analysis on them. For example, one of the applications is to do a demand response optimization. We have also developed a fairly basic UI for those of you who want to access some of the flow sheets and solve them, but don't need the extensive and powerful coding capabilities. You can go to this QR code and you can download an installation for your operating system for the UI. It's a one-click install. It has limitations. Of course, we don't have the budget to develop extremely flexible UI. So all the flow sheets are pre-built. So when you open the UI, you'll have a list of flow sheets that have been developed for various projects that are part of WaterTap, and then you can access them. Any design in the flow sheet is fixed, so you can't change, for example, the flow of the different unit processes, but you get access to different optimization parameters that you can change and then solve the flow sheet. You should be a bit careful about how far you stray from the default values. But you can explore things. You can do parametric sweeps, for example. You can change things like water recovery, and look how operating design changes of the process. You can also extract the data that you simulate in the system, so you can use it for your own analysis. So this is really nice UI for those who don't want to use the code-based interface and accept the limitation that they have. Now, the way we use WaterTap is we always use a code-based interface because it gives us the most powerful utility of this, and we use it to really try to analyze emerging systems when you need to do customization and develop very complicated process systems. One of the first processes to be analyzed with WaterTap for NAWI is the Stokes-Draut rejection osmosis process, which is really a good example of why WaterTap is so powerful. LSSRO is inherently a very complicated and interconnected process. For those that are not familiar with LSSRO, the basis of the process that you have a typical RO process. You take the brine for this process and pass it into a low salt rejection RO unit, which rejects only a fraction of the salt. You can take this now diluted stream and pass it back into the first stage, and this dilutes your feed composition, reducing the amount of pressure you need to apply in the first stage. Basically, by recycling the streams from the permeate of LSSRO units and using multiple stages, you can treat very high salinities to very high recoveries without having to apply extreme pressures, which has not been possible before using standard RO type systems. And the biggest challenge with this process is it has many decision variables for each stage. You need to figure out what membrane area to use, what operating pressure to use. And also for LSSRO stages, each stage ideally has an optimum salt rejection. So there's many degrees of freedom. The degrees of freedom explode with the number of stages you have, and everything is interconnected because of this recycling loop. So it's actually a very difficult optimization, but we can easily do this in WaterTap using the unified platform and the powerful equation-oriented solvers. And what Adam has shown is we can optimize this. We can do thousands of simulations and explore how the cost of this process changes as a function of feed concentration and water recovery. And this can tell you then how well this process scales as you go across different feed conditions. One of the things that we do is we optimize each design and find the cost optimal design that produces the lowest levelized cost of water by finding the optimum membrane area, pressure, and salt permeability values, as well as number of stages. So you can see here that as we increase feed concentration, the number of stages increases, and consequently, the cost of the process also increases as well. Now, the way we want to use WaterTap, and part of the things we can do with WaterTap, is because it's a unified platform, we don't have just our raw units on this process. We actually have a range of different unit processes. So we can actually do benchmark comparisons. And one of the more recent analysis that's currently under review was performed by Carson Tucker at Stanford University that looked at mechanical vapor compression, which is a state-of-the-art technology for brine management, and is effectively, LSSRO would effectively be competing against mechanical vapor compression if it was industrially deployed. Because LSSRO is such an emergent process, it's not even it's not really broadly used today. So it has to prove its viability against it. So we can actually, when we do this analysis, because we use the same platform and we do use the same technical and economic assumptions, we can actually start to try and compare the cost directly. You can clearly see here that the cost, there's huge differences between the cost for LSSRO process, which starts at about 50 cents per cubic meter at very low salinities and increases to $16 per cubic meters at very high salinities. For MVC, this cost difference is much lower, where basically you have $4 per cubic meter at low salinities and about $7 per cubic meter at very high salinities. So it's not very cost dependent. We can effectively compare these technologies and determine where each technology would fit on the feed salinity and water recovery map, allowing us to compare them directly. And it's not surprising to see that if we compare this technology on this water recovery versus feed salinity concentration map, that lower feed salinities and water recoveries, reverse osmosis is the most cost-optimal technology out of the three we analyzed here. LSSRO fits in between the two, and MVC is a more cost-optimal technology for upper concentrations. Of course, this comparison assumes that our default values and current assumptions about the LSSRO process are valid. And some of the questions are that you would want to really understand is where should we invest into LSSRO technology to improve it so it even farther outcompetes mechanical vapor compression? And this is a really important question because for mechanical vapor compression, it's a very well-established technology. It's unlikely to change in cost in the future unless there's some sort of dramatic improvement in the technology, which is not likely to happen. And the question that NAWI wants to ask most of the time is, where should we invest our funding to improve the process? For example, membranes play a key role in any membrane-based process. So one of the key questions that you want to ask is, do you want to make higher permeability membranes? And you can compare, for example, how increasing membrane permeability in LSRO will improve its cost relative to MVC for the same feed water concentration and water recovery scenario. And you can see here that increasing water permeability by 2 times will not allow LSSRO to outcompete MVC. But if we take a look at maximum pressure that the LSSRO modules operate, if we can increase the pressure to slightly above 65 bar, it will actually be better than MVC. And if you go further, you can dramatically reduce the cost of the process. We can also understand why such improvements happen with WaterTap, because for each change in the maximum pressure, we can see how the optimum design changes. And one of the key findings is that as you increase the maximum pressure, you reduce the number of stages required for LSSRO, which makes it even more attractive to develop. As you can imagine, building a multi-stage system is potentially complex and difficult to control in practice and might turn away from practitioners from doing. But if you can increase your maximum pressure, you can reduce the number of required stages, making the system more attractive to construct and improve the process performance at the same time and its cost. With WaterTap, we don't have to limit ourselves to a single case. We can do this sort of analysis across full map. Just to briefly show you, as we increase the maximum pressure for LSSRO, the area over which MVC was dominating is reduced, and eventually LSSRO can effectively displace MVC entirely if you can operate at sufficiently high pressure. Of course, one of the key things that we want to do with WaterTap is not just determine what the maximum performance is, but also understand how research decisions might affect the viability of improvement. Making a better membrane or module that can handle higher pressure might come at an increased cost. So it's important to sometimes understand what is the trade-off between the two, and we can use, for example, dual parametric sweeps to compare how changing the membrane cost shown here on the y-axis will impact LCW versus change in maximum pressure. And for example, in case of LSSRO, if you increase the cost of the membrane, the LCW does increase, but it's not actually very dramatic relative to increasing maximum allowable pressure. So you can, for example, increase the maximum pressure to 85 bar and increase the cost to $75 per meter squared, and you will still see a reduction in LSSRO process costs. This means that it's okay to invest, for example, research dollars into improving membrane materials that use exotic polymers. Now, what I've shown you so far is how we use water tap to analyze very basic sodium chloride solutions. And key assumptions there is we don't consider any pretreatment or effects of fouling and scaling. And that's been potentially common critique that most techno-economic analysis of water treatment processes get, is they don't consider real waters. And the reason for that is actually very clear, is that if you actually look at any brine management technology, one of the key problems you get in, for example, and a high pressure RO process that's shown here, is that in the last stage, when you get to very high concentrations, you're going to get scaling. So for example, here is an image of an RO module that had calcium sulfate scaling, you get salt crystals building in the membrane surface, and it destroys your process. So if you start to try to understand where a certain technology outcompetes another one, or how to design a process without considering scaling potential and chemistry, it's sometimes difficult to understand if that process is actually competitive or not. So what we have been always after is trying to figure out, is there a way to include chemistry in water treatment optimization? We want to really do that, and you really need to be able to model water chemistry and water treatment, because you need to be able to balance the design of your primary system with any sort of pretreatment you use to control scaling downstream. So the problem is that mineral scaling and chemistry and fouling in general is really difficult to model. For mineral scaling, the biggest challenge is that it has many dimensions. So for example, if we consider just the primary ions in brackish water and seawater and ignore some of the minor ions like silica, barium, strontium that are still important in some cases, but let's assume they're not critical here, we still have 7 dimensions for just the number of ions we have. And what I'm showing you here is scaling tendency, where if you go above 1, you're going to start forming solids. For brackish water and seawater cases, as a function of pH, the top plots are for natural pH for the waters, and the lower plots are for pH 6.5. And also showing you 2 different pressures here that you can operate at for the 2 processes. You can see very clearly here that for both waters, calcium carbonate at pH 7 and above is a primary scaling of concern. You can also see very clearly, for example, in seawater, when you go to very high pressures, your scaling potential is actually reduced, and there's obviously a pressure effect. So that adds another dimension. And then you include pH control, and you can completely mitigate calcium carbonate scaling, but there's no effect on gypsum or calcium sulfate scaling that's very appreciable, and it allows you to operate at higher water carbs. And the key point being here is that mineral scale depends not just on ion concentrations and their ratios, but also pH, pressure, and here we're not showing temperature, are all really important considerations. So it's a very complicated phenomenon. I know I mentioned that water tap using this equation-oriented modeling, which is very powerful. The problem with building out a full water chemistry model in water tap is just the complexity of adding all of the information about speciation reactions. So for example, you look at just carbonation process, which only considers 2 ions, calcium and carbonate, you get 7 possible reaction processes. And then if you add any of those other ions, you can see that this list will explode very quickly just to be able to model it in one place. So it gets very difficult and complicated in building out a model for this because you have so many different reactions and interactions, not just across ions, but also different phases and systems that you need to model to properly capture this phenomenon. And it's also a function of all different properties of the solution and the ions themselves. So even though we have access to some of these models that are open, that they can put into water tap, and we even have inertial model in water tap, the problem is that most of the time, getting data for these models is very difficult. And if you want to be really comprehensive, we need to have very large models, and they pose challenges, both in effort to implement them, as well as making sure that they can be readily used in optimization. So instead of trying to reinvent the wheel, we partnered with OLI, which is a company that provides a software that can simulate chemistry phenomena such as scaling and scaling tendencies, removal fractions in aqueous systems, and is well regarded in industry for water chemistry. And the idea there is that we can use their software to predict mineral scaling, amount of precipitants formed, and for example, change in pH using their software. And the idea here is that let's not try to implement a whole new model, but instead build empirical models or surrogate models that can be attached to this flow sheet for optimization. So the way we do chemistry integration and water tap and the flow workflow that we found to work really well is we start by generating relevant brine scenario using water tap. So we take a flow sheet, we simulate different operating conditions to get the range of different ion compositions we need to consider. We use OLI Cloud API, which allows us to programmatically queue simulations using the brine compositions to figure out, to get information and simulations on scaling tendency, precipitation rates, and pH changes, and so on. We then use IDS tools to develop surrogate models that fit OLI data to operating conditions of the flow sheet, allowing us then to get these functions that can be integrated into the water tap flow sheet and use them for optimization. And the key trick to making all this work is to reduce dimensionality. So we build surrogates for a specific feed composition, and the only control variables for those surrogates are the control inputs into the process. So example, for soda ash softening in this treatment process, the input for the first surrogate is only soda ash. These regular basis functions, which are very complicated empirical surrogate models that allow you to capture very complex phenomena easily in multiple dimensions, and use them to basically fit the data. And for example, this is one-dimensional fit to where the surrogate model is just a function of soda ash. You can see it perfectly predicts calcium carbonate precipitation and effluent pH, as shown by the metrics here as well. Very low errors, very high accuracy. And you can retain this accuracy even when you start to increase dimensionality to 2 dimensions. So the second model here is carbonation. It adjusts the pH to prevent calcium carbonate scaling in the process. And it's a function of soda ash before and CO2 dose. So it's not actually a function of any of the effluent condition from the soda ash softening. It's only a function of these 2 compositions. And you need to have more parameters in the surrogate model. It takes longer to train because we use adaptive sampling. And I can describe that in the Q&A if you would like to know more about it. But it also produces extremely good fits and smooth 2-dimensional surface that's a function of the 2 inputs. We do the same sort of process for mineral scale prediction at the end of the RO unit, where it's also a function of soda ash dose, CO2 dose, and now for the RO unit, it's also a function of its system recovery and pressure. And we have a neat trick a function that relates concentration polarization to describe the system recovery. So concentration polarization is actually captured in this surrogate as well. And we make a surrogate that's kind of a mix between classification model and absolute model that predicts accurately scaling tendencies between 0.75 and 1.25. And then above or below those points, it just says that it's below 0.75 or above 1.25. And for our optimization, we just want to make sure that the RO unit operates at a scaling tendency 1. So this is actually very more than sufficient for this sort of analysis. And once again, we have to use adaptive algorithm here as well, which allows us to sample it. One of the challenges with this approach, of course, is you need to do a lot of OLI simulations to generate the data. So with this 4-dimensional sample, you need to do 36,000 simulations using OLI API. And using this, we can actually optimize a full treatment train across water recoveries and gain some really interesting insight into process optimization. So what I'm showing you here is the cost breakdown for this process, and we have 3 clear regimes that form in this process. The first regime is where we only use recarbonation addition or pH adjustment for the process, and the cost is basically flat across the water recovery. We get into the second regime where the cost of the RO process starts to increase dramatically, followed by the third regime where we start to do water softening. And what happens here is that at this first regime, we also only have calcium carbonate scaling. And then once we get to the second regime, we start to have gypsum scaling. And in order to, in this process, we stopped adding, increasing the dose of CO2 addition, and we only control scaling now in the second regime using the RO process. So effectively, you cannot control gypsum scaling by changing pH. So what the optimization does is, instead of using softening, which is very expensive, as you can see in this plot here in steroid regime, it actually uses a row, changes our row design to reduce scaling in it. And it does it by reducing operating pressure, as shown by this inlet pressure, and increasing membrane area. And what that does effectively is reduce your water flux and concentration polarization that allows you to minimize gypsum scaling potential. And this works only in a relatively narrow range of water recoveries before you have to start do soda ash addition. And what soda ash addition does is it precipitates out calcium carbonate and reduces calcium concentration in the feed and reduces the potential for gypsum to form, which is calcium sulfate. But it's extremely expensive, as can be seen here. We can also extend this analysis and do a tornado plot analysis where we vary costs for different components, membrane factors, to provide more of an idea of like what is the most important thing you want to reduce the cost on, or improve the technology in. It's not surprising that here that depending on the regime you're in, so if you're in the softening regime, reducing capital costs for soda ash or finding alternative treatment methods to reduce gypsum scaling is the most cost-effective method to reduce the process cost, which is not surprising. And then various other parameters can also improve the reduction in cost throughout the process. And this work right now is submitted to S&T Engineering, I believe. So we are waiting for it to go into review process. So ultimately, what I hopefully shown you is that WaterTap is a unified, flexible, powerful platform. The extensive library we have allows us to analyze a range of processes and technologies and treatment trains, and we can really try to understand how to design each individual component of the process and understand how changing the cost and performance metric for different components can drive innovation and reduce water treatment costs. We can integrate complex chemistry into the optimization through use of narrow surrogates shown here. We're also working on broad surrogates. If you're curious about that, I'm happy to answer questions. But we can integrate complex chemistry into the optimization. And what we have clearly shown is that there's definitely cost savings in optimizing your pretreatment with your primary desalination operation process, and that the two need to be optimized in sync to extract the most savings. We also have very powerful parameter estimation tools. I didn't have the time to present on these, but we have various projects that are using this extensively. One project is using to look at PFAS removal using GAC and IX processes, and they're using these tools to back out kinetics from pilot and bench scale data curves. And they also work in these pilot projects that Jordan mentioned earlier, and they're using their data to parameterize models and do TA on their systems. So thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Hey, Alex, I think I'll, I know Jordan said, do you want to do Q&A, Jordan, or do you want me to?
Sure, I'm happy to. So it looks like your first question is from Lynn Katz. Is there a cost for using OLI software, Alex?
Right. So if you want to use OLI software, you will have to get a license to use their OLI Cloud API. We do not provide the license to that. Our framework also works with open source software like Fiske if you would like to use that instead and you don't want to pay the licensing fee for OLI. It depends on what your application is and what you're trying to get out.
Great. Are there other questions from the audience, from the participants? Maybe,
Alex, I have a question.
I'll utilize my prerogative or moderator ability. Alex, maybe you could talk a little bit in more detail about what's next. What's the sort of the next frontier for the WaterTap team? Not only things that you sort of see as, you know, you're planning on working on, but really things you think of would sort of be a next game changer or step change in your capabilities within WaterTap. What's that next frontier?
Right. So we have a range. I think the biggest thing that we're doing now and moving forward is finishing integrating a lot of new unit models into WaterTap and refining them to provide additional capabilities. including things like electrodialysis models that have been refined through collaborations with this piloting efforts. We have work and consideration going into thinking about multi-period models and dynamic modeling capabilities, as well as integer-based programming optimization for full network system optimization. All these depend on the exact capabilities that NAWI wants as we develop forward. But I think the biggest and most powerful thing we're doing is refining the unit models and improving their stability moving forward.
Great. Yeah, I think that sounds exciting. It sounds like it could be an opportunity for the NAWI community more broadly to also chip in on that. We did have one question. This might be our last question before moving on, from Tom in the chat about how do results compare to membrane manufacturer software?
Right, so that's a great question. We haven't done explicit comparisons to other modeling software, and it depends on the software. The biggest difference between typical membrane manufacturing software is their focus on modeling their commercial unit model, commercial modules that they sell. And they use partly physics and empirical based models, while our models are physics based and require you to bring your own parameters. Ultimately, it will depend on the exact membrane processing material you're trying to compare. But our models consider state-of-the-art physics models for typical membrane processes. So in general, we believe we are better or just as good as commercial software.
All right, great. And Tom, I think that's always an area we can chat more about and have more detailed conversations too. So excellent. All right, so I want to say thank you to Alex for the great presentation, and thank you for people for the questions and comments. Feel free to continue putting questions in the chat as well as things come up. I now want to pass it over to Jen Stokes-Draut, who's the Deputy Topic Area Lead for Data Modeling and Analysis at Lawrence Berkeley Lab. Jen is going to sort of shepherd and facilitate the introductions and the setup for our next set of speakers. So Jen, take it away.
Sure. So we just talked about the water tap and analysis portion of our portfolio. Another part of the DMA portfolio is our circular water economy projects. And these are really intended to better understand what impact NAWI technologies could potentially have on a particular sector. And they do this by looking at a particular location, a particular environment, and thinking about how new technologies could fit into that. And we have 3 circular water economy projects, but you're only going to hear from 2 of them today. The 3 projects are focused on the agriculture sector, the industrial sector, and the municipal sector. So you're not actually going to hear from the agricultural project today. It's a project looking in particular about how we could better manage salinity and water scarcity in the Central Valley of California with NAWI technologies. But unfortunately, the PI for that project was not available today. And so we're going to get a little extra time to hear from the other 2 projects. And those are one focused on the industrial area led by Lynn Katz, and the other focused on the municipal sector led by Megan Motter. And so we're going to start with Lynn. I think if you want to go ahead and get your slides up, Lynn, to tell us more about her work in the industrial sector. You have about 10 minutes of presentation with a few minutes for questions, give or take.
Right. Okay, so hopefully in a second, you should see the slides. Well, thanks for the introduction. As Jen said, we're looking at an industrial supply case. We're looking at chemical industry, and we're working with Eastman Chemical with that. Our team consists of groups from the University of Texas at Austin, University of Illinois at Chicago. We've engaged Carollo engineers as part of our team, and they're leading a lot of the TEA analysis along with WaterTap, with Tim Bartholomew and Zach Binger. Blue Tech engineering research is also involved in our team. Eastman Chemical, we have folks from Chairman Nolan from Eastman Chemical, but also folks from the two sites we're looking at, Ghent North in Belgium and Indian Orchard in Massachusetts. Prakash Rao is also part of our team from LBNL. And so with that, I'll tell you a little bit about what we're trying to do and then try and lead you through how our approach is trying to address some of the barriers to adopt new technologies, including regulatory governance and market structures, and the trends in how industry often are adverse to assuming risks and want to make sure that the technologies are capable of doing what they are supposed to when they get installed. So our goals are basically to identify opportunities to increase alternative water use, looking both at the technical limitations, but also the economic, social, and organizational constraints. And we also want to quantify those impacts on pipe parity metrics. The approach we're using is a system of systems approach, where we link the social and organizational environment with technologies. So we take a typical TEA type analysis that we might use to look at various technologies to solve a problem and embed that in this social and operational organizational framework. And I'm going to walk you through the case in Ghent, Belgium, which is one of our case studies. It's a chemical plant located on a canal, and their options for water use right now are this canal water and also city water. The canal water is much cheaper, so their preference would be to use more of the canal water. The collaboration with Ghent has included both semi-structured interviews, which is what we've been talking about at the last few meetings, but we're moving beyond that to look at how we identified opportunities to look at employing TEA into this larger network, and then conducting those TEA analysis and using the results of those and embedding them in this larger mathematical systems dynamic model. So for those of you who have seen this before, you may remember a picture where our goal in the center is to look at the quantity of alternative water used. And in so doing, we are able to look at how the various factors, including labor, environmental effects, climate stressors, and things like that, impact that quantity of water use. So the blue arrows that are positive show interactions that are in the same direction as the target link between the two boxes, as I'll say, and then the red arrows have interactions that are in the opposite direction. So we can basically look at the different systems of systems that are embedded here. The gray represent our techno-economic, the green are social organizational, and the blue is our focus of decision, and that's that quantity of water used. So we conducted lots of interviews, and we developed this cognitive map that allows us to look at these interactions and then start to develop how we're going to quantify those, starting with the TEA analysis. So our first step is we developed a water balance and basic process flow diagrams, which allowed us to establish baseline conditions. And then we brainstormed with the entire team, involving all the stakeholders, looking at opportunities to basically improve the use of alternative water. And then from there, we moved to conducting the TEA and then incorporating the results into the system model. The two opportunities that, we had narrowed this down to about 8 potential opportunities. The two that we are focusing on are using more canal water and less city water. To do this, we're looking at optimizing the reverse osmosis system. And as I'll show you, you'll see one of the big concerns is the salinity of the canal increasing both seasonally and over time, especially due to climate change. And then the second is looking at wastewater reuse so that they can reuse some of the water from their processes and feed those back into the front end of the plant. So just to give you a feel for what this looks like, you can see, see if I can get my laser pointer. There we go, the canal water and the city water. As I said, the canal water is significantly cheaper. And you can see this is the canal going from Ghent to all the way from Belgium through the Netherlands and then out to the sea essentially. And so one of the issues that you see is a plot here of the salinity over time. And what you'll notice is that there's a seasonal trend and that it appears that it may be increasing over time. And that's been a concern. Their current RO, double pass RO system is not able to handle salinities at this level, and when they'd like to be able to get up to 15,000. So that's what our TEA was focused on, having an option to use the canal water when the salinity is greater than this. So we looked at a couple of different options using the TEA. One, which is one that they were considering, is adding a third pass RO. We also looked at an opportunity to look at automation and upgrades to the current RO. And we use, just to link back to the previous talk, we used Proton to do the RO modeling for this. What we were able to show was that they could, with either the third pass RO or the upgrades and automation, they were able to use a lot more of canal water throughout the year, and they were able to reduce the city water. So then we can take this data and we can normalize it. And by doing that normalization, we can start to look at types of pipe parity metrics. But the bottom line is what we found was that the overall cost of water was reduced and alternative water use increased, but energy use also increased a bit. So with this, we also used water tap, and I won't go through the water tap because I think that was presented extremely well and in much more detail than I want to go into. But one of the things we wanted to do was validate water tap against the TEA model that was developed with Blue Planet and Proton, and then use that to create relationships between alternative water options and system variables. So we embedded these results from the TEA into our ultimate goals to put that into our social organizational framework. And you can see from this that we're able to develop types of relationships that can relate levelized cost of water to feed salinity. We can also look at feed salinity versus flow rate and also residuals. So we can use this to determine the total residuals that will also feed into our system dynamics model. And that will allow us to provide the relationships that we need to go back to our semi-conductive map and start to make it quantitative. So that's sort of the goal. So what I'm going to show you here is two different areas where we focused. One is the impact of climate change, and the other is workforce alignment. So as we bring on these new technologies and these changes, can we deal with the impacts of climate change? And can we look at the impacts on workforce alignment? So the semi-quantitative model that was looking at climate change incorporated data that we obtained for projections of sea level rise and the canal discharge to look at how the conductivity will affect the total usable water supply. And so this is the model, any logic that we use to do this. At this point, we did a lot of literature to look at what was happening to salinity over time and what was projected. So some of these were modeling efforts and others. At the moment, the goal ultimately would be able to have these models linked in. But at the time, what we do is we create these tables that allow us to take the results from those models and then use that to predict the impact of those things on the total percent conductivity change, moving from where the monthly average would be, and then coming up with predictions of them. So in the next slide, we'll see that this, and get this model to run. see, this works. There we go. So the model's running, and you can see that you can see these seasonal variations over months, that in the summer we have a lot higher salinity than in the winter. And as we look at this over time, you can see that over time we expect that this salinity will continue to increase over time, and the flow rate, the canal flow rate, will also decrease. So that is how we embed that into the larger framework. So remember, this is just a small portion of that overall systems map, or systems of systems map, I should say. And then we can look at things like, well, you know, as we increase the amount of automation, labor requirements, you know, will decrease, but training may need to increase due to a loss of institutional knowledge that occurs as we automate. And so we can develop a system where we can now quantify this using not necessarily direct relationships, but in this case, we would use rank methods for looking at labor availability versus training needed and education needed. And that's the approach that we're using to develop this model. And so the idea then is that we can, use the model to identify points where we have risk, and in some areas where we see we might have canal water risk, then we can look at the potential wastewater reuse to provide an additional alternative source. Or if we have workforce risk, we can look at collaborations with local universities that are already working with the plant to overcome gaps in the workforce alignment. So that's where we are now in terms of trying to get everything put together. And we have a couple of scenarios now that we're able to sort of work with and work through. And then we'll be looking in the future to finishing the semi-quantitative models and completing the TA on other options for both of the sites we're looking at and moving forward. We published our first large paper in current opinion in chemical engineering recently, and we have a couple of presentations coming up and a couple of papers that will be submitted in February, actually. So with that, happy to answer questions.
Great, Lynn, thank you. I think we have a couple of minutes for questions. If people want to put them in the chat. I have a question to kick us off, and I think that's along the lines of the question we asked Alex, which you did put kind of the future work you have planned for this project, or at least that's how I interpreted it. Do you have any thoughts on where this work might go once, in the future, beyond just what this kind of brief 2-year period where you're getting funding right now?
I mean, we see a lot of potential for this approach. We're using this in another couple of other sectors already, where we're looking, at opportunities in rural communities to apply it, where there's a lot of very different social and organizational barriers toward this. When we're doing some work, for example, in Alaska, in rural communities, we see barriers that, the workforce barriers are huge. And, this is not just in local areas, but for example, in municipal areas across the country, the state of the art or state of the water industry right now ranks, late workforce issues and retirements as two of their highest areas of concern right now. So trying to incorporate these social barriers into other sectors is certainly important. And our goal is, as we develop the framework, once we have it working for a couple of different sites or an industry, then we can make it much more generalizable, where we can put modules in that will allow us to look at a much broader range of conditions and options and sectors and things.
Fantastic. Great to see the work being built upon. So that's fantastic. Thank you, Lynn. That was a really great summary of the industrial sector. I think we'll turn over now to Megan, if you want to switch the sharing. and to hear more about Megan's work in the municipal sector working with Santa Barbara.
Great. Can everyone hear me?
You sound good.
Fantastic. Well, it's a pleasure to follow on Lynn's work, which really, highlighted a lot of the kind of social technical interface. And I want to sort of extend that from the industrial space into how we think about planning for robust water supplies in a municipal setting. This is a project that I am executing with several colleagues here at Stanford, in particular Sarah Fletcher, who's a faculty member in civil environmental engineering, as well as Dr. Marta Zaniolo, who is soon to start an appointment as an assistant professor at Duke University. We set out really to execute this project in the context of Santa Barbara. And one of the reasons we chose Santa Barbara is that Santa Barbara had just undertaken a pretty substantial effort around water resources planning for their community. Santa Barbara is a pretty isolated community on the California Central Coast. They have water supply from the State Water Project. Up here, you can see, as well as a little bit of surface water, kind of local surface water, a tiny bit of groundwater. But in the past several decades, they've brought on some non-traditional water supplies, in particular seawater desalination and a non-potable recycled water plant. And so they're really an example of where non-traditional water sources have already been adopted and implemented, but they also provide a really helpful context for understanding historically why those resources were adopted, and in the future, what sort of planning decisions are likely to drive expansion of those resources. And so this Water Vision Santa Barbara effort that was kicked off in 2020 with a consulting engineering firm called WSC and Rob Morrow, who has been a really wonderful project support group member for us, took really the state-of-the-art water resources planning models and built a series of future projections based on discrete drought and hydrology assumptions for the city, some static assumptions about what the technology would cost, and a set of static assumptions around what policies would be in place in terms of access to today's water resources, particularly water coming out of the State Water Project, rules around carryover of stored water in reservoirs, et cetera. And I think that this was a very, very strong effort, but it was also a kind of a case study against which we could more broadly look at how static decision-making in the water resources space, where we take those current projected conditions, we make a decision about the best set of resources to build, and then we implement them, compare to a more dynamic approach to decision-making in the water sector. And in addition to Santa Barbara being an interesting site because they had just done this water visioning exercise, it's also an interesting site because it's one of the most clear examples of where static decision-making has ended up historically falling short in terms of an ability to adapt to really widely varying hydrological conditions. So it was maybe a long lead in to saying that Santa Barbara built a desal plant in 1992. It was actually in response to a pretty severe drought in the late 80s. But then it started raining. And after only 3 months of operating, that plant shut down for a very long period of time. And it wasn't recommissioned again until the kind of late aughts. So it was kind of an example of having built really a pretty large piece of infrastructure to ensure robustness, but maybe not the most cost-effective choice for the city, who ended up paying about $104 a gallon for the water that was produced over that 3-month period. And so, as we think about alternative approaches to water supply planning, especially a transition towards more dynamic decision-making approaches, we're really moving away from, a set of long periods between evaluation of system robustness and moving toward a condition in which you set decision policies that then are triggered by real-time conditions and spur you to build new infrastructure. So to visualize that, you move away from this kind of static, large single desal plant to more dynamically deployed modular systems. And so one of the research questions that we had was really how different types of droughts would influence the adoption of different drought mitigation measures in the context of Santa Barbara, and what the optimal triggers were for initiating technology adoption in this setting. So is the appropriate trigger level the storage or trigger the storage level in the reservoir? Is it the precipitation index? Is it the capacity of installed technology? And over what space and time aggregation should these decisions be made? And so we were also interested then in how all of these things connect, and that led us to developing a model that we called DRIP, which stands for Drought Resilient Interscale Portfolio Planning. I'm not going to go into a tremendous amount of detail on the model construction, but I want to highlight a couple key points. The first is that we are accurately representing the hydrology of the system. We are characterizing and capturing all of the inflows coming from the diverse sources in Santa Barbara, the storage attributes of all of the reservoirs, as well as the really granular, granular attributes of the city's water system itself. That's important both in capturing what demand profiles are likely to look like, but also how that demand is distributed across the city and how distributed water resources might actually help to fill a gap between supply and demand. So we have a very detailed and again, interscale, so large large basin scale all the way down to node level and the distribution system scale model that is tied to a set of hydrology models that capture different types of droughts, as well as a series of technology and policy models. The technology models are directly tied to water tap. So the presentation that you just saw from Alex Dudchenko feeds directly into the models that we're developing here to define things like technology performance and technology cost. And then we have a series of policy options where we look at how policy changes are likely to influence the performance and robustness of the system. So again, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on how we generate optimal model solutions, but I do want to kind of go right to the results and say that what we find is that different types of droughts really mandate very, very different policies around dynamic deployment of these non-traditional water resources. So in long and mild droughts, when you have scenarios like the one you see here, where you may have many years of above average precipitation followed by very long but very mild years where you have less than normal precipitation, we find that storage ends up buffering a lot of the supply deficit, and that you really only need a pretty small amount of centralized desalination capacity or other non-traditional water resource capacity in these environments. That's very different from short and intense droughts, where even though the drought itself is quite limited, you have very, very little precipitation or rainfall during that period, and the response from both a technology perspective and a storage perspective is very different. So here you see that the optimal deployed technology, or the lowest cost technology, is actually a much larger centralized facility, augmented with a series of decentralized facilities that are effectively acting as peaking power plants. Finally, we see that when you have very frequent drought scenarios, you would have optimally a set of smaller centralized resources, but even more decentralized deployment, because it allows you to really flexibly deploy that capacity. So we compared this to what, well, I should say, we ran many different drought types over many thousands of simulation years for Santa Barbara. And so what you're seeing here are the near optimal solutions. And where you want to highlight what Santa Barbara currently has, which is about 200 acre-foot per month of supply capacity. And if you look at just historical performance and historical drought scenarios, at drought attributes, that is actually a very robust amount of supply to hold in most cases. What we see, though, is as droughts are changing, as our droughts become more long and mild, more short and intense, more frequent, or if we have great uncertainty about the type of drought that we are trying to prepare for, the optimal attributes of the system are very different. And in particular, the amount of kind of capacity, monthly capacity you need goes up tremendously. You also see that the type of capacity that is optimally deployed is very different. So again, you're much more likely to rely on decentralized sources that have slightly higher or slightly lower capital costs and slightly higher operational costs, allowing you to more cost effectively turn them on and turn them off. Finally, we looked at what the effective cost was for different designed routes and found that there's actually quite a bit of variation. And so having stronger resolution into how climate is going to affect drought conditions is really imperative in helping these cities prepare for those future climate scenarios, because if they're preparing for all drought types, they may be overbuilding infrastructure. I want to conclude by just talking about another application of this model that we've been working on over the past year, and then I'm excited to share because I think it's really relevant to the broader NAWI research community, which is that you can actually, instead of looking at a series of optimal planning strategies as an output, we can also ask what's the value or the marginal value of improving technology performance or changing policy around water supply, reservoir storage, et cetera. And how does that end up interfacing with those overall portfolio costs? And so I am going to kind of share very quickly one example of work that we've done in this space where we've looked at systematically varying things like drought intensity, reservoir storage, levelized cost of water, the CapEx ratio, the time to deployment, and the demand in the city. And the example I'm going to highlight is really one where we are looking at the interplay between the CapEx ratio of a technology. So what are the most, effectively we're asking what are the most important innovations for reducing the cost of water deployment in Santa Barbara. And so in this particular example, we're looking at changes in the CapEx ratio. So this is the same levelized cost of water, but a ratio of the capital costs to the operational costs. And we're looking at that that change on the y-axis relative to the effective changes in the time to deployment of a technology. So how quickly can you license, permit, and operate a technology as it comes online? And we find some really interesting things. The first is that steady deployment doesn't really interact with deployment time. The second is that low CapEx favors dynamic drought response. And so it works really well when it's paired with fast deployment. And yet it's very expensive when it's paired with slow deployment. And this led us to comment on some of the draft desalination, siting, and streamlining reports that came out this past year, where we wrote a comment to the State Water Resources Control Board in support of expedited permitting processes and the ways in which that would support lower cost water portfolios across the state. So I just want to conclude by saying that in this Santa Barbara case study, prioritizing CapEx ratio diversification and quicker deployment reduces costs more dramatically than only focusing on the levelized cost of water reduction. We look forward to deploying this in other regions and seeing whether that same assumption holds. We've effectively quantified system level impacts of technology innovation, and I think doing so is helping us to focus our technical development within the NAWI portfolio. And finally, I'll just say that there's multiple pathways for the reduction of portfolio costs, water portfolio costs, but the feasibility of these different solutions may vary, right? How feasible is it to really accelerate time to deployment so much? So we're looking at that as well from a bit more of a user perspective and really thinking through what are the policy processes that either accelerate or constrain for fast deployment, especially. I want to just conclude by thanking my collaborators, especially Joshua Hogmark at the City of Santa Barbara and Rob Morrow at WSC, who have been just wonderful supporters and project support group members for this work. Happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Megan. I think we're actually at time for our next session. So Jen, Barry, do you think we can take one question, or should we turn it over to the pilot team?
I think probably best if folks can just put their comments in the chat so that Megan can follow up with you, please and thank you.
Yeah.
And then we will turn it over for pilots.
Yep. So I'm going to turn it over to Scott Struck, who is kind of managing the pilot program for NAWI, and he's going to introduce that section of the presentation.
Thanks, Jen. All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Scott Struck. You can see my screen, I think. I hope. Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks. So I'm Scott Struck with the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, and I help support the pilot projects within NAWI, as Jen just said. Peter mentioned earlier this morning in the introduction the change in TRL level between the first phase of NAWI and NAWI 2.0 and how we're looking at and changing that. And Jordan just recently commented on how we are excited that NAWI has been able to not only bring early funded technologies to the pilot phase, but also engage more mature technologies into a higher TRL level as a pilot phase here within the first phase of the project before we get to NAWI 2.0, which we'll hear about in a little bit. So as far as the NAWI pilot projects, the history of the first cohort of NAWI pilot projects included an RFP process in the fall of 2022. Awards occurred in early 2023, and final contract negotiations are nearly complete. Overall awards were given for 11 proposed pilot projects. The diversity and types of and characteristics of the projects are impressive, as I'll demonstrate shortly. The pilot projects outcomes include gathering of data for baselining technology assessment, understanding the economic feasibility, and understanding the challenges and opportunities, as well as translating key technical challenges or requirements to achieve the pipe parity. And then lastly, accelerating the development of adoption of water treatment systems to address the needs of disadvantaged communities. This is the list of all the pilot projects with PI organizations and the project name and topic often in that title. Also shown on the right are graphics in the right graphic is the geographic distribution of the first cohort of pilot projects. So I'll use this table and the graphic to demonstrate various characteristics of the projects quickly. So on this slide, you'll see that I'm highlighting the projects with direct connections with ongoing and prior NAWI investments. So those are the ones that started within early phase NAWI awards and then have moved on to pilot projects within this first NAWI phase. This one is showing multiple technologies, comparing the technology across the same site. This one is highlighting those that are using the same technology, but across multiple sites. And then this one is demonstrating the projects that are focused on scaling and fouling as the primary area of interest. And then this one is showing projects that are evaluating technologies that hope to achieve zero or near zero discharge. And then the next one is showing those projects that are focused on resource recovery. We've got 3 of those projects. And then finally, projects that assess benefits of technologies on disadvantaged communities. As Peter said, that was a focus of one of the aspects that we felt we could really tackle within NAWI. So with that just provides a quick slice of what types of characteristics we have with our 11 pilot projects that we have. And with that, I'd like to also introduce our 2 pilot projects that are going to present to us today. The first will be from Arian Edalat, the Chief Executive Officer and co-founder with Active Membranes. And then the second one will be Dr. Ashok Gadgil. Dr. Gadgil is the Andrew and Virginia Rudd Family Foundation Chair Professor of Safe Water and Sanitation and a Professor of Civil and Environmental Engineering at UC Berkeley. Arian, I see you're up here. I will advance the slides. You just tell me when to move.
Absolutely. Well, hello, everybody. Thank you for that intro, Scott. And what we're going to pilot, what we're planning to pilot over the next few months is going to be the desalination membranes we're developing. These are electrically conducting reverse osmosis desalination membranes. Because they're electrically conducting, they can utilize a electrical current, a tunable electrical current, depending on the water quality that they see, to create an anti-scaling or anti-fouling type of a behavior. With this technology, one of the key areas that we're focusing on is the high mineral content brackish water desalination, very important topic here in California, as you all know, where the desalination efforts are concentrated by the state, but also all over the world, because we have a lot of brackish water inland here in remote communities, in all the areas that are suffering all sorts of disadvantages. And desalination of these brackish waters has always been a high footprint, large footprint, cost intensive, very complicated process because of the nature of the water, because of all the impurities that they have, not only in aquifers, but also in other applications where you encounter brackish water, namely industrial waters, oil and gas produced water and whatnot. Our pilot here is going to be focused on one type of these waters, high salinity, high mineral content brackish groundwater. And what we'd like to see is that when compared to other membranes or compared to conventional membranes, how does these electrified reverse osmosis membranes behave, how much cost saving they can provide, how much pre-treatment minimization they can get away with, and essentially how can they improve the process of desalination, make it more cost effective, less complicated, and essentially make it a technology of choice, a cost effective and sustainable technology of choice where people can use it when they need it, but not necessarily the technology of last resort as is desalination today. Next slide, please. So the product itself, the technology itself, is a spiral wound module, very similar to any other desalination. Most of the reverse osmosis desalination or NF desalination modules that you see these days, it's can be used as a drop-in replacement for existing plants, for existing desalination plants, but it can also be used in new plants, obviously. Because of the anti-scaling and anti-fouling behavior that this membrane can provide, because of the electrical interactions and electrical nature of it, it can do a lot of things to desalination. It can alleviate a lot of what we call barriers to adoption when it comes to desalination. What are these barriers? What makes desalination technology of last resort? These are the footprint, high operating costs, limited recovery, all the downtime. You have to take the thing down, clean these membranes. You have to use a lot of chemistry, you produce a waste. Now you have to figure out to dispose that waste. And with this technology, we're touching on all of these aspects. We're trying to reduce the footprint of desalination. When you reduce the footprint of desalination, you reduce the capital cost of desalination. You improve the sustainability of the process. You improve power consumptions and so on. And how can you reduce the operating condition? By reducing the amount and the concentration of all the chemicals and all the physical processes that you have to use to pre-treat the water to come to a point where you can desalinate it using reverse osmosis membranes. If we can tolerate a higher level of the scaling and fouling, we can, as a result, increase the recovery. And these are the things that we want to test doing our pilots. Next slide, please. The way we're going to pilot this thing is that we have designed for this NAWI pilot process effectively officially started the latter week. We finished the design of the pilot units, and what we're going to do is we're going to build two identical trains, head-to-head, copy-paste. One looks one another. One is going to contain a conventional set of membranes, and the other one is going to contain our membranes, our active, electrically conducting our active membranes. There would be no pre-treatment other than standard cartridge filters that are going to be used to remove like big particles from the water, anything above 5 or 10 microns. And we're going to run these things at different recoveries, head to head. And we're going to see how the membrane behaves in terms of flux behavior, in terms of the need for membrane cleaning, and in terms of the quality of water they're going to produce. And it's going to be like an even head-to-head comparison between the advantages that electrically conducting membrane can bring into the desalination versus otherwise, if everything else is removed. Head-to-head comparison. We're going to be doing this at a site in Sand City in California, up north near Monterey. And these are going to be, this site is very specifically chosen for this purpose because we do have access to 3 different well sources. And these well sources are somewhat different from one another in terms of TDS, in terms of mineral content, and whatever. But they are predominantly characterized by high TDS of water. So they are, as far as brackish water is concerned, they're on the higher end of like 12,000 all the way up to like 19,000 milligram per liter of TDS, and they have a lot of calcium, they have a lot of hardness and alkalinity and this kind of thing. And so we're going to run this for 3 months. 3 months is the minimum period that we can run it before we can see a number of cleaning cycles, especially when we have no pretreatment, no anti-scanning chemistry, nothing. And we're going to compare these results, and then we're going to use this result. We're going to run the techno-economic analysis of how these membranes can overall improve the cost of ground brackish water desalination in terms of CAPEX, in terms of OPEX, in terms of footprint, in terms of everything. The data available from this is going to be available through the water tap and all of these resources that NAWI is developing. And a couple of things that I want to indicate is that we're doing a couple of things during the course of these pilots. We're going to be in the field probably around March next year, maybe late February, but we're going to do a couple of things. We're going to host a number of the stakeholder events. And with these events, we like to invite people of any walk of life to come in and learn about desalination. If you're technical and you want to learn about the technology, you're more than welcome to do so. If you're generically interested in to see how the desalination works, we'll be happy to host you. So if you know somebody or anybody who will be interested, please get them in touch with us, and we're more than happy to accommodate that. But secondly, we also have a few internships available for the duration of the pilot. So if there's an aspiring engineer out there that you know or you are, and you'd like to be a part of this program, come and learn how to run essentially the next generation of desalination membranes and desalination plants, we're more than welcome to host you and provide you with an opportunity to do internship with us. I'm going to stop it there. I think my 5 minutes is up, maybe a little bit more, and I'll be more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks, Arian. I think we'll hold questions till the end here. I think we'll move on to Ashok. How about presenting your pilot project, please?
Thanks. So this project 3.21 is about piloting electrical modular distributed zero liquid discharge arsenic removal technology in the Central Valley of California. The technologies, are two different ones that we are going to test, are both meet the title, and both of them are based basically on Fe or iron electrocoagulation, but assisted with hydrogen peroxide that is site generated or site injected, tiny amounts, 10 ppm, and it can be electrically generated using air diffusion cathodes, or could be actually added with a small dosing pump. This location is Central Valley Desert. You see Dennis Hudson standing on his farm. It has 250 ppb levels of arsenic. The next slide, please. We've been working with this community in Allensworth. It's a historically disadvantaged community with very low income. About 40% of the people earn less than the 40% of the people earn less than the poverty line in California. And we conducted a field test on Dennis Hudson's farm in 22. And you can see it's a very compact technology that 50 ppb water, the flow was about 600 liters per hour, enough for, more than enough for the town of 500, little community of 500 people. And it all worked very well. But his farm, on the other hand, was with water which was not potable in any case. That farm water had all the way up to 1500 ppm of TDS, total dissolved solids. So even if we remove the arsenic, which is what we were testing to do, the water that we cleaned up of arsenic was still too salty for, or too high TDS for being potable. But that was not the point. Point in our case was simply make sure that we can remove arsenic here, and it worked very well. This project, 2022 project, was funded by the state of California's tobacco tax money, distributed through a competitive process through the UC Office of the President. The next slide, please. Now, this slide basically shows one of the two technologies, which is ASAI, which is air cathode assisted iron EC, where the cathode is actually a gas diffusion cathode that's kind of well understood in the last couple of decades. It brings in oxygen from the air through diffusion and converts that oxygen with electricity into tiny amounts of H2O2, which greatly speeds up the further oxidation of Fe2 that is released from the Fe anode. And I don't think you can see my pointer. This is not going to work this way. Thank you. So the Fe2 turns into Fe3 with H2O2 at about 10,000 times faster kinetics, which allows us to make a very, very compact reactor at 600 liters per hour flow. Fe3 oxyhydroxide captures arsenic 3 and settles out. And clean water is what results. Currently, the only option available for residents of Allensworth is to drive 20 miles to purchase safe, potable drinking water from dispensing kiosks located in larger towns that already have municipal water supply. And that societal cost for picking up their drinking water, if you calculate simply the cost of driving, the gasoline and the motor car use, works out to be about $376 per cubic meter. This is only potable water, okay? Our goal is a community system that is in town, within a mile of almost all the houses, because it's a very small town. And the operating cost we expect will be less than $4 a cubic meter. And the water that we'll produce is going to be less than 7, maybe less than 5. We'll aim for even less than 3, but OPEX will go up slightly if we do that. Surely it will meet handsomely the arsenic standard for drinking water by US EPA. And all other metrics for drinking water have already been met, because we will be treating the municipal water of Allensworth, which is based on groundwater tapped from 2 different wells, which are almost at 10 and 12 ppb. So they mix the water to try to bring it below 10. They don't always succeed. And we are sure we'll be able to do that. I'll stop here and I'll take questions.
Thank you, Ashok. All right, Jen, do we have time for questions for Ashok or Arian?
Oh, there is maybe I should look at questions, but I'll Scott let you control it.
Sure.
Yeah?
Technically speaking, we are at time, but if there are questions that people would like to ask, I think that's okay too. We've got a bit of a break here.
Yeah, I'm looking at the chat. If I don't see anything come in, then we'll let everybody go to the break here. Okay, I don't see anything coming in.
Yeah, no more questions. Not yet, you know.
Not yet.
You
have to see some results, then they'll
exactly. We haven't started yet. This is coming. So we hope to show you some results in the next time we meet. Our goal is to welcome you to visit our setup in Berkeley first, before we move it to Allensworth. So it's a lot easier to visit in Berkeley, in the Bay Area. But you're also welcome to visit Allensworth when we set it up there.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Well, there's emails if you want to get in touch with Ashok or Arian or myself, and you can also reach us through the HUVA website as well.
Right.
Awesome.
All right.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, and so we are on a 10-minute break just to give everybody a chance to take a breath, take a drink, use the restroom if needed, and then we will be back to hear from Megan Motter, our science director, so that she can speak to us about some updates related to NAWI 2.0. So we will see you all in just under 10 minutes.
Look, I know it has been the end of a sort of long, but hopefully very invigorating day, hearing about what NAWI 1.0 has accomplished or is in the progress or in the process of accomplishing. And I know that a lot of you are really key players in that, and as a result have also been really pivotal in contributing to a vision for NAWI 2.0. What I want to share with you today is a hypothesis about where we're headed in NAWI 2.0. I say that it is a hypothesis because we are, as Peter mentioned, subject to many constraints by Congress and DOE and others. But regardless of what happens in the next couple of weeks around the renewal process and commitments on DOE's behalf, we've worked together as a community quite a bit over the past year to really define, I think, where a future sort of research agenda could meaningfully impact the water space, the non-traditional water supply space, and the water energy climate space. So, you know, I want to run this presentation really dynamically. If people have things that they like, put your thumbs up. If you think something should change, put it in the chat. You know, shout out. I think it would be really valuable to end this NAWI Alliance meeting with a bit of a community effort. So what I'm going to do is sort of proceed, but your faces are all in front of me, or those of you who are willing to turn on your camera, your face would be in front of me, and the chat is open. So please, please do chime in. I want to start off by kind of what we thought of when we thought we were building a hub. And we've actually worked a lot to define and redefine this vision of hub, coming up with a nice acronym, being high impact research on water desalination and reuse, which is an area of critical national need. We have endeavored to really deliver a unified technical vision and a process for managing diverse teams of researchers and end users. And finally, a hub, and the particular funding structure of a hub, allows us to build on the successful research that has already been executed in 1.0 and translate some of that innovation into practice through efforts in piloting, through efforts like alliance meetings, et cetera. And so I think NAWI has really distinguished itself in the water space by coming up and delivering on this kind of hypothesis of how to move forward innovation in water. And I really hope that this same approach is adopted and allowed to perpetuate in NAWI 2.0. I also just want to revisit our initial NAWI 1.0 hypothesis, which was that if we could reduce the cost and energy intensity of non-traditional water through small-scale distributed desalination, that would bring the entire cost of non-traditional water supply down. It would eliminate a lot of these distribution capital costs, energy costs, greenhouse gas emissions, and really shift the whole optimal plant size toward these small operational scales. At the same time, NAWI has always recognized that small-scale systems are intimately interconnected with large-scale systems. They support centralized infrastructure. On-site treatment and reuse actually protects the sewer shed. It protects sewage as a water resource, but it also enhances the role of concentrate management in centralized systems and the need for concentrate management. Small-scale systems can be deployed faster during critical water shortages, helping to reduce the costs and avoid overbuilding centralized infrastructure. And ultimately, the optimal hybrid structure for a water system is likely to combine centralized, distributed, and premise-scale reuse. So that was what we have really advanced in NAWI 1.0 via our A prime challenge areas and our 3 topical areas. And what I want to do now is think about how we might evolve NAWI 2.0 for continued impact. Peter highlighted some of the evolutions that we've proposed to DOE, our primary funding partner, but also have engaged many members of our research advisory committee. So thank you so much for those of you on the RAC that are here today. We've engaged our GOB extensively, our Governance Oversight Board. We've engaged our Industrial Advisory Board, our Commercialization and Innovation Council, and several other people. So a huge shout out to anyone who's been part of this planning process. Where we landed were 6 key changes, and I'm going to walk through each of those today. And again, this is an opportunity for you to give me the yay or nay. The first is that NAWI 2.0 recognizes its key role in EERE, DOE's Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy Office, and the overarching mission of that office in meaningfully contributing to climate change adaptation and mitigation. We work in the water industry, and the water industry is intimately connected to many of the other industries that IEDO, our core funding office of industrial efficiency and decarbonization, is focused on. And we know that climate change is going to be felt through the water cycle. We're going to have to adapt to changing precipitation patterns by securing water supplies with non-traditional water sources and reuse. But we also have to play a pretty important role in mitigating the effect of our industry on climate. So reducing the costs as well as the climate intensity of the treatment processes that we use and the infrastructure required to execute on those processes. And I think Mark and in his opening talk today, our DOE program manager shared this work by Pani Energy, who is an alliance member, focused on projecting where global greenhouse gas emissions are headed in the water sector. And I just want to calibrate everybody by reminding you that municipal water utilities only account for about 2% of global greenhouse gas emissions, but there are several other sectors that consume a lot of energy related to water management. And most of the increase in greenhouse gas emissions globally is expected to be in some of those alternative or non-traditional water source treatment technologies, in particular, treating water for industrial applications, municipal reuse, and all flavors thereof, as well as expanded deployment of desalination capacity. And so NAWI's 2.0 mission is really around mitigating the costs and carbon intensity of adapting to climate intensive or climate impacted water supply by developing both technologies and management strategies to invert this curve. Okay, the second sort of shift in focus is to narrow the number of source waters that we are going to work on. In NAWI 1.0, many of you were engaged in an extensive road mapping process. We had 9 non-traditional water sources and 5 water end users. And DOE asked us to be broad. And I think we developed a research program that has made some really substantive progress in many of those areas. But we've also recognized in 2.0 the value of going really deep in just a couple of areas, in particular, focusing on non-traditional water sources with the greatest geographic distribution, as well as the greatest potential for cost and carbon reduction. So where can research really make an impact? And when we ask about the geographic distribution, there's been a lot of work on like where is brackish water, et cetera. I'm going to talk about that in just a second. But I want to talk about the metrics that we are using for evaluating these sort of the potential or the value of innovation. The first is, can we actually thermodynamically reduce the primary costs and energy of treatment? I've shared this plot with you in the past where we look at seawater desalination and we are so close to the thermodynamic limit. We're incredibly efficient from an industrial process perspective. It might not make sense to focus there, or if we're focusing there, maybe we're focusing on energy flexibility instead of in improving treatment. The second is so the point being, we're going to be focusing on places where we see a large need or potential opportunity for big energy and cost savings. And the second is we're coming back to this kind of core NAWI mission of focusing on the distribution costs. We've, from day one, been really prioritizing small scale systems. And I think anything we can do to reduce the secondary costs of water conveyance, especially the cost of pumping, the energy of pumping water, that's very important. In addition, there's these tertiary costs of building out infrastructure. And I just want to provide one example, which is that there's actually a lot of reuse happening today. I think when NAWI started 5 years ago, and we were even doing the planning processes before then, water reuse was really starting to ramp up, but it hadn't quite gotten as widely adopted across the entire country as we've now seen. And one of the key reasons is that the costs, just the infrastructure costs, are really high. And even in today's projects, some 75% of the costs of executing on projects, this one in LA, are tied to those costs of distribution, spreading, and injection. So we're really looking for places where we reduce the secondary costs, the pumping costs of moving water around, but also the tertiary costs of building out new distribution infrastructure. And finally, there's this improvement on the basis of resource recovery, or deriving value from the separation process, not just in terms of delivering water, but also in terms of delivering the components in the concentrate. This is a very active area of research internationally. This particular image is actually from a NEOM presentation about 1.5 years ago that we took a picture of. So I would love to give credit where credit is due, but it wasn't cited, so I can't. But the whole host of components that are present in brine concentrates, and understanding and evaluating the techno-economic potential for production of nutrients, salts, and critical minerals from extracted water. These are kind of the basis on which we will evaluate a range of different source waters, or we have evaluated a range of different source waters to narrow down to. And in combination, by looking at geographic distribution, we've arrived at these 4 key areas: brackish water concentrate management, distributed or community scale direct potable reuse, premise scale reuse, particularly focused on sort of safe non-potable reuse, and then industrial reuse. And I'll say that represented here is industrial reuse as a single kind of subtopic area, but I think it's likely that we would have 2 industrial reuse source waters to reflect NAWI's contribution to IEDO's core mission around industrial efficiency and decarbonization. So I want to step through each of these and very quickly and just talk about kind of the opportunity space we see. In brackish water concentrate, there's been a lot of work looking at geographic availability of brackish water and locations where severe freshwater storage combined with a large source of brackish water, raise the possibility of pretty extensive use of brackish water resources as a climate adaptation tool. A lot of this work has assumed ample and cost-effective brine disposal, however, and the reality is that today we don't have that. And so we've done a ton of work within NAWI 1.0. Alex Dudchenko highlighted some of that work in the water tap team, as did several of our projects that were working in the intensified brine management area. But we have recognized early on in NAWI's formation that reducing that cost and energy intensity of brine disposal was going to be pivotal for unlocking this national water resource. And so we are likely to continue to do work in that space, particularly trying to move some of the early stage technology innovation that has been pursued in NAWI 1.0 into higher TRL piloting and demonstration phases. So the goal of this subtopic area is really to identify low cost, zero carbon ZLD treatment trains, and think about this not just in the standalone concentrate, new concentrate devices, but what are the treatment trains that make sense for the range of brackish waters that are out there today. The second area is really in that of distributed municipal DPR. This is community scale DPR, trying to minimize the transport costs and the new infrastructure costs required. NAWI has done a lot of work on where indirect potable reuse systems have been deployed, and broadly understanding the degree now to which indirect potable reuse is really highly standardized. I think it's certainly we're at a stage in which we have an understanding of both the technology landscape and the regulatory landscape that are driving us to either full advanced treatment trains or membrane-free treatment trains, depending on where you are across the country. But by and large, this is not. This is pretty well accepted at this point. I'd say thanks to some of the NAWI partners that led the way several decades ago. But we are at a really pivotal moment for DPR, and we've seen DPR regulations either passed or forthcoming in several states. And so there's this critical window where I think NAWI can play a really active role in helping the community to evaluate the reliability, risk, cost, and carbon trade-offs in the designs of different DPR systems. And not to say that we need a single national standard for DPR, but really to help provide evidence both of safety, but also of ways in which treatment train design is likely to impact feasibility and adoption vis-a-vis other non-traditional source waters. So this is really in service of generating resilient hybrid water networks that use DPR as one of the non-traditional source waters. We've also seen a continued growth of premise scale systems, not only here in California. This is a picture from a rooftop tour I took some people on of the EPIC facility. And so this is in San Francisco, and you're looking at 1550 Mission and 2 buildings that are going up that all have premise scale non-potable reuse systems in there. And, I think we've seen that in San Francisco, but we've also seen a ton of premise scale system in dense urban areas on the East Coast, especially in New York, addressing issues of combined sewer overflow, addressing issues of nutrient recovery, addressing issues of infrastructure inadequacy in terms of being able to either deliver volumetric flow rates that are necessary or harvest wastewater. And so, there's been both a policy revolution that's happened in premise scale reuse, as well as a very, very substantial set of technology improvements and really market making opportunities. And again, this is a picture of the system that Arian is developing at Epic Cleantech. And I think there's certainly a market that is likely to continue to grow, but I think there's also some opportunities for NAWI to play a pivotal role in facilitating that market by being an independent voice that can help assess and find solutions for continuous monitoring and safety, including regulatory compliance, helping to value the system benefits that premise scale systems offer for centralized systems, as well as any drawbacks that they might pose to anything from the financial solvency of a centralized system to the treatment requirements of those systems. And finally, some real thinking about what it's going to take to permit first of a kind systems. And again, how do you ensure that these systems can be safely deployed and then actually incorporated into the building? And so I'll just say that the goal in this area is to safely lower building water footprint by 80%. And we're really excited to think about ways that we can use connections with the Building Technologies Office at DOE, which is a different office, to continue to advance some of these premise scale treatment systems. The sort of final area is this area of industrial reuse. And I actually gave some examples, but we haven't yet committed to which industrial waters we're most likely to work on. We're aware of some really promising work that's happened across the NAWI portfolio in cooling water, particularly in softening, chemical-free softening of cooling water systems. We are cognizant of a sort of growth in the need for high purity water in chip manufacturing and other advanced manufacturing processes, particularly where reduction or elimination of low molecular weight neutral organic molecules continues to be an issue. Food and beverage, tailored ion removal and general efficiency in the food and beverage space is a high priority concern for IEDO and other offices across EERE. And so, we will continue to evaluate the range of industrial source waters we will focus on over the next several months. And we're going to do that by establishing a set of criteria and then engaging with the Better Plans program. So the criteria are really sort of threefold. The first is, is innovation in this space going to support sort of high growth industries for in a decarbonized economy? The second is, are those markets favorable first markets? We don't want to do a lot of innovation where the margins are so low that you're never going to see adoption, right? So recognizing that there are really theories of change behind technology adoption and dissemination, and that by prioritizing markets of first adopters, we can actually bring down the costs of advanced treatment technologies for everyone else. And finally, we again are trying to stay true to our NAWI sort of thesis of working on small scale systems. And so where can we rapidly realize economies of scale and device manufacturing and operation within this industrial context? And so I alluded briefly to Better Plants. Better Plants is part of EERE's program that works directly with plants to improve the energy efficiency of their operations. There's actually a specific segment for water utilities and other heavy water users, and that's the segment of the Better Plant program that we're engaging through a series of road mapping workshops and some very helpful analysis that's being led out of Oak Ridge and LBL. The overarching goal, of course, in that selection process is to identify these particular industrial reuse settings that help us to meet energy transformation water needs and accelerate adoption in these favorable first markets. Okay, I have these 6 areas, but the next 3 are pretty quick. The third kind of big focus or pivot is that we're going to move away from our existing topic area structure and instead adopt a topic area structure that's more intuitively aligned with current water industry R&D. So we have proposed 3 integrated topic areas in NAWI 2.0. The devices area that is focused on new unit process development, particularly broadening the range of non-traditional waters that can be cost effectively desalinated and reused. That is supported and those devices are used within treatment trains. Those treatment trains are developed for each of these non-traditional source waters that we are going to be focusing on, or the subtopic areas that we're going to be focusing on. But the treatment trains area itself is really there to support some of the kind of intellectual challenges associated with building out complete package systems. So ensuring interoperability in digital platforms, helping to both design and efficiently operate systems, and move those systems as much as possible towards automation and autonomous operation. Finally, we've proposed a area called systems, which is focused on basically how those treatment trains get deployed to support the overarching goal of securing water supply at a regional level. And so the systems topic area will be focusing on design of resilient, affordable, and decarbonized regional water systems that adaptively incorporate non-traditional and decentralized sources. I know that a lot of you have been tightly connected to your historic topic areas, and those of you are in the Alliance have followed us through our 1.0 topic areas of materials and manufacturing, PI&I, and DMA. It's not that those are not important skills. Those remain really core skill sets that our researchers bring. And fortunately, it means that the projects that we have initiated in 1.0, I think will very easily map onto the 2.0 topic areas. We've also gone through a interview and selection process for leads for NAWI 2.0 topic areas, and I'm pleased to welcome Abhishek Roy, Chris Valet, and Andy Jones to the NAWI leadership team. They will be commencing formal roles once we have a stronger understanding of the renewal process. I want to sort of close by doing a little bit of a deeper dive into some of the regional context for non-traditional water reuse, and elaborating a bit on the systems area, simply to say that, while lowering the cost of water desalination and reuse has been a really, key area of research for NAWI, it's actually insufficient in terms of helping regions secure water supplies. I think we've heard time and time again that NAWI actually needs to lead in developing methods to determine where these non-traditional water supplies are going to have the greatest impact and economic viability under future climate scenarios and future decarbonized economies. And so our goal with this systems area is really to address that regional context for reuse that determines the value of non-traditional water treatment. And I want to very quickly just say that the state of the art and how that's done today is, let's just say, very heterogeneous. There's very little consistency. Every utility studies in isolations, they use different methods and assumptions, and really none of the current methods factor in the effects of decarbonization of our industries on water demand. And so we're really looking forward to supporting regionally coordinated, climate-informed, and geographically consistent tools for regional water planning, and are going to be doing that by looking at climate impacts on water supply, changes in water demand in a decarbonized economy, and water portfolio tools for optimizing water portfolios. We're also hoping to have 3 regional studies teams. These would be openly competed opportunities for large teams of diverse stakeholders, regional stakeholders, to come together and actually co-develop and pilot some of the tools that we are building within NAWI. The hope is then that ultimately this place-based research has translational national impact, and that where we choose to deploy is likely to be reflective of diverse regions across the US. So we might choose an inland region with constrained supplies and few brine disposal options. We might choose a region with aging infrastructure. We might choose a rapidly decarbonizing region, and that these regions, when they've demonstrated the value, or if they've assessed that the tools NAWI is developing have value, that they really serve kind of as lighthouse installations for how non-traditional water sources can be used to secure supply. The second to last change is that we're going to continue to move up the TRL scale. We've made a lot of low TRL investments in NAWI 1.0, but in NAWI 2.0, we're going to move toward higher technology readiness level, especially prototyping and piloting some of the investments we've made in NAWI 1.0, piloting technologies in the context of a treatment train, not just as an individual device, as well as piloting automation and control schema. And finally, really piloting or projecting what regional water needs are, and piloting the planning and coordination workflows. The very last change is strengthening partnerships with existing EERE and DOE programs. I've mentioned these throughout: the Building Technologies Office, Better Plants, systems and analysis tools, and I'll just highlight those very, very quickly. As I mentioned, Better Plants has several industry partners that are interested in water efficiency and energy efficiency, and we look forward to working with them. The Building Technologies Office focuses on energy associated with building scale water conservation. And so we're excited to strengthen connections there, and hopeful that through engagement of these existing longstanding offices, some of the NAWI work that we've engaged in and are continuing to build in 2.0 will really find a long-term home within DOE. So Peter had mentioned earlier today that NAWI prides itself on good acronyms. We are sharpening up our NAWI 1.0 vision, and I'm happy to take any comments or questions that people have on continuing to evolve that vision in light of feedback that we're likely to get from DOE in the coming weeks. So I'll conclude and open it up for questions if we have time.
Hey, Megan.
Thank you so much.
Let's see. I don't see any questions right now. Let me look through the bottom here. Nope, no questions immediately. Okay. So thanks a lot.
Of course.
Appreciate you giving that overview for us. And to everybody who's here, that does bring us to the end of our day. It was a very full day, I think. I hope that you all were able to see how far the NAWI team has come, not only in the research projects we're doing, but also the visioning for our future work. And this is all encompassing for us as a leadership team to try to figure this all out, and partnering with the Department of Energy to try to figure out our right path forward. And that's where Mark comes in, sharing those thoughts early on in the day. So 460 members of the Alliance and going strong. We thank you so much. We thank you for the time that you've put in today to listen and learn. And also we just thank you for being part of the team over the last 4 years. And as we go into our 5th budget period next year, we will keep doing these meetings, keep doing webinars, keep doing other things to keep this community together. I always encourage you to go to the NAWI Alliance community site. That is where everything is maintained, including recordings of our webinars, our slide decks. And not only that, it's a great platform for people to communicate about potential opportunities at jobs, potential opportunities for collaborative research. It doesn't necessarily involve NAWI funding, which is always a goal that we have had. Additionally, there is a cost share reporting form that you can submit for time you spent during the movie. I guess it was all, well, I guess it was kind of a movie because it is all online. But Jen Berry put the link within the chat, so you can see there's a link there to go to the smart sheet, and you can record your time and put it as cost share, which we always appreciate greatly. So with that, I'm going to wrap up today. There will be a survey coming out, most likely a 2-part survey, maybe 2 surveys. One is to really think about what we should keep doing within the Alliance over the next, within the 2.0, the things that you have liked, the things that you want us to keep doing. And the other may be just to think about what worked well in this session. What would you have liked to see? And I know many of you like to see the unconference sessions, which we will hopefully bring back again with our spring meeting, which we do intend to do in the March-June timeframe of next year. And for those of you at the going to the Water Reuse Foundation meeting in Denver in March, we will have a presence there, as Peter talked about, which will be a great time to reconnect, not only with yourselves, but also with the NAWI team. We are planning on going to WEFTech again at this point next year. We thought that having a booth there and talking to many of you and some folks who hadn't even heard or joined our Alliance yet was great, and we'll be looking to do that again. So as always, keep NAWI in forefront, keep the work that we're doing and the mission that we're driving towards right out in front. And we will talk to you all soon. And if we don't talk before the holidays, please enjoy that time with your families and maybe enjoy maybe time off of work, and make sure you're safe. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your evening.